Okay, so this morning, so we're gonna use the results. So you've got 40 minutes. I will give you a minute.
Thanks for having me. This is going to work in Michael, Gert and Ola, and it's very much work in progress. Does this work?
Yeah, just click on the PDF on the screen and then should run.
So there's a large body of work, as you guys know, that speculated supply responsibility for permanent change in wages. It's nice paper by Kim and Shapiro documenting that how it holds across households, country, and time. You can pick a couple of interesting estimates. We just look at the relationship between earnings or hours of work and the labor productivity and hourly wages. So rest that, find a very weak relationship, and also the negative. It's true in the time series, in cross-sectional data, and also in time data. The large picture of public finance that was recently reviewed by NICEPR Politics. Trying to estimate the system taxable income and tend to find analysis that's pretty small but positive. And that seems pretty robust to highest specified model. I just pulled up this from Norway. If you're looking at productivity per worker over time and hours of work, you see that if anything is sort of a negative relationship. From 1970 to 1990, productivity went up a lot. Hours went dramatically down. Here's kind of like a big proposition for women coming in the labor force. Maybe don't want to look at that. 1990 to 2001, 2021, it's not. Since the same relationship, large increase in productivity of wages, hours go down. There's that point of the importance of income effect. Of course, there can be many other things going on at the same time. It's nice paper by Paper Cell where they kind of document this, what macro trends, what they mean for maybe labor supply macro models over time. That's kind of what more or less this paper. I think it's like fairly good evidence that labor supply to permanent change in wages.
Can I add it on?
Yeah. Close whole thing. Okay. Are fairly small, which may be interpreted as income institution-based cancel. But even if they cancel, you want to know the magnitude of those things. It really matters if they're both zero, both moderate, or both large. And that's kind of what we're going to go after in this paper. Trying to get some sort of reforms or past experiments to try to estimate income substitution effects. To answer this question, I'm going to use that to say something about the future of labor income taxation, optimal labor income taxation. I'm also going to do some sort of factual policy using those estimates and show how different results we get compared to if you assume no income effects or if you take like other estimates of income effects. Here's just an illustration using Norwegian data. We just take this time series, interpret as a causal relationship. If you get in the simplest model, we just depends on marginal labor supply, in their taxes, you get an uncompensated elasticity of minus 0.09. But you know, any combination of a compensated elasticity on this axis and the income effect on this axis, we rationalize that with data. We want to pick the point. Then we will figure out what point is consists of income and substitution effects are consistent with the estimate of uncompensated elasticity. That's kind of like the other paper. Okay, so what we're going to do is we write down a labor supply model that's going to allow for load heterogeneity, extensive intensive margin responses, and non-linear taxation. Given them one, we're going to do two things. We're going to express what we see in the data, the experiments, the class experiments, as a function of the model parameters. Then we're going to express what we care about, the efficiency, loss of taxation, satisfaction policy, as a function of the same model parameters. And we're going to ask, do the data place some restrictions on the feasible combination of model parameters, and therefore also on the stuff we care about. Okay, so in the simplest case, you can point to identify the income substitution effects, and you know everything. In other cases, you can't. We can just go and show that even in the case you can't identify those, because the model is too rich, the combination of those parameters is going to be restricted, and therefore that's also the restrictions on the policy we care about. That's going to be kind of an idea. Then I'm going to focus on a case of point identification. We're going to focus on some target parameters for the sake of time.
I think so. In the first case, there's some cases you think of where the permanent effect is got to be different. I'm thinking by age. So if I look,
It wouldn't be a life cycle model.
yeah, but in the raw data, so the substitution effect is always the same in state. But if you're older, the permanent effect has to be smaller.
Well, not then you can unitize shock, right? Yeah, so you don't
absolutely, but it took a straight result.
Exactly.
Expect it's very.
I agree.
You can't cancel that everywhere.
I agree. The unitized model can. So you're going to find well effect that depend on age. We're not going to find any unitized shocks that depend on age. Kind of like a test for restriction of the life cycle model. Yeah. But I agree with that.
So can you say a little bit on heterogeneity on your
I'm going to do a right there at the model.
but so to what extent do we care that the income effects are offset by substitution effect by the same individuals or by different individuals?
We're not going to care about that, but the presence heterogeneity is going to make the application complicated. For instance, we touched on yesterday.
Yeah, so you're saying we only care on average about how big the income effect.
Well, it depends on the policy. We'll show a couple of policies. So it's going to depend. The heterogeneity is going to change like the top tax rate. We do care about the heterogeneity and the elasticities in the top brackets. That's going to matter. If you don't have that income substitution effects there. Income effects will be different. Income focus will be on different size depending on how far you are from the kink. So this potentially going to matter. We're not going to focus so much on that. We're going to allow for heterogeneity, cost income distribution in this elasticities. But sure, it's going to matter. It's mostly going to present an application problem. I'll show the model. What are the sources that we're using right now? We're going to get a variation in unearned income. Well, we're going to use lottery winnings, also unexpected inheritance as a robustness check. To get the assisted taxable income, we're going to follow what other people do. Okay? You may like it, may not like it. We're going to use tax reforms. I'm going to essentially construct the instrument from that. I'm going to try to estimate taxable income in the system to do that. We also try to look at bunching estimates as another way of getting some combination of unconsidered income statistics as another mode. Okay, so basically, I can get to the model. It's like in a simple case, with homogeneity, intensive margin responses. You can write down the what's called an earnings function. This tells you the change in earnings. If I change the tax rate, it's going to be equal to the compensated plus 1 minus tax rate, the income effect. The random variation in tau, I can identify the uncompensated. The random variation in R unearned income, I can identify the income effect. I can back that from the system. In the rich model, it's a bit more complicated. So we're going to have more parameters. We can kind of do the same logic there. That's what the basic idea. Okay, we're not the first people who obviously who try to do something like this. Public finance typically stands with this question about the relative size of income substitution effect by shutting down income effects. That matters because essentially it identifies small uncompensated elasticities. That implies small compensated elasticities. We have cost relativity and applies to the tax before lot. You know, there should be some sort of gentleman distance between assumption and results. So that's kind of what more reference. Group size kind of is exceptional. Other papers do that too. Where they kind of try to get both income and substitution effects from one experiment. These are the distance to the sort of non-linear. You have a non-linear schedule, you change the tax there, and the people, the further you are from that, the bigger income shock you're going to get. But if you hold income fixed, then any variation in prices or wages is going to be perfectly linear with a variation in unearned income. You're non-proportional, non-identified. We don't kind of want to do that. And then you have like a large mixture in structural labor that try to use observed wage variation across individuals over time, or observed differences in non-labor income like capital income. And ultimately what they rely on is some sort of restriction on non-observables being independent, or at least the innovations being independent, in the sense that the unobserved change for working doesn't depend on the productivity of the worker. Think about like the margins, that's an extreme example. So that's kind of, we don't want to do that either.
What about if you just use kind of tax change or something like that? That's not.
So we're going to do that. That's not going to give you, that's going to change both, you know, the income and the price of working. And the question is like, how do you decouple the two?
Typically in the structural model, don't want to assume productivity takes product.
Oh, we can't deal with the logic structure, right? But once you're in the very multinomial logic, the epsilons and argon is oh, you do?
No.
The discrete has a multinomial logic model.
No, but it's mixed with a distribution of taste that's correlated with certain.
So, never go there, okay?
So Magne, can I also say like income versus substitution effects, like in the social insurance, it's quite crucial and people try to separate income substitution.
So I would love to see if we send the paper to another great. I mean, ultimately you need two shocks, right? That's kind of the point. Otherwise, you need to be parametric. At least two shocks. In the simple model, you need two shocks. In the more general model, you need more.
That's exactly that for the social insurance.
You have data on that paper?
Yeah, variation in liquidity versus variation in.
I have to look at that, okay. So anyway, we're going to look at the labor supply. There are probably all the papers trying to do the same thing. It's kind of hard to find stuff that shifts around and their income or wealth. You kind of need it to be random. So depend on preferences and prices. I guess that's true for him. Permanent and static and then anticipated. Yeah, you need to know the persistence of the shock to make any sense of how people should respond. It needs to be idiosyncratic, so it doesn't change like odds and options. It needs to be unanticipated. And the other one we kind of think about is local winnings. So we're going to build on, or if you do the experiment, like a set of papers that use local winnings before. One of which is our paper. These papers at sort of face value seem to find very different things, as the referees kind of pointed out to us. Turns out that's not the case. Okay, if you want to look at our latest version of paper, last section, we have to sort of confront this. Turns out that this paper measure the lottery winnings before tax, which reported as post tax that didn't matter. That increases if you do the pre-tax that increase in labor supply lots. They also measure individual labor supply, not household labor supply. If you actually do household labor supply, then this paper find larger effects than we do. And all of these papers actually find meaningful and large responses to lottery winnings. Yes, I think it's like really wrong that this kind of paper suggests small response to lottery winnings. Once we do properly, then that's not the case anymore. We're going to find the same. We're going to build a smaller effect than in the US and a little bit larger than the Swedish paper. None of these papers try to estimate income effects, and in normally the tax schedule, the response to lottery winnings will not translate into income effects, and no one will try to use another model to get those statistics. That's kind of. So let me sort of walk through the model. Let me start with kind of like a model. I'm going to show you our extensions. So this is kind of the simplest possible model. It's going to be how people work on the intensive margin for us. Intensive margin choices. We're going to maximize consumption leisure. We're going to make it life cycle model on the next slide. It's consumption, it's your labor earnings, it's unearned income. For now, it's going to be linear tax, it's going to make it non-linear. And from this, you get the Marshall earnings function, as I showed you. And you get uncompensated statistics, tell you how earnings change with change the tax rate. And then you get an income effect. Okay, and this let's get into the two, and we have a sign restriction of the composite and the income effect. That's only important. So what does it mean if we're going to take it seriously? We're going to allow for neutrality, we're going to allow for savings. If we need to basically, because we're going to get a lottery winnings, we need someone to go from like this big transfer to wealth into some that's unearned income. We're going to have non-linear taxation, and we're going to have extensive margin responses. Okay, so this is going to be essentially the model. On the dynamic side, it's going to be very like crude. Yeah, there's not really any like a good model of dynamics, I think. I'm going to show you why. We find kind of this sort of persistent responses. I don't think the dynamics is first order here. So the within period problem, it's going to be a very rich model. Yes, you have a household and individual, a maximized consumption issue. You're going to have the intra-temporal budget constraint, the consumption to the income and taxes. It's going to be non-linear tax function. And then you're going to have the intertemporal one, determining net savings. We're going to have a very flexible model of extensive margins. You have a fixed cost or benefit of working. It can be correlated with everything, and it's only individual specific. Just to think about the relation like discrete choice, you start with parameterizing this. We're not going to do that. We'll allow for heterogeneity in initial assets, which will matter for the elasticities and the utility functions, and the benefit of working being arbitrarily heterogeneous. The assumption we're going to make is that we're going to assume time separate utility functions. So you kind of break this down into two parts. First, we decide how much money you're going to allocate. Suppose you get like win the lottery, you decide how much money you're going to allocate to consumption leisure tomorrow or the day after. That we can see in the data, because we have very good data on consumption saving and so on. So you can estimate that interval allocation. And conditional that, people decide how much of that extra money to use for leisure consumption. Okay, so we'll have this time separate structure. It's kind of nice because we really care about the intra-temporal problem. We just want to make sure we can take the lottery winnings and sort of allocate the cost time and measure that allocation. Okay, so that's kind of the model. I don't want to go too much into it. Given the model, we want to do a couple of things. We want to first define the experiments in terms of the model. Yes.
Are there secondary earners?
Yeah, I think it's usually a household model.
So you talked about how the household response was according to the papers before.
Yeah.
I presume that's about a secondary earner, that's margin response or something like that.
So we actually find that, similar to the Swedish paper, the spouse responds pretty much the same as the man, as the winner.
Whatever the
Yeah.
is.
It depends on the gender who's playing, and the men tend to play a bit more. But in fixed gender, it doesn't matter if it's like the who wins and who's a secondary earner.
The expensive margin stuff is hard to interpret when you don't have two people or trading off or some variance there.
Yeah, so I agree. So in the paper, we actually have like this as like a unitary household model making two choices. So you can kind of combine it into this. If you want to think about this as a singular today, okay, it gets more notation, more messy. If you go beyond the unitary model, it gets substantially different. Okay, as long as you stay within there. But we don't really find much evidence against the unitary model. We don't find that who wins matter for household responses. But yes, we think about it as the unitary for now.
It's a liquidity problem. You're not too worried about that. It's just looking at the values.
Well, the way we think about the internet problem is that we can actually measure how people allocate. We don't have to make assumptions on it. If it's liquidity constraint, it's liquidity constraint. We also think about the trade-off within the constraint.
Yeah, but the model you wrote down isn't one.
So that could be. But we're not really relying on this time separable stuff very hard in the day. As long as we try to measure the underlying income in each period. Let me get to the. Okay, so we want to write down the MPE, which is how much of the underlying income we allocate to a given period. How much of that we spend to reduce earnings. Okay, I get like $1 lottery winnings, or $10. I allocate $1 to tomorrow. How much of that do I spend on reducing my earnings or my labor supply? Okay, so we want to estimate that for each Y, so each initial earnings. That's going to be key that we always do conditional listings once we go to the identification and so on. This tells me like the market depends to earn out of the underlying income. I choose to allocate a given period. And you can express them in terms of model parameters as intensive margin and extensive margin. You see the income effect showing up here, but also the substitution effect or the concept listed because I have a non-linear tax schedule. So as if I reduce my earnings because of the income effect, I'm going to face with a lower tax rate, which is going to kind of push me up again. So that's why this shows up, and that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. Is that fair? Just because I'm in non-linear tax schedule, you reduce the labor supply, I change the price on the tax you're facing, in order to push back up with the compensated system. This is one of the expensive margin. Because now we have at least one of the models written as the function of the model parameters. Then we will do the same for the elasticity taxable income, which is this is kind of just the estimate, changing taxable income when you change the tax rate. You can express that in terms of a model like this. It's going to depend on the composite system, and it's going to depend on the income effects, and this is reflecting the size of the income effects. Okay, which depends on what income changes, which depends on how far you are from the cutoff. The point is we can both express this moment and this moment as functions of the same model parameters. Okay, they're not going to be the same function, it's not exactly the same thing, they depend on the same things. So if I can take this kind of think about if I make an homogeneity assumption, this I can sort of net out, so I can estimate that. I have like two unknowns there, I have like two unknowns there, we can solve it with a good point identification. The fact that there's all these isotopes which floating around here, so it's going to make it a little bit more tricky. Because you know how like this expectations on the other side, so we don't have to deal with that. And then we're not only going to look at like a change in the top bracket, we're also going to estimate changes in like the middle bracket, the lower bracket, because we want to know the income and substitution affects cost income distribution. In that case, you're going to need to deal with the fact that if I have a tax reform, let's say in the middle bracket, then the people who are in the top bracket are going to have an income effect. So we're going to have to deal with that, and we're going to have to subtract off the income effect we get in the top bracket before we start trying to solve for the income substitution effect in the middle bracket.
So you assume convex constraint.
No.
Then what about chance?
Yeah.
From outside,
Yeah. So
this looks to me like a response.
So at the moment, we're not doing a great job on the participation margin. Yeah, so I'm going to focus on the top marginal tax rate today, because we find no evidence of like big participation changes in the tax rate there. We're going to have to deal more properly with the participation tax rates for the lower middle, and that's kind of what's holding us back, is holding up the transfer system for that, and thinking about non-convexities in the bottom. So I don't want to show results for like the middle, especially the lower part, because we're not really more. We don't have a good calculator for the participation tax rate there. I don't think it's a problem to deal with non-convexity.
The fixed cost as well, so that's going to potentially be.
Absolutely. But we find no response basically to the top market tax rate on the extensive market. I don't think it's a problem to have non-convexity as long as for application in the lower part. Because we don't be fixing income. Let me show the application how it works. Okay, understand that?
15 minutes.
So now we have like the model. The moments, and we see the data written as a function of the model. Now I'm going to try to estimate those moments, and then I'm going to go back to the model and show you the stuff we care about as a function of the model parameters, and then try to solve this. Okay, so on the uncompensated response to tax reforms, we're really building on work by other people in the room. So if you don't like it, you should go after that. Okay? It's like I like a very nicest review paper I came out. I can't remember, we're doing a public. Where they go through like all these different specifications, robustness, what matters, what don't, and we try to follow that. You know, this is kind of like a bit heroic. We only use the tax records and the income line check. So now we only use Norwegian data. We're trying to get access to the IRS data to do exactly the same on the US data. Let's see if that works. Then we have to talk to Eric to do this.
It's a terrible data set. I don't know why you want that.
If you want to see the taxes, it might be good. It's not the data set. You don't matter what questions. Or maybe this. Maybe this, Eric. It's the only data set. Anyway, so maybe we need to get Eric involved. So we're going to use Norwegian data for now, partly because we have many good reforms in this period, in different part of the tax system. We're going to look at wage earners for now. And going back to Richard's point, we are very good model now for the marginal tax rates, but not so much for the effective tax rates. Okay, so we really try to estimate the change in taxable income, but change the tax rate. Okay, and this is kind of typical of the outcome equation. You know, earnings on the market tax rates. What's the problem? Well, this is endogenous, as in like economic endogenous, depends on the earnings. So what do people do? Going back to at least the first time. The one look at reforms, and the idea is essentially take your income pre-reform, maybe add like a common time effect to it, some time change depending on the specification, but take your pre-reform income, compute what the tax rate would have been after reform, in the absence of any changes. And that becomes essentially an instrument for your actual tax rate. Okay, and then you can be like sophisticated about that. It's essentially different. Okay, we can do different many different ways. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing too. And then we can do like loads of placebos, doing the same different going back in time for these people. We don't see like any evidence against the common trend and so on and so forth. But we want to estimate this for each income level. Okay, because we want to be key for application later. So we're going to define like 10,000 kroner, like 1,000 kroner brackets for Y, try to estimate the ETI separately for each Y, and then we're going to try to solve that and aggregate that.
We should be thinking of this for our area. This is house, this is income, these are all different kinds of households. So you're thinking of it there or
also, this is the individual tax system. So we're going to estimate this. It's not the US joint tax system. So we're going to estimate this separately for each member of the household and controlling for the instrument for other spouse.
so it's individual.
Yes. Because individual tax system. The lottery, we have to think about the fact it's not just joint membership, right? But for this, we really want to think about the individual tax rate. But then you have to be worried about the reform changing the tax rate of the spouse too. Because the marriage signature, but that we know because we can use control for that instrument. So that's going to be essentially what we
Say it's nothing that is joint, right? Not the bottom of the will be.
transfers. Not really, like the child benefits. Like this is a very individual system also on the transfer side. But let me think through that. That's what we're going to be essentially doing. What are reforms going to be using? Well, this is going to be like reform of the top part. This is like the baseline. This is the new one. Here you're going to have most of the action in the middle. Then you're going to have one that sort of gives an action in the bottom. So for each of these things, you can kind of imagine like looking at the guy here compared to the guy here. And then do like the different earnings of these two people, and then actually that with the change in the tax rate there. That's kind of what we're going to do.
So you're getting these uncompensated responses for the universe and very different dynamics, and then you're taking out the income effects for the sample lottery players.
I'll show you.
Given,
Let me show you what we do on the lottery stuff.
but you're concerned about things being constant throughout these different groups that you're using to identify that.
We're going to try to estimate the lottery winnings for people with the same Y. And we're going to try to use it in the same time period. And then we're going to reweight the observables. They look actually very much like the population. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to assume that for additional Y, there is this emotions. It's going to be something we have to. Let me throw that when I get there. But I'm totally like that could be a concern. But we have actually a surprising amount of variation across this time period in different parts of the income distribution in terms of the tax, and that's going to be useful for us. What we find, we actually find estimates that are very much like what other people have found in other countries, and also in the US. Tourism has a nice paper in the General Public looking at this reform. We find an electricity taxable income, which is about 0.1 for this is like the top reform, and this is like the bottom one, it's a little bit higher. And that is surprisingly robust to alternative specifications. Let me just do that. Going back to your question, like how do we interpret this? Well, it's not going to be uncompensated elasticity because it's also going to be non-elasticity, you're going to have like income effects and the compensated elasticity. So if you just use that moment, you really can't bound them. So you're going to have a second moment. That's all this shows. Is that we're going to estimate this for each Y, and if you integrate over that, you get average elasticity, say on the top. And that value is not going to be very informative. If you need in the second model, so you know something about the pure income effect. That's why we're going to go to the lottery winnings. 60% of the population participated in the lottery. We're going to see all the lottery winnings above a minimum cutoff, because there's no tax on the lower ones. Okay, that's consistent throughout the time period. In Norway and Sweden, the lottery is one thing you don't tax. You have all these papers about like how we like inequality is due to like effort and merit. It's kind of completely opposite what we see in the real world. Like the only thing we don't tax is like gambling. Okay, so then you have gonna try to make it like as homogeneous as possible the population on these things. Here's how they look like in the cross section. Okay, this is the population in general, the population we're going to use for ETI, and this is the winners. There's the raw data. And you know, the earnings is kind of similar, employment is kind of similar. What stands out is really like, you know, males tend to be like playing a bit more. But the observables are kind of surprised by how similar they are.
What about income distribution? If you can participate.
You know, it's not exactly the same. There's pretty good support across the income distribution. So what we're going to do is the first do nothing about this, and second we're going to like reweight to the same distribution of service. I think you have to kind of make precise like external analytic concern. I mean, my external analytic concern is mostly that it's not in place, or like a really patient, like very different risk preferences, impatient. That's about the intertemporal allocation. But we really think about it within period allocation. That's a key thing. Now you're going to have to say that they have a very different trade-off between consumption and leisure. Yet they have the same employment rate before. So I don't know. It's not the same people, but I was surprised by how similar they are in terms of observables. And that's kind of like the same as the Swedish paper file, and I think it might be because participation in the lottery is very, very high. Okay, so then we do like this event study. Here's the average effect of winning the lottery. You know, the net worth jumps up, and then it starts sort of consuming out all that. Here's the change in earnings on average. Here's the employment. These things are hard to interpret because we don't even know like how much people win. We kind of need to deal with that. We're going to first sort of break down this reduced form as the raw data. This is the event study using like the later winners control for the people win now. Actually, don't even need to do a different diff. The first difference works perfectly fine. There's like no pre-trend, big clock, and people reduce the labor supply. Here's how it varies across the different earners. We also see big employment. We need to get that into unit that means something per dollar one, and that's what we're doing here. This is showing you the reduction in earnings and the employment per $100 one. 100,000 there to get like a unit on that. Across the income distribution, low income earners, medium tax brackets, and top tax brackets. What you see is that if you allocate like $100 to next period, if you win $100 in wealth, extra wealth, after tax, you're going to spend, you know, almost $6 every period after reducing your labor supply. These are wealth effects. Employment effects are also substantial. If you decompose this, you find that pretty much 40% of the total earnings and response is coming on extensive margins. You kind of need that in the model. Yes.
Do you see heterogeneity by this amount one?
Actually, yeah. Let me try to get back. We're going to try to use that to trace out the V distribution of some points. Yes, because like the large wins, you can't reduce more than zero. So it's kind of mechanical. The effect per dollar one is declining in the size of the win. So at some point, like, can't reduce below zero. But maybe I'm going to get back to that. If not, it's something we're working on. So these are the wealth effects. And as Richard said, they don't have to be the same across age or anything. So we need to get to like income effects. We can do two things. We can actively use the life cycle model. Say you assume the interest rate is equal to a discount factor. In that case, we're using the model about the Richard's question and utilize it. Or we can just impute it, because we do see a very good measurement of income and wealth transaction data. We can compute an income directly, and we can compare the two. It turns out that we found very similar results when we use imputation and annualization. Actually, it seems that people are very close to like the basic life cycle model. Except when they win, they tend to buy some cars and do stuff like that. But after that, you know, they're very much like the standard life cycle model with a new price. So here's the results that we find on the MP. So we're going to focus now on the intensive margin MP. So we're going to net off the extensive margin, use the intensive margin, and try to get the intensive margin composite and uncomposite system. Yeah, that's what I'm going to show you next. So what we find is our, you know, the intensive margin MP. how much out of an extra dollar of an earned income in the next period I use to reduce my labor supply. The low income people have a smallest intensive margin MP, can use more for consumption. And the high income earners have an MP that's over 0.5. So you use like more of that dollar to reduce earnings than they do to consume. So now I want to take those two moments that I have, the lottery winnings and compensatory statistic, and put them in a model and try to solve for stuff. And going back to your question, what are we going to assume? We're going to assume that conditional observables, conditional on your pre-income, the people we see the ETR response to are going to be the same people as we see the MP for. Okay, so we know the MP to be written as extensive margin plus intensive margin. We can estimate extensive margin and let that off. And now we have the intensive margin response to the lottery. Depends on these parameters. We have the ETI, which depends on these parameters. And now we need to solve this for each Y. We can do that. And then integrate across the Ys to get like an average in this list. Okay, and the reason we need to do this for each Y is because of all these exceptions. Okay, otherwise, it's weird. Think about covariance. So we're going to assume for a given Y, we have homogeneous statistics, and then we're going to solve for each Y and then integrate this. Okay?
You could integrate over kind of sub parts of the income.
So that's what we're doing. Why we're defining as like a small bandwidth within the income brackets.
Yeah.
Think about the $1,000. We estimate this, we solve for this, and the next $1,000, and then we construct an average across the whole income bracket. But once we have this Y specific statistics, I can tell you, you want to see all of them, we can plot them too.
It's going to be some where there's no nonlinear, very little nonlinearity in some areas where you just get the pure effect straight away.
Well, it depends on the size of the shocks and things like that. Yeah. So anyway, what we get out of it, we get income effects. Remember, this is like the pre-tax. You have to take 1 minus tau times this to get kind of like the total response to earnings to before tax loss shock. This is like the income effect. This comes to the resistor. Then through Schlutzke, this becomes the uncompensated resistor. Okay, so if you sort of go through the results, if you only use DTI, our estimates, all we can do is to say value comes to the resistor to be at least larger than 0.09. If you know the sign of the income effects, okay, that's not very informative. We only use lottery. All we can say that the income effects needs to be smaller than 0.58. These are the top earners. Why? Because we know the size of the sign of the compensated. If you use both, we can point identify under this homogeneity assumption conditional income. Where is this? And they look like this. This is for the high, this is for the mid, and this is for the low. These are intensive marginal statistics. We can also do the same for expensive marginal statistics and use those for other reforms. Okay, so now we have these estimates. You see the income effects are like meaningful. And we're going to find the composite statistics that are relatively modest, 0.16, 0.15, and the bottom 0.28. Yes, now I will take that and use that. Why do we care about all of this? Oh, that's fancy. Yeah, so one thing we can do is to compute the deadweight loss per additional tax revenue. Okay, so for that, we know that the deadweight loss, as we talked about yesterday, but people don't like stuff that they can't respond to. It's going to be exactly in this formula. The composite statistic determines the distortion. But per dollar one, so per dollar revenue, so depend on both the income effects and the composite statistic. Okay, so we'll find. Well, if you take our estimates, we plug in, we use the Norwegian income distribution to get like this Pareto thing. Then you're going to find that compared to lump sum, increasing the marginal tax rate at the top costs to $60. Okay? If you include indirect taxes, which you probably should, that increases a lot because the tax rate goes up, and you go to the $1.7. Okay, so that's the efficiency loss. And the reason it gets so big compared to the US is because there are so few rich people in Norway. So the mechanical effect of revenues becomes much smaller. I think about like an increase of top marginal tax rate, you get the mechanical effect of revenue, and that really depends on sort of the size of the tail in the distribution. Okay, so then we can do the same for optional taxes. Okay, here's how it looks like. Take our estimated parameters. We use the ignoring indirect taxes, and this is the top level tax rate, and this only tells you what the social welfare rate needs to be, and you have income effects. And you know, we're less than so crazy, that's how much we care about, like rich people versus government money.
Just quickly, maybe you could compare to the case where we assume income.
Yes, we do that. I think I just skipped it. Here. And both of these things we do. Yes, where is it? It's somewhere on this slide. Yes, sorry. Yeah. So, and this goes down to like 1.1.
Yeah, that's for the optional.
Yes, we should. I don't know, I can't remember. It does matter quite a bit, but not like dramatically. And then we want to start doing that with fashion policy, but then we need to solve the participation tax rate issue. And we don't get a bounce on like the UBI, as we know from our previous paper, we can get a bounce on earning a tax credit, using kind of the same set. Thank you.
There are a lot of questions. Let's move on to the next thing for Luigi.
Did I stop?
Right.
I'm not touching this.
Okay.
Did I stop the Zoom or not?
Oh, no.
Okay, thanks to the organizers for having me here. This is joint work with Andreas Fager and Marius Wing and Luigi and Marius Wing, and it's also work in progress. So it is a paper that is looking at family as a source of insurance, and it's not about Italy, so it's going to be about Norway as well. So families in general, when you have markets that don't work or incomplete, can be providing insurance. And you can think of two channels, so you think of horizontal form of insurance among members of the same generation, pooling risks, or you can think vertically when you have transfers from, for example, parents to children, and this could be justified by parents and children being in different phases of the life cycle. So parents are typically at the end with more accumulated assets, where they're cash rich, and kids are typically cash poor because they just started. So in the paper, we're going to look at this intergenerational channel, and you can have a lot of questions that you can address with the type of data that we're going to use. So the first key question is whether we do observe parents buffering shocks to children's labor income, and whether this kind of insurance depends on the type of shocks that kids face, whether they're temporary shocks versus more persistent related to depreciation of skills, disabilities, and so forth. And once you start thinking about the structure of the family, then there are a bunch of other interesting questions that we get asked. So when children live in couples, you may think of asking, for example, if insurance is shared between parents of the two spouses, so whether we observe insurance flowing only towards the child, but not in response to the shock of the spouse, for example. And if you start thinking about unitary versus collective model, there's a bunch of other interesting questions that may come up. And finally, we may want to think about cases in which parents' insurance displays or may be displaced by other alternative channels like marriage or the presence of a spouse at work or insurance provided by the spouse's parents, etc. So we're going to look at some of these things. So these are just three papers that relate, the literature is enormous. So I'm going to cite papers, I'm going to talk about three papers that people who are not in this room, so easy. So John Market paper of Greg Kaplan was actually looking at whether parental home is a sort of parachute, so it's a sort of insurance of last resort. And we differ from what he did because we look at monetary transfer versus income. Corina Bord has an interesting paper on parents doing saving precautionary for precautionary reasons in response to kids' income risk. And in that case, we're going to look at how parents respond to realized income shocks of the child. So you don't necessarily need a precautionary motive per se. And we're going to explore precisely this difference in wealth accumulation patterns, so parents and kids who are at different phases of the life cycle. An interesting paper by Anderson Coder looked at a Swedish case, in particular monetary transfers from parents to kids who face labor income shocks. And they focus on transfers that they observe when parents and kids have accounts on the same bank. And what we're going to look at is essentially saving responses. And this is interesting because it first can capture indirect transfers that will not necessarily be observed in their sample. For example, when parents pay the bills or pay the rent of their children. And also we can observe all types of monetary transfers, not only those that relate, for example, to children and parents having an account in the same bank. So I'm going to start with a very simple kind of illustrative model just to focus on what we're going to look at, and then I'm going to talk about more data issues like identification and data challenges and putting some results. So consider a simple, very basic model in which there is 3 periods and parents and kids interact in the last 2 periods. And on the kids front, just to emphasize the role of parents as potential provider of insurance, suppose the kids have no access to credit markets. That's obviously an extreme simplification. And income shocks that they face are potentially persistent. There is a parameter rho that measures the degree of persistence. And to focus on a very stark case, which is the response of parents when there is a realization of income shock in the first period, suppose that this parameter phi in front of the shock in the second period is 0. So we're going to look at how parents respond to a shock that is realized in period 1, and if there is some persistence, how they're going to think about this shocks also repeating itself in the future or being persistent to some extent in the future. The parents themselves have concave and separable utility and they are altruistic, so there is an insurance channel. They make a consumption saving decision and then they decide whether they want to make transfers in the 2 periods towards the children. Transfers have to be non-negative. And the decision that they make are made after observing the shock being realized in the first period. So this is the formal problem with parents maximizing their expected utility and the expected utility of their kids with being measuring the degree of altruism towards their kids. And these are the transfers that potentially may occur. So the solution will be, something very simple like this, and it shows immediately the savings are. You can observe this saving if you're making a transfers in the first period. Then you can observe saving if you anticipate having to make a transfer in the future, which itself is going to depend on the persistence of the income shock. And transfers optimally will depend on the realization of the income shock, and there is a threshold rule. So this threshold value will trigger the observational transfers, and it's for realistic parameter value is going to be a negative. It's going to have a negative sign, which means that if the kid faces some positive shock, we're not going to observe transfers because there is no incentive for parents to insure in this case. And it's only when the shock is negative or very largely negative, so depending on the size, that we're going to observe some transfer. In particular, we're going to observe transfer only in the first period, but not in the second if the shock is transitory. But if the shock is persistent enough, then we're going to observe transfers in both periods. And again, this will change the dynamic of saving depending on how much persistent we observe.
Okay, this is kind of complete commitment here.
Yes.
That I remember this year. So I guess so. If you did have,
Well, if you have, if the parents have enough information about their children, if there is not a private information issue, we assume that private information, not an issue here. So the parents probably know better than an insurance company or credit. The credit markets are well the kids are doing and where they're putting the right effort. But there are models in which there's limited commitment. Model of the private insurance by
But if you look at the household and couples, it doesn't look like.
I'm going to show you what happens when they consider the instability of marriages in their insurance decision a little bit. So this is what this model suggests may happen. So this is the saving flow of the parents as a function of the shock to the kids. So if the shock is positive, so if the kid is doing well, or it's moderately negative, you're not going to observe any change in the saving pattern of the parents relative to the non-altruistic case. And it's only when the shock becomes negative that you observe some de-saving happening. So this de-saving is to finance the transfer in the first period. But there is also the persistent kicking in. And if you observe the saving flow in anticipation of future shock, this is sort of the standard saving for a rainy day. It's the saving for a rainy day of the child rather than your own saving day. So you want to save in anticipation of income declines that happen when in the future. And this is exactly what you will see in this case. So when the shock becomes very persistent, you're more likely to observe actually some saving in anticipation of having to make a transfer in the future. So this is just a variant of the standard consumption saving model in which you're responding in a dynastic framework to shocks that realize and shocks that are anticipated. The degree of persistence is going to drive this saving dynamics.
So with the full commitment, isn't it harder just adding another shock to the parent?
It is not hard.
But that's how you think about it. Is that there's no like supply on the kid. You're just saying instead of having my own shock, they also have this other shock.
Yes.
Just like labor capital income shock,
Exactly.
shock. That's
Yeah.
how you think about it.
Yeah. This is one way you want to think about. I mean, this will be all captured here. So I'm focusing on the particular channel flowing from labor income shocks of the kids and to the parents' decision, if anything, because the parents' decision are at the end of their working life cycle. So a lot of them, the average age is 66. So they're already retired relatively fine. So in a way, yes, you can have capital income shocks, which are probably more relevant for the parents than for the kids. But in the dynastic sense, the labor income shocks are the ones that
They're independent with the parent and the kid. Like
That
the
is-
shock.
The assumption, because I'm going to make them independent, so I'm going to focus on residual after I strip out all the things that may induce common shocks.
We don't think it's like a sort of. The kid looks like the parent, therefore you're going to have the same kind of skills, therefore you're going to have quarterly shocks.
Yeah, but again, they will
Which
not
one
probably
shocks?
be in the same labor markets, if at all.
Similar skills. Right?
They have the same skills, yes.
It's going to be harder ensuring the correlation with shocks.
You mean the capital income shocks and the labor income shocks?
Parent and the kid have the same kind of skills, so they'll have similar labor income shocks.
If they were, yes.
The parent is retired when they transfer.
Most of these parents, again, are age 66 on average, so most of them are already retired. Most of their income is actually, I'm going to show you, median labor income is actually extremely low relative to one of the other kids. So here, most of the labor income shocks are on the child side, not on the parent side.
How simple as shocks, some of them live in the same places. We think it's like also correlation.
I'm also going to look at people who don't live in the same place. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how the results change. Okay, so if you want to think about a specification that matches this simple model, it would be something like this. So you're going to look at how the saving decision of the parents depends on negative realization to the transitory component, negative realization to the permanent component, positive realizations, plus in a bunch of other stuff that come from the model, like realization of the wealth of the parent, the income of the parents, and other non-income, unearned income resources of the kid. Now, the model predicts that saving decision of the parents should not be affected by positive shocks because there's no insurance coming from that. Insurance kicks in only when there are negative shocks. And then it predicts that you should be safe. So your saving behavior should be positively correlated with transitory negative realizations. But you should save for a child's rainy day if the shock is permanent. So these two go in the opposite direction. So
So having the transitory versus persistent shocks, is that sufficiently general? So there is no learning here. you assume that the distributions are.
You assume that you know separately,
Yeah,
you can distinguish transitory from permanent, yes, if that's the question.
Well, so but is it the same, like my kid has a low earning realization and I just update on what my feelings about what their ability is, and maybe the kid had a better idea of what their ability.
So these are
is.
shocks, these are not levels. So we're not thinking about levels, we're thinking about realization relative to some potential.
And learning about those levels, like, can you misinterpret it as a shock? It's thinking out loud.
I understand, so you're saying you learn about how the kid you learn that the kid is not as good as you thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this would be, where is Patty? Patty would probably be that, yes, there is an element component potentially, it's not in here. But if you want, you can interpret this as partly realization out of something that you knew and part realization to your learning process. There's some basing, updating, etc. It's going to be not identifying this. This identifies the sum of the two, if anything. Okay, so this model is not easy to estimate, both because of identification challenges and data challenges. You need quite a lot of information, wealth. You have to observe parents and kids. You have to observe wealth and income. That's why in Norway. I'm going to detail a little bit. The identification challenge, of course, is that we have lots of convolutions here. Not only the standard transitory permanent, but also you want to distinguish between positive and negative. So these are the empirical challenges. We don't observe separately transitory permanent shocks. We'll observe the sum. This is a completely traditional problem that you can solve as, we did in several papers with Richard. We observe income losses and income gains, but we don't know if income losses originate from transitory or permanent changes. I'm going to consider first a symmetric case just to fix the idea that we have for identification, and then I'm going to turn to the asymmetric case. So the symmetric case is one in which, forget about the positive or negative, just focusing on the transitory versus permanent, and this is a completely traditional problem. So you're looking at how saving or the parent responds to transitory or permanent changes. They have different coefficients. You could run an OLS regression here. So ignoring the distinction, just looking at the sum of transitory and permanent, because that's the only thing you observe. Then you can show that the OLS estimates is going to be a weighted average of the response to transitory and permanent, where the weight is just the amount of the share of variation earnings growth or wage growth that can be explained by the transitory component. So here you don't make much progress because this OLS can, because these two things move in opposite direction, can understate considerably the role of the parents as a provider of insurance. So what we want to do is to try to isolate at least one of the two components, and then we can back up the other. So one thing we can do is to isolate the response to persistent shocks, and we're going to do it with an instrumental variable strategy. Here we could use this usual, dynamics of the income process. I'm going to use something else, which is I don't have a natural experiment, so I'm going to use some evidence from other papers that I have written. That if you look at the relationship between a firm and a worker, there is some transmission of firm productivity shocks onto wages that is particularly relevant for the permanent component. So it loads particularly on the permanent rather than the transitory component. So I'm going to use variation in wages that admittedly are hard to avoid, especially in the short term in frictional labor markets. And they're not really easy to manipulate for workers. So these are the value-added shock area. And once I have identified the permanent part, I'm going to back up responses to transitory shock, combining essentially OLS and NID. Now, the two assumptions that you need, and probably this is something that relates to some of the questions Magda was asking, you need first this evidence that this firm value-added shock loads primarily on the persistent component. And this is something that we proved in all the papers. And the second, you need shocks to wealth, all the parents to be orthogonal to shocks to the value added of the firm where the child is working. And it's not going to work, for example, if the parents has a portfolio of stocks all invested in the firms of the child. So this is something that can be tested. We haven't done it, but this is something that is easy to check empirically, at least after the time in Norway where we have access to the stock market registry, which I'm not going to use today, but that's something that we can do. Now, under this assumption, you can use this as an instrument and prove that the idea actually, under these two assumptions, converges to the sensitivity of permanent shocks.
So,
Yeah.
much forward. Like, understanding the instrument of
Yeah.
the weight change, but the shock is unobserved. So, like, I write the change of wages as like the permanent plus the transfer.
Yes,
You're going to assume you just lost on the permanent. That's
Yes.
why you're instrumenting the weight change per se.
yes.
I see.
It loads on the permanent primarily, and this is something that we showed in the States. Yeah, that's the GPS and the JP paper before your time.
And so how come you cannot use the child's responses? Because it depends on the parents' responses, so why don't you have it?
So I'm focusing on the parental saving responses. Yes,
But couldn't you use it?
yeah, we did. We did the reverse insurance, and if I have time, I'm going to show you what it shows. There isn't really evidence of reverse insurance. There is no saving response of the parent of the kids to shocks faced by the parent.
No, but to their own shocks.
Oh yeah, you could do that. Yeah. So you mean the standard consumption saving?
Yeah, but can that not help for either?
Well, these will be different papers. These different parameters. Though. This is trying to test if parents insure the kids.
I understand, but.
You can set up
separate
insurance.
those,
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, it would be a version of what we did with Richard.
I'm also trying to, can it help with identification of transitory versus persistent?
You can identify, yes, you can identify the transitory and persistent, the omega. Definitely. The dynamics of the income process helps the identification of omega. I do need that. Yes.
Related, we should see the data transfers from the parents to the kids.
You do, yes. But again, yes, and this is something that we haven't used. This is something that we are going to use in the future. Remember, the transfers have two problems. The first is that they don't capture all the things that parents do indirectly, like paying their kids' bill or something like that. There is a threshold for reporting in the tax registry, the transfer. So small transfer, you don't observe them. So small shocks, you won't basically see any insurance there. And plus, you might be concerned that not all transfers are actually reported in the registry.
But I guess it should still tell you something.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And I guess the savings also has some issues, right? Like I guess you have to separate active savings without the gains. Are you going to do that?
This is just, it's going to be financial wealth. It's not going to use, any other capital gains that are hard to measure.
So no assets that have prices.
These are all assets that are priced. These are just the liquid wealth.
So there are stocks.
There are stocks, yes, and the registry.
Are you going to take out the capital gains? Savings.
We're going to do just the change in wealth from one period to the next. This is what we're going to use. Yeah. So if there is an increase coming from the capital gains, it's going to be in that. And the dividends, etc.
Because you assume the shock is equivalent to those kinds.
The realization of capital gains. Yeah. Okay. So let me finish now the this was the symmetric case. Now you wonder how is the asymmetric case going to work? So first of all, you can then, once you have the IUD and the OLS, and the share of total variation wage growth that is explained by the transitory component, you can back up the remaining parameter. So this closes the identification for the symmetric case. The asymmetric case, we know that OLS and ID in the symmetric case identify the effects of the permanent transitory shock. We don't know if the analog expressions in the asymmetric case, where you essentially are substituting the negative changes in earnings, which we do measure, or the negative shock to value added in the OLS and the ID case, identify the effect of negative persistent and transitory income shocks. That is the parameter we were interested in the first place. Now, in principle, you could do this analytically. It's a very complicated problem because you have 3 or 4 random variables that are truncated and are potentially correlated. So you could use these moments in an indirect inference kind of procedure. I'm going to show just some Monte Carlo evidence that show that these moments actually put down the parameters quite remarkably well.
But it seems, why don't you just estimate the nominal process? Just read off whether it's true that the negative shocks are the ones transmitting. I mean, the reason you get the selection problems
Because the negative, I mean, again, you have the same correlation problem.
No, take like Richard's paper with stuff up. You can estimate like the nominal process. You can look at whether it's true that the negative shocks is only given parts respondable. The reason you get the selection problem, which you don't understand what it's all actually, is because you choose to truncate.
Yes.
So why not just like give up on the truncation, estimate this nominal process. Then you say I choose to interpret the negative shocks.
Yeah, so I have a similar idea, which is to use this moment in the indirect income procedure.
But now you're truncating, like Richard is.
They have to be truncated because there is a theoretical prediction that
We can test
there
this.
is some-
You can just run the regression that allows for positive shocks. And like Richard's, we separate between the effect of negative and positive shock in the nominal
Yeah, you
process.
could. Yeah.
And then you can just read off directly that they don't have the truncation problem.
Still don't get why the parents don't respond to a negative positive. So your kids have suddenly got much better off.
Yeah.
So I can go and go this way. I can, this is family wealth. Don't quite get this.
Why there is the asymmetry?
Well, why there's no effect on that?
On the positive?
No effect, positive shock on
Yeah.
the kids. Permanent income, so they're just better off. So, all right, want to just step in some of that? Because I know, well, I'm just thinking about it, because in a pure altruism model where I'm sharing everything, I'm just better off. It's the kids.
So you say I'm going to spend it on myself.
Yeah. A bit of it, I'm just saying, I don't quite, I maybe can see an asymmetry, I don't get the zero, but I just.
Yeah, let me think about it, because this is relative to, that saving is the relative to a case in which you have no altruism whatsoever. So this is the deviation relative to the optimal plan that you have when you are, a kappa equal to 0. Okay, this is the idea. So this is the asymmetry relative to that case. Okay, so is there a bias? Well, I did the Monte Carlo to verify whether the moments that we're using to identify the asymmetric model shows a bias, and remarkably, it doesn't. And it was actually a pretty surprising result, because I started with these true values, and then I average estimates from simulation using the kind of identification idea that comes from the symmetric model. It does remarkably well. So this is something that I'm going to use in terms of just relying on it. But it can be done more formally. You could do the nonlinear thing. It could be inserting indirect influence to do something more formally. So at the moment, this is what I have.
But even a negative change in income can come from positive permanent shocks. Mixed
That's
with
why.
a
Exactly.
negative.
No,
I think
but that is the
how
problem.
you can separate this. Maybe if you look at like the very long covariances, something like it's not like a persistent.
No, but this is the problem. So a negative income
I
change.
understand, but how do you solve it? For the carbon, it doesn't solve.
No, the model that Monte Carlo, what I'm doing is I'm using the negative realizations of the income and a negative realization of the value of the shock.
So now that it might help them, because.
Yes, because the value of the shock, load onto primarily the persistent. And when you observe a negative change in value added, that's when you say approximation of the shock. This is what this basically thinking about.
You're saying you only have a permanent shock. Also, think about
If you relax the assumption that there is also some contamination of transitory reports, this is the indication of that. Okay, so 10 minutes. Okay, so let me now think about the data challenges. So the data challenges are you need to observe 2 generations interacting. So you need to have information on the kids and the parents' income and assets. And you need to have access to explosively exogenous shocks to the permanent component, which are in the setting that I have gone through, shocks to the productivity of the employee. You strictly don't need that. You can have the lotteries, you can have other things. Okay, so this is just to have one source of exogenous variation that may be more plausible and more credible. Or, at the worst, you can use the dynamics of the income process itself, like these long averages versus the short run averages, and identify the model in the convention. Now, the Norwegian administrative is what we use, and we can link families intergenerationally, not only. You can, when you have couples, you can have two sets of parents, you can have the siblings, etc. If you want to really go deep into family formation. You have exhaustive information on all assets. We're actually going to use on, we're going to just focus on liquid assets that poses even less problems than the comprehensive net worth measure of wealth that requires the non-third-party reports. So everything that we have here is actually coming from third-party reports, and we can match workers with the firms. We have access to balance sheet data for the firm, so we can identify value added, and that's going to be the measure for the shop. And the income is going to be labor earnings mostly for the kids, and for the parents, it's going to be mostly transfers of social security benefits for the most part, or payments from capital income. The focus is going to be on kids. So kids is quote unquote, because this is going to be adults between the age of 25 and 55. Yes.
Just for wealth, what should I think about the MPV of the pension?
Say again?
The MPV of the pension for the expected payments. Like
These are really the payments, the transfers of the annuity part is what we use.
see that broader wealth, like some notion of wealth. That's a pretty big number. Isn't it? Background wealth is probably pretty
The saving part is not really going to be affected by that. So the left-hand side is not what I'm worrying. So you're saying on the right-hand side, if I condition the lag wealth of the parents, I should include an NPV of the social security wealth. Is that what you're saying? Okay, we haven't done that, but yeah, thanks for the suggestion. So the kids are going to be 25 to 55. So the sample is because of the design of wanting to match these people with having a firm. We're going to focus on workers that work in the private sector, where there is a meaningful information about concept of employer productivity shock. We're going to drop observation where parents and kids work in the same industry, if there is any work from the parent side. And we're going to drop children with earnings below the basic income, which is something that in Norway identifies people at the very bottom of the wage distribution. We're going to have 3 million child-parent pairs observed between 1997 and 2015.
Question.
Yes.
You haven't mentioned whether the response of the parents would be different, depending on whether it's one kid, two kids, and interaction between the shocks to the children. How when you get into
Yeah, it's going to be the list of things to do. So yeah, there's this question. There's a question whether parents play favorites. The parents distinguish between a boy and a girl, etc. So all these sorts of questions that we haven't really looked at, but may be interesting. So if you look at, for example, financial wealth, it's clear that there is this big difference between parents and children. Parents have accumulated more assets at the point of their life cycle where they are. So typically, they are retired or close to retirement on average, while the kids are in their prime. If you look at labor earnings, median for parents is 22, so they're basically mostly out of work, while the kids are 376. This is in 1,000 Norwegian kroner. 72% of the children in our sample are married. This is a sample of people who are working, so they tend to be probably have a higher marriage rate than the average kid. And in this subsample, 93% of the married have a spouse who works. 90% have two sets of parents. They're both alive, so there's potential insurance coming from the two sides. And we construct a measure of marriage stability, which I'm going to use in one of the regression. So these are people who, in the next 3 years, are not going to experience any divorce, and it's about 87%. So the first results I want to show you is that there is much more dispersion in firm value-added shocks than in the child's labor earnings, and this is the instrument we're going to use. And this is the first kind of non-parametric picture that resembles very closely, actually, the picture that I was showing before. So this shows how the parents' change in financial wealth responds or is correlated, is associated with the change in the child's labor earnings. And there is, this asymmetry that came out of the model. So there isn't much going on the positive side, or from mild negative shocks. You see essentially a slow response with parents saving when the shocks is sufficiently negative. And the simple OLS estimation shows that the parents respond to a child shock, and is actually confirmation of the evidence you saw from the non-parametric regression. Most of the response is coming from negative realization. You don't see much coming from when the kid is doing well, when he receives a positive realization, when he's experiencing income gains. Yes.
How do you think about actions that parents are taking to basically try to influence the income process? Think about investments in
Human capital.
So that should be testable, sort of frequency.
Yeah, this is probably, has already taken place, probably earlier than we observed. These kids are already working. So any investing in human capital probably has occurred before we observe people. This is something that we can, of course, check by looking at a framework different and looking at saving responses, etc. We can see whether the path of wealth accumulation was slowing down during the period in which the child was in age where investing in human capital was taking place. If you think about on-the-job training or things like that, that's a good question. I haven't thought about that. Yes. Okay. So this is the response to persistent shock, and here I'm showing it just reduced form. This is the value-added shock to the child's employer, and this is the parental response. So these are completely, separate entities in a way. So the parents may not even be in the labor market at all. You do see something very similar to the, remarkably close to the theoretical picture. So nothing going on when the employee is experiencing positive shock, and most of the response is actually coming from, there's very clear symmetry. This is just plotting data. It's not really anything else. And it's a non-parametric version of this regression here, where, I'm instrumenting the negative part with a negative change in the value added, and showing that there is this, saving for a rainy day response from the parents when there is.
Why does it get bigger? Obviously, that is below the direction. But usually, we think like the pastures get like smaller, because they like measure there and there. It's runs by overloading of permanent stuff. It's surprised to them.
Ask the question again.
Like you see bigger pasture now after the IV. I'm surprised that it's that direction. That was the direction.
Well, this is the direction should go. This is the saving for rainy day response. Yes.
So
You are saving.
the OS.
Yes.
Why would you
OLS is a combination of two things. This one is isolating, is trying to isolate to the instrument the response to the permanent. So you expect.
How big is the pasture? 0.1 or something like that?
So the pass is here. The pass
The
through.
first stage.
Oh, the first stage. I don't have it.
You're really living on very small shocks. Basically, the pasture is small, so small change in the applied earnings. What happens if you look at something on top of this, like plan close stuff or something like really negative?
Yeah, that's a good.
Is it really like conditional what you need to work? Small change in earnings. Because the pasture is
We have
also
something
small.
for the stay versus movers.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so these are the implied elasticity to the shock. So this is, after you do this, use the OLS and IV and disentangle the response, the saving for a rainy day versus the response to the shock that is transitory. Results to robust a number of things that I don't have time to go through. I want to show just a couple of results on the heterogeneity. So when the child is part of a couple, you might think, well, how is the parents' response is going to change? Is it going to be influenced by the fact that there are other parents perhaps contributing to insurance? Insurance is going to be directed to your own child, but not to the child's spouse or something like that. So this is something that we look here. So this, the first and the third column just distinguish between shock to your own child versus shock to the spouse of your child, and shows the standard errors are high. But at face value, it seems that parents tend to, direct insurance when it's their own child that actually faces the shock, but they don't tend to activate a similar degree of insurance when it's the spouse of the child that faces the shock. Now, this may be just, I don't want to tell my in-laws that that I lost my job because I don't want to think that they're a loser. I'm a loser. So this may be actually a problem of transmission information, or it may be parents don't really want to insure when there is an unstable marriage going on. And interestingly, when you look at a subsample that are not experiencing a divorce within the next 3 years, you don't see this heterogeneity anymore. So the couple is treated as a single unit because presumably they're pooling resources, and the parents should be indifferent in that case, whether to insure the kids. What they want to do is do smooth consumption of the couples rather than of their own child. There's no evidence for reverse insurance. There is evidence that, I'm basically, this is my last slide. There is evidence that parents actually enter in competition with another set of parents when that other set of parents exists. So instead of finding displacement, there is actually more insurance flowing towards the couple when there is another set of parents alive, which seems to suggest that they enter, maybe competition for attention or grandchildren attention or something like that. And this is something that we find interesting. So that's the conclusion. Strong evidence of parent providing insurance to children income shock, non-negligible coverage in terms of insurance, lots of interesting heterogeneity, and as I was discussing before, there's a lot of things to do. So I will stop here.
Okay, great, thanks, Luigi. So we have John.
All right. Thanks to the organizers for including me. I didn't put up preliminary and complete, but I think it'll be implied as we go in here. So it's a very early project and excited to get feedback. So the project is looking at the chronic, what we call the chronic condition index. Really, we're interested in chronic illness and health inequalities of the life cycle. This is joint work with Kaveh Dinesh, who's a MD PhD student at Berkeley. He's very good, but given all the education, he may be in the market in a while. Will, who's over there, looking very summary, and Johannes, who all of you know. So what we're interested in is the observation of large and persistent inequality in health outcomes. So there's strong socioeconomic gradients in health outcomes. I'll come back to what I mean by health, but really it's mortality. So your income really affects how long you live. This seems to be true broadly, including in countries with some flavor of universal healthcare, at least at sort of the level of the system structure. And this is a very high policy priority. So, pick your favorite large body, the WHO, the EU, the World Economic Forum, the National Academy of Sciences, and the US government. There's a big concern that this is an important form of inequality, both directly and then thinking about the role of years of life in terms of overall consumption. And, I would argue that the primary policy response has really been concerns about providing access to healthcare. Okay. So what we're going to be looking at is building on this policy issue and this literature and starting with, as I mentioned, it's really this focus on mortality gaps. And why did we do that? Well, it's easy to measure. It's a discrete outcome. And we think that this clearly maps into lifetime utility. But some of the challenges are, essentially mortality is a function of a stock, but we know very little about, or I'll argue relatively little about the flow that aggregates up, your latent health status. When and how does this occur? It occurs later in life, so we need to think about that going forward. And I think these alternative measures, typically as they've been done, are hard, have challenges of both the scale and how they're measured sort of in terms of repeated measurement. So what we're going to be interested in is, at least in large part, this flow of health over the life cycle. And there is some work on this, basically very structural, and in the sense of saying, well, look, eventually you're going to die. We have to have a process that gets you there, but much less, as I'll show you, we're going to be quite the opposite and just trying to measure it directly. So just to motivate this issue, Here's 3 countries, they're not random, sort of, we're going to be interested in the US, which I think famously is well known for inequality on lots of measures. Here you can see it. This is basically the household income percentile, life expectancy at age 40. And then we're going to look at the Netherlands and Sweden. The paper is going to focus on the Netherlands. What you'll notice is that, there's very different healthcare systems, yet there's a remaining substantial gradient from roughly, even from the sort of 25th percentile to the top of the income distribution. And in fact, at the lower, very low end, they're comparable. There is, of course, the US seems quite different in the sort of quite poor. But to put this in perspective of what we're talking about, and particularly because we're going to go look at the Netherlands here, we're thinking about sort of a 5-year difference in life expectancy. Somewhere between 5 and 10 years is about 50 to 100 years of economic development. So these are big numbers if you think about not just the US, where there's lots of potential challenges, but even in places where we tend to think that the healthcare system is broadly accessible and then there's more inequality. So what are we going to do? We're going to do relatively rapidly. We're going to revisit this relationship between socioeconomic status and mortality. Really, as I'll show you, the main contribution is to do this in a very granular data environment and to focus on chronic disease. And I'll get a lot more in depth about what we mean by chronic disease, but we think it's intrinsically interesting for a variety of reasons. Not least that chronic illness is widely viewed and increasingly viewed as capturing sort of a potentially complex latent health experience. So we're increasingly learning that pollution matters and stress matters and lots of these different things. That shows up in something, this is an economist playing doctor here, but inflammation in the body that ends up showing up as chronic illness. So we think that measuring this is actually capturing some of these processes we're learning. It's also a direct contributor to both morbidity and mortality. Right? So having diabetes today, having heart disease today matters directly. And lastly, it's actually quite measurable in the kinds of data that we can gather, including these kinds of administrative data. So what we're going to do is use these data to develop a chronic disease index. It's basically just a prediction model late in life. So when we think mortality is happening, what chronic, how important chronic illness is in this, and which illnesses are particularly important. And then we're going to use that index, essentially reweighting chronic illness, the function of its mortality contribution, to go early in life and ask, when does your late life mortality gap show up in a sense? So that's really basically the agenda today. And just to preview results, because I clearly will at some point run out of time and scamper for the conclusion. We're going to find that first, as you sort of saw just in the aggregate data, in our data that's more granular, there is a large mortality gap by income in the Netherlands. For example, we're going to focus on 55-year-olds. Their 15-year mortality is about 2.5 times bigger for the lowest income population. And we're going to find, if anything, that population gets more spending. We're going to do a lot more on how equalized care is. But I'll show you that basically the Netherlands seems to do a very, very good job of equilibrating access to care. Yet there remains a quite substantial gap in mortality. And then I'm going to show you that chronic illness is the predominant driver of this. It explains about 40% of the mortality gap. It is the only measurable thing, or the predominant measurable thing, that explains it. So there is remaining variation, but I'll show you that if we load on lots of other things we can actually measure, like spending, specific spending diagnoses, you get no additional information. And in fact, 100% of the expenditure gap between the high and low income is explained simply by chronic illness. So these are important factors in and of themselves. And then we'll get into when this happens. It seems to happen quite early in life. So in early adulthood, starting around the early 20s. And for example, by age 30, I'm going to show you that the lowest income quintile has what we'll call a biological age. So essentially their chronic disease burden of a 53-year-old already by age 30.
So, just on that point, so equal access, but the intensity of expenditure by income, does that look very intuitive? Slow?
Yeah, so the intended overall expenditure is higher for the low because
Okay,
it's,
sorry.
yeah, exactly, so which I. My speed talking, so unconditional, we're actually spending more on the poor. They are sicker, and then conditional on rich measures of illness, you're gonna get very equal access, which is sort of are gonna be our measure that the system side. We've equilibrated that piece, and so we're gonna be interested in other components. And that's very consistent with the idea that these gaps have showed up, really before there's a lot of contact.
Yes. I was kind of across those countries. Not just the access, but expenditure. That's.
Yeah, exactly. I would, yeah, we can get into the US. In the US, we don't have a whole bunch of issues, but like getting apples to apples spending is tricky, but. And then lastly, if I have time, we'll talk a little bit about the fact that over the life cycle, there seem to be different factors contributing to the chronic disease burden. So things that we typically think of in literature is focused on like health behaviors seem to be highly correlated with chronic illness, but only much later in life. So basically from about 55 on, which is of course when we tend to study these data. But if you look at younger ages, it's much more consistent when a particularly important piece is going to be geography and employment sector. So other factors like place seem to play a big role. And we're going to have some mixed evidence on the role of families, in the spirit of
income is a function of chronic illness in some sense. So just trying to understand, like, should I care that, like, if I have chronic illness, it's going to be lower income because of illness?
Yeah, so we're going to do at minimum one thing that where the literature has really done, sort of following on Roger's work, say, look, we're going to lag income. We're working on it. I'm not going to dwell on it too much right now, but basically an argument that if you assume, which is probably not unreasonable in this case, that chronic illness has at least a component that directly affects health, then we have a lower bound for this effect, right? You could have a lot, if we care about the covariance of wealth and income, and we assume that relationship, we have a lower bound. And lastly, I'll show you that it, in our kind of core analysis, we're going to chop off the bottom and top 10% of the income. So we're really going to focus more in the core of the income distribution. So it's quite robust to it, but points will take.
Good question.
Yeah.
What is the correlation across countries between average longevity, quality of life?
That is a good question. I don't know it across countries, and this relates a little bit to the difficulty in measuring some of these quality of life indexes. It's a great question. So we're going to really focus on mortality here, and even in our sample, sort of a related point is we're going to say chronic illness. It's fine to have chronic disease if it doesn't kill you in late life, which is obviously not true, right? There's a morbidity and quality of life component, and that's more generally true. You might also worry of saying, well, about saying, should we care as much about differences in mortality if late life is, very unpleasant? We're not going to do that.
But there is a lot of evidence that, it hasn't gone up proportionally. It's the same increase in morbidity.
Yeah.
Especially when the increase in longevity hasn't been matched with the amount of morbidity.
That's right.
Obviously, so you get much more equality between them.
In terms of that's right. And even in very late life, sort of a very micro version of this is there's consistent gaps between people reporting where and how they want to die or where and how they want to spend, nursing home and where they actually are. They end up much more institutionalized in these things, which you might think is that's consistent. Yeah.
Your third point, people in the highest income
yeah, sorry, we're going to do this within gender and age. So within variation. Yeah. So let me quickly talk about what we're doing just to develop the chronic condition index. I could dwell on this longer, but I'll be relatively parsimonious. So a challenge in understanding how chronic illness actually affects disease is actually first just measuring it at a population level. So you have issues of diagnosing it, you have issues of kind of the scale at which we can actually get these kinds of data. And the second which I've already talked about, is relating chronic illness to mortality. That occurs later, but of course, we think chronic illness shows up, potentially at different points in life. So what we're going to do is leverage basically key features of the administered data in the Netherlands. Is first, it's not just going to be a kind of feature of our analysis of whether there's universal access. I'll show you that with universal access, we actually think this diagnosis problem is really quite solved, that everyone that seems to have these conditions is diagnosed, and I'll show you some evidence of that. So then we can use basically the rich pharmacy claims data to go and measure from drugs dispensed, essentially, did you have a chronic illness? So that's going to be our primary measure. We're going to be able to validate that with a roughly 450,000 person sample, very large sample survey population is actually linked to the administrative data. So I can basically validate that our measure that's done using claims data, administrative data is matching the survey data. And then we're going to build a machine learning model in old age to predict the effect of these conditions on mortality. So this is a list of all the things that are going to go into it. We're basically using the medicines data, which is the ATC 3-digit codes, to give you an idea of kind of the level at which we're looking. We're going to be able to say something like N06A would be antidepressant. So like that's the level. We're not saying it's this particular one, but we're going to know it's an antidepressant, and then you're going to actually go in what they in their data call psychological disorders, which is basically depression and anxiety. And this is not our, we didn't invent this approach. We're following Huber et al. in doing this classification. Okay, so once we have that, we're going to basically try to turn this into an index. We don't claim to be original in using a chronic condition index per se, but what has been done, and for those of you who've done health work, you may well have used one or both of these. The past work has really focused on predicting short-run events within a hospitalized setting. So, for example, are you likely to have an inpatient or one-year mortality if you're hospitalized? And have also tended to, or haven't had an explicit goal of having some clinical validity directly, which is not a problem. In fact, it's exactly the way they're built. They're built to be used clinically. We're going to ignore all that and say we just care about the predictive performance, and we just care about any combination of drugs predicting things. But certainly this has been worked on prior. Basically, we want to do this in the population. To do that, we're going to train, we've done different models that random forest really works about, as well as fancier stuff in terms of predicting mortality at age 70 within 5 years. So we're predicting 5-year mortality. And you can imagine why, for example, it's some nonlinear function of these different conditions. It does a fairly good job of that.
So you can do I'm not sure I get the total experiment, like chronic illness impact mortality. I mean, isn't just like an underlying latent health, serially correlated, it gets worse and worse and worse, eventually we'll die. So you measure it as a chronic illness at some point, so death at some other points.
So let me,
it's kind of like saying like latent health affects latent health.
it's saying
Sometimes it's just measuring circulation.
So it's measuring, it's measuring how this process occurs over time, and then basically trying to ask when
I'm not saying like young age affects old age. For being that becoming 50, how is that affected on being 49?
No, it's not. No, we're asking
It's
basically.
a zero correlation on the same variable. You're just measuring like different items. Some sort of observed representation of the latent health. Like at young age, it takes a particular form, like middle age, it's different form. It's like serial correlated over time.
Yeah, and I think we're interested in what that process looks
Well,
like.
he was talking about like impacts and stuff like that. I mean, that's
So we're interested in, so what I will show, two things. I'll show you that in fact, you can have a whole lot of things, right? It's true. If I just had a latent health variable, it will eventually get high enough that it will kill me. What I'm going to show you is that specifically chronic disease, if we can measure it, has a large effect in predicting mortality when you're old. And we're going to essentially use that to ask, sure, over time, it could follow any process. We're going to basically plot out that process empirically by arguing this is one piece of it. There's going to be a whole bunch left that is just a process over time. Absolutely.
So you don't think about this as impacts. It's not like health yesterday impacts.
The what?
You usually kind of word that affect long-term impacts, getting like lost almost.
Yeah, so that's right. So what we're gonna say is, at old age, you know, when you're old, when this stuff can actually sort of be high enough to kill you, these are the factors that matter. And then we're simply gonna go back and ask, when did you have these conditions over the life cycle? When did they arise and how did they evolve? This is talking a little bit about income. I'll speed through it just for the sake of time. We're basically using household disposable income to measure, to be our income variable, standardizing using the Dutch Fiscal Agency conventions. What we're going to do is use lagged income. So when you're working years prior to 65, we're going to use the lags from the 2, 3, and 4 years prior. So basically that is our measure of income. After retirement, so everyone over 65, we're going to use the year 60 to 62 as a measure of income. And then we're going to do basically ranks within birth cohort, gender, and calendar year. So this is sort of the within age income distribution. And for the main specifications I'll show you, where we just have low and high income, we're going to trim it. The low income population here is going to be the 20th, 30th, and 40th deciles, and the high income is going to be the 70th and 90th. So we're not focused on the kind of extreme ends of the distribution. I will also show you all of it for quintiles. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, this is the high and low income. This is focusing on our sample of 55-year-olds, 15-year survival curves. You can see that within 15 years for that population, there's a pretty significant gap in terms of the share alive, and that gets even larger. It exists across all the income distribution, particularly for the low.
So we know something about, there are papers looking at the factor like doctor wavelengths and inheritance, finding like no cost effect of income on mortality. So what this is kind of interesting given like how much you focus on income as a predictor.
Yeah, so let's hold that in some ways, because I think what we're arguing, what I'm going to try to argue is that the process that ends up with this starts a lot earlier. In fact, if we do it by parents' income, it matters. And so in some ways, I don't want to that might explain some of this anyway, that if a lot of it is sort of you end up with chronic illness, then you win the lottery, and so it doesn't really change anything later, that would be consistent. But there's going to be a bunch of things at the end of this where you say, how are you identifying the mechanisms? And hopefully I'm at 40 minutes and I'll walk off at that point, because that's the next step. I think this relates to a lot of the internally valid variation that's been used for mortality, but trying to expand it out. Okay, so let me just start by trying to sort of put chronic illness, at least within the spectrum of things that you could typically measure in these data to try to explain mortality. This is going to be super simple. We're basically going to have an individual level outcome, so 5-year mortality on a dummy for your income group, so high and low income. And then all we're going to do is essentially layer on this vector of controls and ask kind of how much do we knock out this effect? That's going to be what we're focused on. Here's the sort of one punchline that if you look at this gap, this is mortality per 1,000, just controlling for simple demographics. Controlling for the prior chronic conditions takes that down pretty substantially, about 40% of the variation. And in fact, if you take kind of all the other typical kinds of measures, you get kind of no additional explanatory power. So chronic illness, it's not to say that we're explaining all of it, but in terms of the things that we have that you could measure in the data, and in fact, I'll show you the magnitude in terms of the overall gap. Chronic illness is a big driver, and that is true across the age distribution. So of course, latent health is changing, the gap is bigger, more people are dying as you get old, but you can see that consistently conditioning on prior chronic conditions has a large effect in terms of reducing the overall, explaining the overall gap. And it's as big as kind of throwing in the kitchen sink of everything you could measure from healthcare utilization, diagnosis, and claims data.
Do you mean going back? So you look, it's people, if you went back 20 years, condition on their kind of chronic, anything you could measure, you wouldn't get a further decline. Just go back to the.
So
at some point,
So that's something, so there's two things to note there, and to be totally,
Income's really affected by these early health outcomes.
yeah, so there's a couple of things there, and when I talk about the actual sample construction of when we start going over the life cycle, it is a repeated cross-section of people. So to get the medicines data, we have about 15 years of data for each kind of group, so we're stacking them up. So it doesn't mean we can't look at some of the dynamics, but within individual dynamics is going to be trickier for this particular mechanism, but I certainly
Think that income and health dynamics working people in their middle kind of career age.
Yes.
Health has a huge impact on income.
Traditional current health. He's just saying he's not going to push over market all that, the diet is picking up everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, so we get, I think there's
Especially bad health.
a particular, so that's one reason. When I show you, when we reweight things, it's going to get much more, I'll call them mundane, but it's kind of good for us. It's good old fashioned heart disease and cholesterol and things like psychoses, the things that clearly, if you look at that correlation with being, that's, they're unable to work, that's going to be kind of weighted down, but those definitely going on in the background. Yeah. If we do the same thing for spending, this is just off to kind of note that, in fact, the entire gap in spending between high and low income, right? You might recall from my quick intro that the low income population is actually spending twice as much. It's basically entirely due or entirely explained by the fact that they have chronic illness and that treatment is going on. This is, this serves makes 2 points. I think one is that this is consistent with basically equalized access. The conditional on your illness, there is no gap in spending for these populations. And two, this is consistent with the widely known fact and concern and policy side that chronic illness is in fact quite expensive. And that's true across the age distribution. Also, just to note, kind of to support this argument for equalized access, if we zoom in on breast cancer, where you think there's a measure basically of access and screening, just to ask kind of, does that vary by income? You'll see that the stage of diagnosis is very consistent, but for high and low income populations, and in fact, conditional on stage, they're receiving exactly the same treatment. I haven't done this in the US, but I would bet a good chunk that it wouldn't see this in kind of an unequal access kind of system. So that the Netherlands, at least even at an aggregate level in terms of spending, and kind of in the micro sense, seems to be equalizing access. So if we try to put that in a very simple decomposition structure, just to think about the relative importance of chronic illness and overall, and I'm going to speed through this a little bit, but we can think of an incredibly simple setup where we have an individual with chronic condition at time T. There's some treatment technology, right? We can basically have some medicine, there's some access to hospitals. What's that do? It basically changes the probability of death conditional on having a condition. And then we can write down, a decomposition, which is Dr. Binder, where it basically says, look, access and treatment and incidence matter, and then there's going to be everything else that's going on. From translating these into the kind of policy variables you'd be interested in, essentially, if we think about unequal incidence, so there's just very different levels of chronic illness, that's a role for, I would argue, much more public policy or public health interventions. You'll notice that I've split those, and it sort of foreshadows where we're going. That the evidence we're finding, and this is the even more preliminary piece of the paper, is it's things like where you grew up, which suggested that this probably goes beyond even kind of the health side of things. But certainly that incidence matters. Of course, there's unequal access to treatment, right? Essentially, you're getting different spending or different outcomes conditional on the illness. And then lastly, of course, you might think of technological improvements. Essentially, either of these are going to be improved if we can treat the disease better. All right. So empirically, what does this look like? This is just a bin scatter of our chronic condition index for 5-year mortality rates. What you can see is that the slopes are kind of right on top of each other. It's suggestive of where we end up. A big chunk of the gap due to chronic illness is going to basically its difference in incidence. What you can also see is that the spending also sits right. So essentially, this is sort of your different version of equalized access across the illness index. If we aggregate that up, You could do a three-way, or we can hold technology fixed. If we aggregate it up, you can see basically that this is the component due to difference in incidence. We're working on this. We just got GP data. There's a little bit of evidence, maybe particularly in late life, that there might be some differential diagnosis or measurement. If we assume that away for the moment, this gives you an idea of kind of the relative magnitudes of just conditioning on chronic illnesses. The sort of the share of the overall gap that's explained. We can aggregate that up into a life expectancy at age 40 to give you an idea of the sort of relative magnitudes. The difference is about 3.3 years. Roughly 40% of that would be, if you would equalize the level of chronic illness, roughly 40% of that. Okay. So let's look at that over life cycle in the last 10 minutes. So what we're going to do now is basically take the prediction model that takes the model of the chronic illness you have when you reach age 70, what factors are explaining or predicting mortality, and project that earlier in life. We're going to have basically flavors of plots that look like this, right? And so this is essentially latent health is getting worse. At some point, it's bad enough that you expire as age goes up. And you could have two ways of thinking about this. The first would be the level effect, which is just simply within the same age, what is the gap? We're actually going to focus a little bit more on the biological age gap, because in some sense, at least for me, it's a little bit more interpretable to say for the same age, what is essentially, for the same true age, what is essentially the aging of the body, right? If essentially we think that what is aging, it's a latent process in which you get, cells start dysregulating and not replicating, and some of that is chronic illness. We're going to basically be able to say how much further you've aged. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, this is just the pure count of the number of chronic conditions for high and low income populations. And what you can see is that deviation in chronic illness starts relatively early in life. In fact, it's, by the mid-20s. And that gap is essentially, relatively fixed by around 40. So this is just the count. We haven't reweighted anything here. But it's indicative of these differences that we've seen, affect late life mortality gaps seem to be happening relatively early in life. If we do the same thing with the index, which is really just reweighting based on the late life mortality contribution, what it does is it shifts the gap even further forward. That it's not just, the counts are changing, but they're differentially changing to things that are highly correlated in late life with mortality. And that gap is, relatively fixed again by age 4. I'll show you kind of the relative contributions.
I think that's kind of what I was getting at. You get things over the not very early.
Yeah.
So, if the chronic conditions affects income in the next period,
Yeah.
That effect unraveling way back.
Well, we can do this. I'm always reticent to click out, but if we do this on parents' income, you get relatively similar patterns. It's not, so I think that's at least consistent with this being about less of that direct mechanism that instead of conditioning on the running. But I think we could do, and this is also lagged income. Now I think your point that this might be the life cycle income. We can think about it.
So it's over.
Yeah.
So,
but it's.
I guess according to conditions correlated close parents.
Yeah, so we're gonna look at that later as well. It turns out to not be as correlated as you might think, but it's correlated. So if we then, instead of just showing you the index, basically I can convert this into biological age for high and low income populations. You can sort of see what you might have seen if you were taking the differences visually, that where this gap is a steep opening up basically between 20 and early 20s and early 30s. And to be clear, a chunk of that it's that lower income populations have a relatively steep increase. And in fact, if we go back, it's that the higher income population is fairly flat. right? So you can, if both of those mechanisms are going on, that there's a rise, but it's also, and you'll see it even more starkly when we start looking at the quintiles, that the highest income populations stay healthy with respect to chronic illness much later. And here you can see it essentially. So this is this gap.
So in practice for public policy, what is generating this confidence? What makes a guy between 20 and 30 become a living
Hold that thought.
as compared to originally?
Yeah. Hold that thought. We're gonna well, don't hold it too tightly because I'm not gonna convince you completely, but hold that thought. We're gonna come back to kind of what should be
We
respected.
go back to this.
Yeah,
Important point.
we can do the same biological age, and you see, so here there's a little bit, I think this is mismeasurement of students in particular for the lowest income populations. You know, it turns out that when you're in school, might be protected, but overall you can see these patterns also with respect to biological age that basically, particularly being in the lowest income sample, right? That when you're 30, that's a substantial gap if we think about basically the mortality weighted illness burden. And we can also look at that in exactly this sense. So here's, I think, making the point of why we think projecting it earlier might matter, that this is the actual mortality gap. And of course, it does open up. It opens up in late life, and that's what's been studied heavily. And you know, much of the literature basically focuses on samples when we can start measuring mortality differences. And that's of course much later. Whereas in practice, this gap, you know, essentially some big or a piece of what's happening here is already done much earlier. In fact, we can sort of look at that directly by creating sort of a normalization of this index, right? This is the 5-year mortality, the true 5-year mortality over the life cycle. This is the chronic conditional index, which is basically the predicted mortality at age 70. So of course, by age 70, right, you get to exactly the same thing. What you can see is that, you know, by 30, half of the eventual gap, which is explaining about 40% of the total gap, has already occurred. Even though, of course, true mortality, you know, the actual realization of health status getting bad enough as a function of these illnesses is not occurring until later. So in the spirit of what might be affecting these things, so maybe I've convinced you that there's something happening early in life and that chronic illness might matter. So we have a lot of different factors that certainly could contribute to this. So what we're going to do is leverage a combination of the administrative data from the Netherlands here with linked survey data. So they have a very rich survey of about 450,000 people where they ask them lots of questions about lifestyle, loneliness, behaviors. And we're going to link these together. We're going to have kind of standard things like demographics, education, and income and wealth, trying to explain your chronic condition level. And then we're going to be able to think about things like parental health. So to get that, we're going to have, if your parents are alive, we're going to include their actual chronic condition index. If they're not, we're going to include the age of death. We're going to have measures of health behaviors, so exercise, BMI, smoking, drinking. We're going to have geography, so municipality of residence, employment, so the industry or sector that you're employed in. We're going to have a job rank or hierarchy measure. So for those of you familiar with the Whitehall studies here in the UK, right, this is a famous set of literature basically arguing that, you know, among civil servants who are all relatively high income, there's still a large gradient. It's where you are in the hierarchy. We're going to be able to, because of C people's firms, include admittedly a crude version of this today, but your pay rank. And what we're going to do with that is fairly simple. Essentially, we're going to run a linear regression with all these in, asking in the kind of Shapley-Owens value, what the contribution to the R squared of all these different factors are. So we're not getting into, at this point, any inference per se. We're just looking at different points in the life cycle, what in terms of explaining the variance in chronic illness, what are the critical factors, or what is the contribution of these factors. That ends up with a, you know, very colorful chart. But what I would note, what you might notice is that there's a couple of things. First off, the surveyed health behaviors, this is what I was mentioning earlier, they seem to contribute, but not until, or not a much larger portion later in life, right? So these are things that have been obviously heavily studied, and I would add that they tend to be studied in settings where we have high levels of diagnosis of chronic illness, particularly in places like the US, that doesn't happen until later. And so here we do see a very strong correlation between these things. If we look earlier in life, when in fact we're arguing these things have already showed up, there's a much smaller correlation. Now, in fact, what we do find that seems to be to matter is municipality. So geography seems to play a potentially big role. And in addition, to some extent, where's parental health also has some role, but maybe not as, I don't know what exactly everyone's priors were, maybe not as quite as large a prior as often you think. And lastly, I would say that within firm pay rank, this measure shows up, but it's much smaller than I think. So, all right. So with that, let me sort of talk a little bit about, I've mentioned kind of all of these different factors. What's next? Essentially where this is we're basically getting into the relative role of each of these factors and particularly focusing on geography. So what is place, particularly place when you're young? It's probably or almost certainly a composition of things that biologically there's evidence that they matter. Pollution, stress, and then economically important things. We're now basically starting to work on both mover designs and other factors to project these onto chronic illness development. So stay tuned for that because I'm out of time. There are maps, they're very preliminary, so I don't want to go into them too strongly. Let me just conclude here. What we've tried to do is use really this, the big advantage of this paper is just the quality and scale of the data, 18 million people, rich population-wide administrative data, to look for the mortality gradient and basically try to develop a relatively simple index of chronic illness that allows us to take the late life mortality gaps that we're very concerned with, project them earlier in life, and show that in fact, income gaps for chronic illness seem to start very early. And there seem to be different mediating factors, in particular, things that are correlated with the geography of growing up, which is where we're going, thinking about locations, workplaces, and what are the factors, and what might we, from a policy perspective, start to intervene on. I will say right now, it's much more, I think, hypothesis generating than answering, here's the magic bullet to make sure there's no gaps in chronic illness, but certainly saying, if you want to look for those gaps, rather than doing what is often done, which is getting all the 60-year-olds to get visits for their diabetes, the horse is essentially out of the barn at that point. And so, whatever, it's a medicine paper, or we should end with Hippocrates. We need to know the person the disease has rather than what disease the person has. So, thanks.
Now, I think we're restarting at 20 past 11.
So why are we putting that income at home? Which that? Well, yeah, the one was in the end, I'm going back, right? And incomes and everything. You don't have this kind of no, so what? Why did you have that conversation? Well, it's a bit of yeah, that's yeah. It's a bit. I remember I missed. Yeah, I know. So I think it's fair. It's not a question. It's kind of it's great and result. I think there's a lot to that. The more I'll laugh about it. Well, you can come back and say, some people look at these things. That's just the one place to put. And so this is sorry about this. Yeah, this kind of like dynamics, which is so important. Go right back here. So somehow I felt the punchline is don't go there. Which is very bad, and we've got these early things that are really no, I think that's what you could have done is look at their prediction of income.
you know, yeah.
No, I think that's right. I think we're working. I was very. I mean, I do think that there is a lower bound. Basically, things like this that you can pick a set of things where you can assume.
Yeah.
You can assume we're trying to say that what explain. That assumption. Then basically.
Yeah, that's great. But I'll take
My eyes when you should. That's great.
And
But the stage, but also the case if the sense that transition can really be applied multiple.
when there's a
Those combinations.
But the fact that
Mortality events.
I
found that something. Just one more.
Yeah.
Exactly. This. That's the differential across the income.
One thing that's hard is.
Yeah, we should migrate now. But actually, there is a big question.
This year, yeah. I think that's. Yeah, we could, I mean, I will say that the cancer diagnosis is sort of a measure of access and diagnosis, but it's not as good in the sense of actually the contributory factor. So we look at like basically we look at the contribution.
And so it's like.
You could have.
Yeah. That are just tools by.
And then, and that's what health actually is.
The interview ones. Very happy.
I was a good question. Yeah,
And later in life, they should, but it's done. By a cheap side.
I know, I mean, what we're doing
Get results.
essentially it is projecting on its right. That's that. How much of the fact saying is, well. It, yeah. Yeah, your feet were. Yeah, but I don't. I do want to know you. Stop like say, people that. Maybe Again, it's sort of makes we make arguments to see long now because you know we're worried about this. So many people that love the other world is looking at where that is, that you know, in some ways, insufficient for being like. Later into that. Yeah. I know you mentioned now we're going into it. It would be interesting. And the second question I was wondering about, given like the evidence or case effect. Yes, I did. So, yeah, say. What that might be policy. Yeah, and so funny how much there is the issue of the deadlines for like some actual policy that algorithm. So we have. Yeah, so we're playing the fact that like. Yeah. They're basically looking, they're doing exactly what we would do. And they are doing it, I need a year battle. What we are doing is nothing. We haven't done anything. Well, I have hard condition of balance based data. Oh, you can just start. We can that as well. It's and this here we see that potentially screwing for the conditions here. Some challenge will be like it's always as predictive as adding paper. We're looking at the overcracking household stocks. I think you can do that. Like that. But yeah, I think not others. Area. It's sort of ratios. I don't think. Well, yeah, let's take time. You need to. Third and story can be fine. I gave you some reason to do it. Behavior is it's not all I have. They have I agree. I think that's how. If you take this over, all this stuff. Functionality, not how much we spend.
Great, even if you don't die, even if that's not the fact, even if you don't die, you can actually say that. I really haven't looked at the side. It's more.
Yeah, that's very good. I mean, that's what we could do. You know, they all you can bring quality. You can get better than others. So it's not that they're 23. What they're related to. So when you took the biological age, I guess, on the reference, we probably and then it was all the reference. If we, when you're very poor, and it's chronic illness. That's different. Yeah, give us whatever, give us more video. Anyone who's. You know, yeah. And I think that's the thing, is that it's not clear. That we have to over chapter, but to be honest, falling ways. And there's. Yeah, we can do that. You think you today, but I saw the I think the composition of the patterns that we connect are very negative. 49. That I'm getting into especially there's well, this almost has to be very really fun. So I really don't think it that way, but like there's really still a lot of value. Them are also going back to the question, like it's real nonsense. So much serious. Yeah, like this is not but yes, you want to try and exactly. Yeah, but then the internal the DOS graphs, you know, Chernobyl. Yeah, I think they don't have anything. I'm looking at yeah, I really like that you only shows up at keeps it at the lights to do everything. Just
Thank you very much, everybody. So the next section is on wealth taxation.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to present this new work. It's joined with a great team of authors, and it's about wealth taxation and migration patterns of the wealthy. It's going to be in Scandinavia. I think the motivation for the paper is easy to summarize in one simple sentence. International migration responses to the wealth tax are thought to be very important to understand whether it is possible or not to have efficient wealth taxation, yet we know very little about these responses. So to elaborate on that, assume Joe Biden will call me tomorrow and ask me, I want to implement a wealth tax in the US, what did I learn from the European experiment where most of the wealth taxes have been implemented? I could tell you, well, we have, I think, very compelling evidence that the repeal of the wealth tax in Denmark led to change in wealth accumulation and savings for Danish residents, and this elasticity is substantial but not too high. However, it's important to understand that this elasticity is really computed ignoring migration responses to the wealth tax. So we could call it an intensive margin elasticity. And obviously, his advisor would potentially tell me, well, it's interesting, but really I want a quantitative answer to say something, you know, to the op-eds in the New York Times or something that are telling me that if I tax wealth, many people will leave the US and will live with their firms. And on that, well, I'll say I don't have a number for the international migration elasticity in response to the wealth tax. What I can tell you is that there are some substantial within-country responses to wealth taxation that have been documented in Switzerland and Spain, but it's kind of hard to extrapolate on these studies to understand international migration patterns. We know a bit more about international migration responses of top labor income people to top income taxation. But this is not exactly enough to understand the trade-offs in migration responses and wealth taxes for at least few reasons. First, top earners tend to differ from wealth holders for different reasons. Maybe they have different characteristics, different preferences, so it's very hard to understand exactly whether those wealth holders are going to be more or less responsive to taxes when they choose where to locate. Then wealth is also very different compared to income. It's a stock, income is a flow, so it's not very clear if the migration option is going to be preferred by those people to optimize on their tax liability as opposed to what happens for top earners. And finally, and that's going to be a key point in this paper, we do believe that wealthy people, well, they have wealth, so they invest, maybe they create economic activity, and therefore maybe their tax-induced migration has some economic spillovers for the entire economy that seems important to document. And so the reason why these 3 points have not really been studied in the literature, we think, is because it's very challenging in terms of identification and measurement. Basically, you need 4 key ingredients. You need very detailed data on international migration, on wealth composition, firms ownership, and you also need exogenous shocks in wealth taxation to see how those migration patterns respond to tax incentives. So we're going to try to combine those four ingredients in, I guess, the only place in the world where you can do it, which is Scandinavia. So we're going to study Sweden and Denmark, but in this presentation specifically, I'll focus on Sweden and I will use Denmark as a robustness check. And so the paper is going to work in 3 different steps, like the presentation. The first step is really to try to get a good quantitative measurement of migration at the top of the wealth distribution, which is something we didn't have before. So I'm going to try to tell you how large it is, how persistent it is, and who is more likely to live among the stock of wealthy people. Once I quantify this, I'll move to the second step of the paper, which is really about trying to understand what does it mean to out-migrate for people at the top of the wealth distribution. So we're going to try to understand what happens in terms of tax payment, tax base, but also activity of firms when people leave the country for a myriad of reasons, not only the wealth tax. And then the last part of the paper is going to be about understanding what's the causal effect of changing the wealth tax, and more specifically the repeal of the wealth tax in Sweden for international location choices of wealthy taxpayers. Then I'll combine those 3 points together to tell you what can we learn about the aggregate economic implication of tax-induced migration in Scandinavia.
So just on that, do you know where they look relocated?
I do. Yes, we have the country of destination, and we can also.
These are really small countries.
Exactly, and they're also located in Europe where you don't.
Family and.
Exactly, and most of the destination countries are going to be in Europe where regulatory barriers to migration are supposedly zero since 1997, which is the date when Sweden entered in the Schengen area for sure. Okay, so I'll try to emphasize well or we think the institutional framework is important to understand the external validity of what we do. Okay, so I'm not right now the talk. I have 2 slides on the wealth tax and the data. Then I'll move to the first question, which is how large or persistent, then what happens when the wealth migrates, and finally I'll close with the migration elasticity responses to the repeal of the wealth. Okay. So Sweden has had a wealth tax for a long time, and it was repealed in 2007, so more than 10 years ago. So the way the wealth tax worked in Sweden was through an annual tax on the market value of net wealth for wealthy individuals. And I think there are 3 key features that are important and that are needed for you to understand it works. The first one is really the tax schedule. So like many wealth taxes in Europe, the wealth tax in Sweden had 2 brackets. One bracket with a 0% tax rate on wealth, and then one tax rate at the top with a positive marginal tax rate on the net wealth. So the exemption threshold, which is really the threshold at which you start paying the positive tax rate, was around top 2% of taxable wealth distribution in the period we're going to study. And so the level of the rate was a 1.5% marginal tax rate above that. All right. The second important figure is obviously the reporting requirements. We talked about it yesterday. So Sweden and Denmark also is a country where third-party reporting is very important. So most of the assets and the flows are going to be third-party reported, except for private businesses. I'll talk about that later. And the assessment of those assets is going to be done at the market value in order to evaluate whether you should pay the wealth tax or not. Finally, and potentially the most important part is about the tax exemption. So like many countries in Europe, the Swedish wealth tax had very important exemptions for the tax base. 25% of your real estate was exempted, 20% on real estate stock. And as soon as you had what's called working capital in firms, in particular private and listed firms, 100% of your working capital invested in that firm was exempted from the wealth. All right. Now let's talk about the residence rules. It's important to understand how migration plays out to avoid the wealth tax. So the idea is that the wealth tax applies to Swedish tax residents who spending more than 6 months in the country. As soon as you leave and spend more than 6 months abroad, only your wealth that you keep in Sweden is liable to the wealth tax if you are above the exemption threshold. What's important is that Sweden didn't really have a true exit tax, but they did have some rule on capital gains that you realize when you leave. So those capital gains were taxable in Sweden up to 10 years upon migration to avoid that you just realize your capital gains in countries that don't have the capital gains tax.
So the unrealized capital gains that you accumulated before you leave.
Exactly.
You have to tax those.
For 10 years. So Sweden kept the right to tax the stage up to 10 years. France had the same rule. So many countries in Europe, that's actually allowed by the European Commission to keep the tax residency in their own country for the period. Yeah.
So we know that a lot of wealthy Norwegians had kept money in Swiss banks and didn't report it. There's suggestions in that paper that looks at this, that the same thing happened for Swiss.
Yes.
What do you know about that and how are you going to?
So we know, so Zuckman and coders have estimates for Sweden. We haven't had used in Denmark too. We haven't had used this data specifically. So we're going to observe the effective tax rate based on what's reported. So we're not going to include the evasion component in the denominator. So I think we probably overestimate the tax rate. So I'm going to talk a bit about it more when we want to interpret the magnitude of the elasticity. I think conceptually it's kind of related to the first one I had in the slide, which means that if you think capital is much more mobile than labor, like it's much more easy for people to move their wealth around and then to enjoy Sweden because that's where they have their links, then you would expect tax-induced migration to be very small in that setting as opposed to governors. So that's really, it's not clear even theoretically for the potential avoidance strategy you have for wealth as opposed to income are going to matter for these type of businesses. Yeah.
A question on these closely held businesses. Could very rich lodges like move all their stocks and go into their own corporation, doing nothing else than their own investment?
So you can say I didn't hear it.
Could very rich people just move all their assets into a corporation which dealt with their family wealth? How was that prevented?
Yeah. Okay. So Sweden had a rule to avoid that you put all of your personal assets in a holding and you avoid the wealth tax that way. So this is called the quick ratio rule. I'm not sure this exists in many other countries, but basically, if you have a holding or a firm without a true economic activity that has too many liquid assets, so they have two rules to define that. It's 200% of liabilities with respect to the real activity, and then they also have an absolute number, which is 2 million of Swedish krona. If you satisfy one of these two conditions, actually your wealth is not, or the assets in that firm are not assumed to be working capital, and you get taxed on this wealth too. So that was a way to avoid that. You can just put all your personal wealth in exempted vehicles. It's the same for real estate. So you need to prove that the house or any real estate is used to produce anything. So that was the limitation. All right. Okay. I'll come back to that if you have any more questions on the institutional framework. Well, the data is great, as you can expect. So we have three main data sets we're going to use, and the data tend to be comparable in Sweden and Denmark, but I'm going to focus on Sweden for now. So the first important piece is that we have very good and detailed information, third-party reporting information on wealth. So we have the net market value of real estate, listed stocks, bank accounts, bonds, and many other liquid assets. Then we also can observe the share of people in those unlisted firms that we're going to call closely held businesses, which means that, and it's pretty unusual, that we're going to be able to link individuals to their private firms, meaning that we can really understand what happened to those firms when people were very much involved in those firms or leaving the country. So we can really make that link thanks to that data. We also have the list of all transactions so that we can understand whether people sell their stock, their house, and so on and so forth when they start leaving the country. Okay, we're going to combine this data on wealth with population registers with very rich information on demographic and economic activities. So we should think about all earnings, capital income, transfers, marital status, and so on and so forth, even IQ for males, for instance. And then something that's usually very hard to measure is obviously international migration. So here we have administrative registers because as a Swedish citizen, you have to tell the Swedish administration you're leaving the country and you have to report for a certain number of years where you're living and how many days you're spending in that country to really claim that you shouldn't be paying the taxes in Sweden anymore. So the incentives to declare are very high. So we have the dates of entry and exit each year in these countries with the duration of stay in each of these countries. So we can not only observe migration at the extensive margin, but also at the intensive margin. We can understand, you know, whether people still spend some time in Sweden while living abroad or not, basically. And so as I was telling to Richard, we also have the country of origin, like the citizenship, and the destination. So where you go, we can also see what are the bilateral tax treaty of countries where you move to, and so on and so forth.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So, given the incentive, if you're trying to avoid tax, to say you're out of Sweden, but you're not really. Given that Sweden, do you have any other measures of where somebody actually is?
So I don't. So I only have what's reported to the tax administration. Something you could do is claim that you moved, but actually you spent 8 months in Sweden. What usually the tax administration does is to use other information to check. So usually they use credit cards, transactions, or plane tickets, I think, to check, but this is upon audit. So as always, what I will get is really what's reported to the tax administration, and that's supposed to be binding for your tax liability. No, we don't have kind of an external source to check where people already are during the year.
The destination that I declare when I leave Sweden, this is need to take my new fiscal residence, something.
Yes.
Or because so imagine if I leave Sweden, they move to Switzerland. Actually, they also spend 4 months each year in Dubai or in LA, or like how. So
No, we have the new tax regime.
It's a
Yeah.
fiscal residence.
So we don't have the full travel history of those people. We have really where you change your residency to, which I mean, I guess what matters in terms of tax differential if you want to think about it, but those people are presumably super mobile, you're right. All right. So with this data, we're going to start by describing the magnitude and the persistence of the self-selection into migration for wealthy people. I'm going to start with a very simple graph. We're going to rank people by level of total net wealth each year. And I'm just going to plot here the odd migration rates by percentile of total wealth. So what you can see is that the magnitude are pretty small. So we're looking at a 0.2% odd migration rate each year for people who are very wealthy. It is kind of increasing after the exemption threshold. I should have said that earlier. It's in the top 2% highest exemption threshold, which is the threshold that is binding most of the time in the period we study. But at some point, the exemption threshold was a bit lower, so that's why I put it here. All right. But so the takeaway of this graph is that on migration rates at the top of the wealth distribution tend to be small and much smaller than what we observed in the bottom 50, which is perhaps pretty treated. It is kind of increasing for the very wealthy. Okay. So what you can do to have a better picture of this phenomenon, obviously to look at net migration rate, which may be the number that matters for total net tax revenue. So here we just plot this net migration rate using the same ranking, all right? And what you can see here is that those net migration rates were actually positive. So we compute this when the wealth tax was in place, which means that even when wealth was taxed in Sweden, it was not the case that the wealthy were kind of living in net the country. So Sweden was still experiencing an increase in net of the stock of wealthy tax people, even though they had the wealth tax. All right. Okay. The second, I think, important status fact is that migration is real in the sense that people live persistently, but some of them come back. So what I show in this graph is just the probability to stay more than 6 months in Sweden, which is the definition for tax residency, before and after you declare that you change tax residency. So obviously, the day of migration is going to be very close to 0, all right, because you just declare that you move. But what you can see here is that this tends to kind of increase after. So roughly 40% of the wealthy people are actually back in Sweden 3 years after they declare a change in residence. And so that's kind of important to understand that all migration for those people tends to be a back and forth. So it's not like you're living forever. You really have this sense of migration being also temporary at the top of the wealth distribution. Okay. Last fact is about self-selection into migration in the entire population as opposed to wealthy people. So what we do here is that we run a simple linear probability model where the outcome variable is to put probability to move Sweden in a given year. And we run that model on a bunch of characteristic categories, and we kind of benchmark or divide this coefficient by the average on migration probability just to interpret the coefficients in reality.
So there's something like I thought this really go back to 2000, started to gradually watered on wealth tax, we started like lowering the rate, we changed the assumptions, then we got rid of inheritance tax.
Yeah.
We changed the property tax, basically we can get rid of that. Reduce top tax rates. It's kind of like gradually just been like phasing out the taxation of the rich. I don't see the treatment of the problem.
Yeah, so what happened is that, so I'm going to come back when I talk about the repeal of the wealth tax later, but what happened is that in the 90s, they started kind of decreasing the taxation on capital. So that was the kind of first episode. We're going to focus after the 90s, so it's going to be 2000 to 2013. It's true that some variation happened in 2004 first when they repealed the inheritance tax, and then in 2006 they also implemented some change in dividend taxation. So there's
Got rid of the property tax that used to be very high, get rid of like surtaxes that used to be high.
So to make sure that our control and treatment group are going to be above the exemption threshold and below, so the rich and the bit less rich, but to check that there are no other variations we are missing that are simultaneous, what we're going to plot is the effective tax rate. So taking into account property taxation, dividend taxation, and make sure that's really wealth taxation that is driven a change in the effective tax rate between the treatment and the control.
So I'm more thinking of like wealth is a state variable. So like if I want to think about whether it move or not, I want to think about what I expect the tax rate to be in the future. We have like 15 years, so gradual reduction in tax for the rich. So the reason I'm not moving is I know this is going to like end.
Yeah. So you're thinking about, I guess, anticipation effect and all that kind of things.
This is state variable.
Yeah. No, I
don't understand what that is with respect to state variable. It's like.
Yeah. So
future.
I think it's right that it's very challenging to understand, or at least to capture, or people are going to move now because they expect that in the future they're going to become liable to the wealth tax, and so we tried something on that and it was not very clear what we could do. So for instance, we tried to estimate the probability to move when you're going to inherit some wealth from your parents and so on and so forth. So I think on that, really what we are capturing is that there were always some trends in migration in the treatment and the control group, and maybe part of it was also driven by anticipation effect, but now we have this sudden shock in wealth taxation, and that's all the differential evolution of those who were paying versus not paying yet the wealth tax is changing. But yeah, it's true that anticipation effect, I think, are tricky to estimate in that type of setup where you have a stock that is going to be over.
I guess I don't understand all the denominators. You have to say something about like my tax today and my tax in the future.
Okay.
It's not like estimating like the taxable income elasticity.
Yeah. So when we're going to translate this elasticity into what I think is the policy relevant parameter, we're going to use overlapping regeneration model, where we're going to kind of transform the flow elasticity into a stock. So taking into account the fact that you live today is going to affect the taxable wealth in kind of Sweden tomorrow. And so I'm going to try to give you more details on that, but we think that's exactly the relevant, like for the policymaker, what matters. You really need to make sure you take into account the like persistent effect. And so when you do that, you have to make some assumption on the duration of life of people, the duration of life of their wealth when they move, and then some exogenous entry in the wealth distribution in Sweden as well. Yes. Okay, so the takeaway, what I want you to take away from my work is really the gradient of self-selection into migration for the rich versus others. So in terms of age, you see that older people are always less likely to move than others, and that's true for the rich, and that's true for the average population. For education, it's a bit different. You see that the entire population, people with high education level, are more likely to move from Sweden, which is not the case at all for wealthy people. So the brain drain is not really something that happens at the top of the wealth distribution. It's the same for cognitive ability that we measure with military assessment. And finally, because we're also going to focus on that population, entrepreneurs tend to be more likely to move compared to others, right? So among the wealthy, 30%, the entrepreneur are 40% more likely to be than non-entrepreneur, and we're going to try to focus on that portfolio funding. Okay, so now that I've quantified these patterns, I want to move to the second part of the paper, which is what happens really when the wealthy migrate, or what does it mean to move when you have wealth, okay? So this is going to be a very descriptive exercise. We're going to focus on all of migration events that happened when the wealth tax was in place, so between 1999 and 2006. We're going to have as a what we call a treatment group, or the group we're interested in, which are the top wealthy people who are living in Sweden during that period. We're going to randomly allocate placebo of migration dates to people at the top of the wealth distribution, so with the same level of wealth, that did not choose to move Sweden. And then, so we don't match, so it's important so that we can interpret the pre-trends. And then we are going to run a simple event study model where you have an individual level variable that varies over time. The explanatory variable, the main coefficient, is going to be an interaction between whether you moved away or not, and the time to event dummies. And then I'm going to control for the time to event dummies for everyone, so that we can interpret this coefficient as a differential evolution for all migrants versus non-all migrants among the population of the wealthy. What am I trying to achieve here? I really want just to describe dynamically what happens to the tax base and the portfolio when people leave the country. All right.
When is wealth measured in that?
It's measured in the entire period before migration. So exactly. So we try to do it with only the year before and the entire period before. It didn't really matter, actually. Yeah, exactly. So.
Tim, just going to say, why do you do this for the report correctly?
So I'm going to move to that point later on. So the nuance in these papers that we're going to show is that the wealth tax substantially affects the flows. So we're going to find that roughly 40% of on-migration flows were driven by the wealth tax, but the flows remain very small on average. So in a way, trying to look at the effect of the reform through migration on the total stock of people empirically is going to be very hard, just because the flows are so small in the first place. That being said, I think what we're going to try to do, and I'd be happy to hear your thought on that, maybe try to then move to a design where we have such type of event study design before and after the reform, trying to instrument for the probability to unmigrate by the change in effective tax rate. But for now, what we're doing is really sequential. What happens when they migrate, then what happened when the wealth tax was repealed, and trying to put everything together. And in order to do that, what you really need is to find that, well, migration responses to the wealth tax were not too heterogeneous. You really want to say that this pool of people is quite representative of the pool of people who stopped living after the repeal of the wealth tax. And I'm not going to find a lot of heterogeneity in this international migration elasticity, but that's the additional assumption you need to make if you're going to make it in these steps. Okay. All right, so in panel A is really, I guess, what you would write as the fiscal externality in your standard optimal tax model. So when people leave, they stop paying the wealth tax, you have a decrease in the wealth tax payment. That is really large. It's a roughly 60% decrease in wealth tax payments in Sweden following the on-migration event. Obviously, those people not only pay the wealth tax, they also have a lot of other tax liabilities. So there are cross-based externality that are occurring here. So those people also decrease massively their income tax payments. In terms of capital income tax payment, you see an interesting pattern. You see a small increase, which is probably driven by liquidating your assets, which is what I'm going to show later on. But afterwards, you really have this kind of permanent decrease in capital income tax payment, because those people obviously also receive capital income, not only labor income. And so related to what I just showed on capital income payments, you also see some reshuffling or portfolio reallocation. So people tend to sell their house when they leave the country. You really see this kind of jump in real estate transaction when people decide to move away from the country. And you also have this kind of change in the liability. So not only you move your residency, you also kind of move your cash holdings, assets, and stocks. You basically stop reporting any wealth in Sweden, which makes sense because if you keep reporting this wealth, you're going to be taxed on that wealth, even when you move away. Okay, so following what I just showed you, what we know is that an important component of this portfolio of firms, in particular private firms. So here I just show you the share of people who own a private business along the taxable wealth distribution. So what I'm going to call non-active CHB is going to be these holdings that do not really have a true activity, so they don't really have one employee that is not the owner. While active businesses are going to be firms that have at least one employee that is not the owner, so they kind of have a real activity. And in order to estimate the spillovers, we're going to focus on this firm because we don't want to just capture the mechanical effect that the wealthy people is not employing himself in that firm. But really what you can see is that this is something that is obviously very much increasing with the level of wealth, and it tends to be pretty substantial at the top. So in the top 0.1%, it's going to be roughly 25% of the taxpayers who have active businesses where we think some economic activity is occurring. Just to understand, what are these firms? These firms tend to be pretty small, so these are private firms, not listed firms. The average number of employees is 14 people with a median of 4. And then in terms of, let's say, net turnover is going to be around $3 million. So those are small firms, but still they have some substantial activity. They account for roughly, 11% of total tax payment made by all firms in Sweden. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is repeat the exact same kind of analysis. So I still have my migrants and my non-migrants in the top of the wealth distribution. Now I'm going to restrict my window of observation to wealthy entrepreneurs, so the one who move and the one who do not move. I'm going to move the level of observation to the firm as opposed to the individual before. The timing of the event is still going to be the odd migration events. And I'm going to try to understand what happened to those firms when the owner is leaving Sweden. Okay, so the first important thing that happens is that the expensive margin, so the probability to close your firm when you leave the country, is actually pretty high. So you see a more than 30 percentage point decrease in the probability that the firm is alive after odd migration. And this is really driven by closure events that are really scattered around the odd migration time. So in the 1 to 2 years following your odd migration event, you're going to really close your shop and just moving out of the country. So this is kind of consistent with the entire portfolio relocation I just showed you before. Okay.
Quick question. Why do you associate activity, being an active firm, having an employee? I don't see the connection.
Well, you don't see the connection between employing at least someone to contributing to the actual active economic activity of Sweden. Well, really what we wanted to do here is avoid capturing those shell companies that are just financial vehicles probably because they don't have any employees and that they don't generate actual economic activity. So we didn't want to have this kind of mechanical effect, for instance, looking at employment of, oh, this person was actually self-employed in the meticulous, financial owning kind of company that is just there to invest in other firms. And therefore we just excluded them. I think we have one specification at some point where we don't, or at least we use the LLC. That's something we could add, but we just thought that was the more maybe representative way to picture what people have in mind when they think about these negative spillovers. Otherwise, we also try to, not make it about employees, but turnover. That could be another kind of measure to just show that's what is to, this average information. That's the reason.
The difference between these two features that they're selling the company.
Yeah, so here you could be on and off, so you could be alive 1 year and not alive the other day. Closure is a bit more different. It's really like you can only close once in a way. So that's the subtlety between the two.
Like by the age of the out-migrant, the age of the owner, so like much older folks are going to
So you would want to see this heterogeneity by age, like is it just people retiring and following their firms? We haven't done that, but we could actually.
a lot of these firms are, I mean, they're not shell companies, is the way you describe, but they're like.
Yeah, they're like,
Ultimately, you know, like, it's like most of it is.
yeah, most of it. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a right skew. So for instance, I think IKEA in Sweden will not be a listed firm. So there's a like right skew, but it's true that like the mass of it tends to be with private and listed firm with
By firm size would be another good.
yeah, to just see. And then you would expect that maybe the effect of owner migration tends to be higher, you know, depending on the proximity between the owner and the firm in a sense. So I think that would be a good a nice opportunity for sure. All right. So following these extensive margin responses, you do see a decrease in the firm level number of employees. So those firms close, so they have less employees. You move from an average 9 number of employees, so you have decreased 34% related to the pre-on migration year. That's pretty substantial, and that also goes with a decrease in the net turnover of this firm. Okay, that's just like following the extensive margin kind of responses. So let me say a few. Yes, okay, so you're anticipating my bullet points. I think it's just important to understand that we don't think, it's not like we think those negative firm level outcomes are just like the final answer to the question. We do think there are good reasons to think those are upper bounds of the real economic impact of tax-induced migration at the top. And this is mostly because of 3 reasons. Part of those firm closure events are actually buyouts, if we believe the data. So what we try to see is whether after a firm close, there's a big chunk of employees that move from that firm to another, which seems to be indicative of just a firm being transformed administratively. And we see that in 40 to 50% of closure events, this is the case. We also try to follow workers, so not the firms, the workers across firm, and we tend to see that after 1 to 2 years, those people tend to actually be reemployed in the firm. So there is enough relocation in the labor market so that the counterfactual of firm closing is not no economic activity anymore. And the last important point is that not all of these migration events are driven by the wealth tax, which means that you still need to understand what share of these events were driven by the wealth tax to really get to the aggregate effect of taxing wealth. Okay, I should also say that immigration tends to have very symmetric effect compared to migration. So when a wealthy entrepreneur moves in, it also creates jobs and firms. So it's kind of the two sides of the same phenomenon. And most of those effects are driven by the extensive margin. So if you condition on the firm not closing after all migration event, actually we tend to find 0 or if anything positive effect at the intensive margin. All right, we only have 6 minutes to go for that. I think that's doable. Okay. So in the paper, we explored 3 large wealth tax reforms, 1 in Sweden and 2 in Denmark. Today, I'll just focus on Sweden, but I should say we think it's very important to have Denmark in here just because it allows it to have some external validity. And as I was, Magne was saying, maybe there are some, things that are specific to the Sweden context, for instance, that could still confront our estimate, even if we try to work on that. So in a way, trying to compare the elasticities we get in those 3 reforms is really helping to ensure we are really capturing some parameters that matters rather than something that is very specific to one context or the other. Okay. So let me show you the reform with a graph. Here I show you the marginal statutory tax rate on wealth and the average tax rate. I'll show you the effective tax rate because we talked about it just before. So following the surprise right-wing win of the right-wing coalition in Sweden, the wealth tax was abolished in 2007. So that was due to some political change in the country. And so this went from a 1.5% marginal tax rate for people liable to the wealth tax to a 0% tax rate up to 2007. And for people who were not liable to the wealth tax, so people in the top 10, 20%, well, there was never tax. So that's the statutory tax rate, and then you have the effective tax rate, which is taking your actual wealth tax payment on your actual wealth. Let me just. Okay. So what we try to show you here is the same type of effective tax rate, but being a bit more exhaustive in what we measure in order to see if there are other contemporaneous changes that happen that change tax liability not only on the wealth. So here it's all capital income plus the wealth tax effectively for what we call the treaty and the control group. And here I show you the labor income tax and the capital income tax. And what you see is that if you exclude the wealth tax from capital income taxation, basically, you do not see any striking differential change in the effective tax rate on capital income. So it's mostly driven by the change in wealth taxation. Okay. And in terms of labor income, it's also pretty constant what you see. Okay. So in order to understand what was the effect of this reform on migration flows, and to estimate what we call the semi-elasticity, we're going to run a simple model. So the dependent variable, is going to be a dummy equal to 1 if you live in a given year. We're going to use as a not-count variable the log of 1 minus the tax rate, the effective tax rate on wealth that is going to vary over time. And then we're going to have a dummy that is equal to 1 if you are in the top bracket of the wealth tax. And then we're going to have a dummy that is equal to 1 if it's after the reform distributive solvency, and there's a typo here. And so because the effective tax rate on wealth can vary for other reasons than the reform itself, what we're going to do is to instrument the log of the net of tax rate by a dummy that shifts to 1 if you're treated after the reform. So it's kind of like our exogenous shifter of this effective tax rate. And because here too is very, very small, you see that it's kind of easy to interpret epsilon as the percentage change in on-migration rate when taxation on wealth increases by 1%. Okay. So here I just showed the event study. You do not see any differential trend in on-migration probability between very wealthy people and the bit less wealthy people before the repeal of the wealth tax. And as soon as you have a change in effective taxation for the top wealth people as opposed to the control group, you see a steady decrease in the probability to leave Sweden. The semi-elasticity is 0.25. Okay, and so if you look at the raw means, we find that roughly 40 to 50% of on-migration flows were actually driven by the wealth tax. So the flows are small, but still a large chunk of the flows seems to be tax-induced in a way.
That's a lot of variation.
I'm going to show you the heterogeneity in one slide. I think one first heterogeneity you may want to look at is heterogeneity by the level of wealth. So from what is the response of the very wealthy as opposed to the less wealthy. So here I just repeat the specification for the top 1% and top 2%. You do see that there's a small graduation, but it's a bit too noisy to say there is a significant differences in responsiveness to taxes among these people. So we can do this in a bit more of a, okay, this is I just have two slides. So this is a more systematic way to get at heterogeneity. We can just estimate the semi-elasticity by characteristics, and what we find is that actually there's no striking dimension of heterogeneity in the way people respond to taxes. So we do not find any differences in the responsiveness to the wealth tax still based on a lot of characteristics, which means that we can kind of look at the bridge between part 2 and part 3 pretty easily. So I'm going to wrap up by giving you a number and for the simplification. So that was the semi-elasticity, so the elasticity of the flow. We need to convert this using a dynamic model to a stock elasticity, which is what we do. So this stock elasticity is around 2, so 1% increase in the wealth tax rate decreases the stock of wealthy taxpayers by roughly 2%. You need to convert that to income, to capital income taxation to compare it with the income literature is going to be roughly 0.2 elasticity, so very close to the ECI in the end. And so in terms of aggregate economic effect for 1% change in wealth tax rate, we find that tax-induced migration remain very small in terms of aggregate economic implication for Sweden. As you see, it's a 0.03% for employment, a bit more for personal investment, but the magnitude remain very small. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Next, we have. Venus Problem. But. Looking at wealth taxation as well.
Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me in the program. Today, I'm gonna follow up also on mobility, and I'm gonna talk about wealth tax mobility and tax coordination in the context of Spain. And this is joint work with David Agrawal and Joe Ford. So probably I don't need to motivate these questions in this crowd, but let me say that the recent rise in capital shares of income and associated increases in inequality have spurred basically a new interest in the taxation of wealth as a policy tool to, on the one hand, curb wealth concentration, but at the same time, raise tax revenues to fund public programs. However, nations seem to be reluctant to actually introduce wealth taxes as they fear that because of imperfect tax coordination, taxpayers might respond by basically share-turning their wealth in tax havens. This has basically motivated some recent calls for minimum tax rates or partial harmonization by international organizations, in particular in countries that actually have subnational taxes or capital income taxes that vary across subnational regions. And because many countries don't agree on introducing a wealth tax, there have been some states, for instance, in the context of the US, that have actually started proposing to tax billionaires at the subnational level, like, for instance, the recent proposals to tax billionaires by the states of California, New York, or Washington. So despite this recent policy debate, basically there is still elusive evidence on wealth tax-induced mobility responses to zero tax jurisdictions, as well as we know very little on the implications, okay, of these wealth tax-induced mobility responses for revenues and coordination policies. So what we're gonna do in this paper is to shed light a bit around these issues by first studying whether there are mobility responses to wealth taxation at the subnational level. Condition on having these responses, understand how large are these effects of mobility on tax revenues, and also study the effectiveness, okay, of various types of tax coordination at mitigating these potential fiscal externalities coming from the mobility responses. So the laboratory in this paper is going to be Spain, and we are going to study the unique decentralization of the Spanish wealth tax system that happened in 2011, after which all regions levied positive wealth tax rates except for the region of Madrid. This is an empirical paper, so we are going to basically rely on two main sources: longitudinal wealth tax records that are available between 2005 and 2007 that we link to personal income tax records between 2005 and 2015. And we will also complement this tax admin data with national accounts, Catalan wealth tax records, for which we have the universe, and aggregate tax statistics. And in terms of methodology, what we are going to do is we are going to exploit this variation in tax rates that happened after 2011 to first study and estimate the mobility responses of high wealth individuals at the regional and at the individual level. And then we will use these mobility responses to study the effects on basically wealth and personal income tax revenues. And also we're basically run at the end some policy experiments to study and understand the effectiveness, okay, of different coordination policies at mitigating the potential negative effects or negative fiscal externalities from mobility. So let me give you a preview of the results. So in terms of the mobility analysis, what we find is that Madrid's relative population, which is the zero tax jurisdiction, basically increases by 9% 5 years after the reform, while the rest of regions only experience a 2% decline. When we basically translate these effects into elasticities, what we find is that the wealth tax mobility elasticity is very similar to the income tax mobility elasticity that have already been shown in the literature report. So the wealth tax elasticity is at most 5.1, which translates into a capital income tax elasticity of 0.24, which is very much within the range of mobility elasticities that have been found in the context of income. And importantly, the salience of the zero tax jurisdiction which is Madrid, is very important because we basically document that only tax differentials with Madrid matter for the mobility of the taxes. And then we then use our mobility estimates to run the revenue analysis. And what we find is that Spain forgoes 5% of national wealth tax revenue due to mobility in 2015. But these losses become much larger when we actually also take other cross-based fiscal externalities into account, not only the wealth tax, in this context, the personal income tax. And in particular, what we find is that the losses to personal income tax revenues are actually 6 times larger than the direct losses to wealth tax revenues. And this is not surprising because basically combined personal income and wealth tax rates account for 90% of the total state level revenues of the country. But the income tax is way more important, accounting for 80%. And finally, in the policy experiments, we basically play with introducing a harmonized tax system versus minimum tax rates and so on. And what we find is that a harmonized tax system, okay, in which basically all regions have the same tax rate, is only going to be Pareto improving in the sense of like basically benefiting revenues relative to the baseline for all states, with a rate that is very, very close to the maximum decentralized rate. And that's why we are going to argue that this is actually politically not very feasible because many regions would have to increase significantly their tax rates to reach this level. Okay, so that's basically the paper in a nutshell, and let me relate briefly to the literature, and then I will guide you a bit more in detail through the paper. So this work contributes to 3 main strands of the literature. First, there's this very nice and growing literature on mobility responses to taxes. The literature on mobility due to personal income taxes is much larger. And basically what we are adding here is we are basically focusing on wealth taxes, not on income taxes. And in particular, we are studying the role of zero tax jurisdictions for residential choice, which might potentially be more salient and more important in terms of deciding or not where to move than small variations across countries. And not only that, the fact that we have we are focusing at the subnational level, the benefit of that, even though it has some cost because it cannot be fully extrapolated to the international level, is that we can actually track taxpayers. And this allows us to basically run some counterfactuals for revenue analysis, which I believe are also important from the policy standpoint. The work is also related to a nascent and a bit smaller literature on behavioral responses to wealth taxes. We have seen the nice paper by Matilde and co-authors now. Until now, we only had some evidence at the subnational level for Switzerland. So we are basically complementing this evidence by focusing on, as I said, a setting in which we have one region that has a zero tax. And finally, our work is also related to the literature on tax coordination. Most theoretical models that look at tax coordination focus on taxing goods or profits, okay, not well. But they, in general, they basically study tax coordination in the presence of a single revenue instrument, okay? What we argue in this paper is that basically, in order to understand the full revenue effects, we need to also take into account cross-based fiscal externalities, because otherwise we can miss a large important share of the missing revenue, in particular in the context of wealth taxes that we know that from the revenue standpoint are not so important relative to other tax instruments such as personal income tax. Okay, so this is the roadmap of my talk. Don't hesitate to ask me if you have any question or whatever. So let me first guide you through the institutional setting. So the Spanish wealth tax has been in place since 1978, so it's one of the oldest wealth taxes. It was suppressed during the financial crisis in 2008 and reintroduced in 2011. It is an annual progressive tax on the sum of all individual wealth components, net of debts as of December 31st, and filing is done at the individual level. The tax is levied if net taxable wealth, basically total taxable assets minus liabilities, lie above 108,000 euros until 2007, but after 2011, they raised the threshold and it became 700. So you may think that this level is very low, but you need to think that this usually is taxable wealth, and many assets are actually not reported at market value. That's why, basically, you see that In 2007, approximately 1 million individuals in Spain filed the wealth tax, which accounts for approximately 2.7% of the adult population. And starting 2011, the wealth tax population significantly declined due to the increase in the exemption threshold and accounts for 0.3%. Let me also say that contrary to the Swedish and Danish context, in the case of the wealth tax in Spain, there is no third-party information. So individuals have to self-report, and whenever you are audited is when you basically see the tax administration cross-checking the information. But in the initial step, you have to report it on your own, everything that you own.
Like elasticity will depend on the definition of the base, right? So if the base is kind of narrowly defined this way, that increases the scope for reporting responses or other kind of responses that are, easier or less costly than real responses. I'm just trying to think about how to interpret some of these wealth elasticities. I think this applies to the previous paper also, given the definition of the base of these wealth taxes.
So of course, the elasticity is going to depend on the base. What I was actually thinking that probably our elasticity was going to be very different to the income tax elasticities precisely because of that. Because basically, when you, for instance, study mobility elasticities on income, you have a much broader population and a different tax base. But actually, as I will show, at least when we translate our mobility elasticity into a capital income elasticity, we find very similar results. But I fully agree. And that's one of the limitations. And that's why I think we keep working on these issues. Sometimes it's very hard to compare. For instance, we have this issue that we try to compare our elasticity to the Swiss elasticities, but it's already very complicated. Why? Because also like the population size and the cantons in Switzerland are much smaller than in Spain. So that's why probably part of the reason why the elasticity in Switzerland is larger is due to this increase. Yes.
Maybe following up on this, like you suggested that you have other margins that are easy to trust. It's just this reporting. Do you have an idea how common audits are? Is this happening very frequently?
Yeah.
Or is it rare?
I'm going to have some suggestive evidence for that. And contrary also to Matilde's paper, this is going to be mostly an evasion paper. At least our suggestive evidence doesn't point in the direction that these are real responses at all. Because basically audit rates are very, very small on the wealth tax. Why? Because they don't basically collect that much revenue. So the tax administration puts more efforts into the personal income tax. And second, we don't see basically that the probability to move is more important for business owners relative to non-business owners, or for people having more than one house versus other houses. So basically, we try to do our best with the data that we have, but we don't find any evidence of like real responses, at least like this in our suggestive analysis. Yes.
Following up further, I presume the administration and enforcement is done locally. Is there any suggestion that the states, that's the right term, differ substantially in the effective enforcement? In which case you want to think about effective wealth tax rates?
Yeah, so that's a good point. So actually, what I'm going to show you is that the mobility the mobility to Madrid is coming from every state. So it's not that like you see only a few states moving to Madrid and others not. So that's already some evidence pointing in the direction that the enforcement is not very different. But I will have some figures to show you about difference in audit rates. Audit rates are by construction very low across all states, but you see some variation. So I cannot perfectly say that the enforcement is exactly equally the same, but the fact that the mobility and that the mobility flows are coming from every single state points in the direction that enforcement overall is quite poor in the context of the wealth tax. Okay. So important for us, what is exactly the fiscal residence and where should individuals file the wealth tax? So in the Spanish context, the fiscal residence is very standard, is where the individual spends the majority of the days in a fiscal year. But importantly, fiscal residence can actually be simply changed in the tax form. And you can basically, like if you get audited, it's only when you have to basically document and basically prove that you actually change. And it can be easily changed legally because of a change of job, divorce, and so on. And actually the tax code is not very clear exactly on the exact reasons that you can give. So in a way, this is sort of a very clear loophole for actually changing your fiscal residence due to tax purposes. So since 1997, the rights to modify the amount exempted and the tax rates were ceded to the regions, okay? But actually, almost no region, only one region decided to exercise the right, okay? And it's only going to be after 2011 that regions start to modify their tax rates relative to the default schedule. And if regions don't exercise the right to change the wealth tax schedule, then the default national tax scale is the one that is going to appear, okay? So let me show you a bit the tax variation that we are going to explore. So this is the wealth tax schedule prior to the decentralization in 2007. As I said, regions already had the right to change tax rates in 1997, but only Cantabria decided to do it. And you see that in 2007, all regions except for one had basically the default tax scale. After the reintroduction of the wealth tax in 2011, basically there were 3 regions, Madrid, Valencia, and Balearic Islands, that decided to actually keep with the suppression of the tax and set a zero tax, contrary to all other regions that stayed with the default schedule except for Andalusia. But moving forward in time, in 2012, more regions started to react and change their tax rates, actually in the opposite direction. And Madrid is the only region that until now has kept the zero tax. So there is no other region that has actually moved to the zero tax scale in the country. So that's 2013, 14, and 15. So that's all the variation that we are going to exploit in order to understand the mobility elasticities. So let me tell you a bit about the data. So the main sources that we're going to use are longitudinal wealth tax records that are available between 2005 and 2007. And the nice thing is that even though we don't have the wealth tax records moving forward because the wealth tax was suppressed, we actually can link them to personal income tax records for the whole period, so for 2005 and 2015. And this is nice for us because basically we can follow the fiscal residence, because the wealth tax fiscal residence is the same as the personal income tax residence. We can follow people across time, even after the reintroduction of the wealth tax in 2011. In terms of secondary sources, we are also going to rely on the income flows and wealth stocks from national accounts. And for the robustness checks, we also have some data on the universe of Catalan wealth tax records and aggregate tax statistics. And this is beautiful because basically we have some direct wealth information during this period that we don't have for the other rest of regions. In order to account for the wealth post 2011 that we don't have, we basically follow an extrapolation method where we actually extrapolate individual personal wealth from 2008 onward using reported wealth in 2007. And for that, we rely on the rates of return that we calculate for each wealth category based on national accounts, but also on past profits. And to check and ensure that basically we are not biasing our wealth extrapolation, we actually compare our extrapolation in Catalonia, for which we do have information, direct wealth information, with the actual wealth information, and we actually see that basically our extrapolation does a good job in actually capturing these wealth levels across Catalan wealth tax scales. And finally, we also construct a wealth tax simulator that basically is going to return annual wealth tax liabilities, average tax rates, and marginal tax rates for each taxpayer in every region, and that's going to be very useful for the revenues and policy experiments. Okay, so let's start with some visualizing descriptive evidence. So to understand a bit better how this mobility and how the reform affected mobility, we constructed these transition matrices where basically show migration flows between regions in the post-reform period. And so to understand this transition matrix, pick a destination road. If the cell is dark red, it means that net migration to that destination region is very strong. And so what you see is that in the post-reform period, Madrid is a strong recipient of wealth taxpayers from every other state, okay? And actually, if you take the difference of these net migration flows between the pre-reform and the post-reform period, you see still Madrid being more dark red than the other regions. Okay, so that's already some descriptive evidence pointing in the direction that the reform led to an increase in mobility to Madrid.
Now, only for high wealth? Or
Yes, That's only for people that basically would be liable to the wealth tax in the year prior to the reform in 2010. More descriptive intelligence here, we are simply showing the change in wealth tax filers relative to 2007 for Madrid relative to the average of the other regions. And so what you see here is that basically there was an increase in the wealth tax payers in Madrid that amounts up to 6,000 wealth taxpayers in 2015, contrary to a decline of 275 on average in the other regions. Yes.
So just back on your transition measures. So was Balearic Islands also zero wealth tax?
Only 1 year. So only 2012, and actually we tried to do something with Balearic Islands in those years. And actually, we don't see anything. And the reason is actually, it makes sense with the tax design. When it was reintroduced, the wealth tax in 2011, it was basically temporary. They said, we're going to introduce it in 2012. Then they said, we are going to reintroduce it in 2013. And it was only after 2014 that they decided to introduce it permanently at the national level. And that's actually what we are going to see, that the mobility effects in the very first years are not very strong. And this is exactly because of that.
This is some heterogeneity of out migration from the other regions, because there's quite some variation, right? Extremadura has like 4% tax rate, which is quite substantial.
Yeah, actually, we were also very surprised, but basically because of the zero tax in Madrid and the fact that these responses are thought to be mainly evasion, we see that the only tax difference, like basically the only tax difference that matters is the region relative to any region relative to Madrid.
Yeah, but there's variation in that. So you see more out migration.
At least we don't see like significant mobility responses from low tax regions to high tax regions after the reform relative to the pre-reform period.
Madrid.
So what I'm saying is like basically the only margin that matters for these mobility decisions in the post-reform period relative to the pre-reform period is Madrid. So people are strongly moving to Madrid and not to other regions.
The relative tax between Madrid and Andalusia versus Madrid.
Is different. So what you're saying is there is heterogeneity across regions, basically in these responses.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, yeah. In the individual location choice model, we can do that. And we see actually that there is some heterogeneity, but it's not so much related to the tax differential, it's related to the distance. So basically, if you live in a region close to Madrid, your probability to move is going to be larger than if you live in Catalonia or in other like faraway regions. So it's not so much the tax difference what matters, it's more at least what we find is more the distance to the region what matters. And this can be due to the fact that the mobility cost might be lower, or you may already have the probability of you having a house in Madrid is larger if you live close than if you live far.
You have a story for why the tax rate is stable, does it matter?
For why the tax difference is that?
It seems like you're saying that going from 4% area to Madrid is not much different than going from a 1% area to Madrid. Why would that be?
Well, to me, like the story is that, of course, I don't have any causal evidence to prove that, but the story is that cheating and basically pretending that you live in Madrid is very easy. So basically, like even if it's a 1% or 2% difference, you have an incentive to actually do it because you know that like enforcement is very weak, and the probability of you being caught is not so high. So that's why
not everyone does it, but some people stay in this positive tax area. So there's some heterogeneous cost.
Yeah, like also there are some people that maybe basically there might be heterogeneity in your also ethical behavior, in like basically the perception that you have about the probability of being caught. But it seems that for a certain group of people, like the tax difference is not so important, and it's more like the distance what matters.
It's I think Warner and Young make the argument that rich people may have, very high local social and real capital, which makes them, for them, moving to like more positive. And another thing, do you see that regions further away from Madrid strategically have higher tax rates because they kind of anticipate that, you know, very far from Madrid, the costs of your taxpayers will be higher, and therefore I set a higher tax rate. Do you see something?
No, usually it's correlated with the revenues, like basically poorer regions tend to have higher tax rates, except for Catalonia, that is an outlier. And they have in general like stronger preferences for redistribution than other regions. Yeah. How much time do I have?
14 minutes.
14? Okay. Okay, so I have already showed you like some descriptive evidence, but let's now try to go more further into estimating the mobility elasticity. So the first thing we're gonna do is we are gonna basically build some treatment and comparison groups to estimate basically how much basically the mobility increases to Madrid relative to other regions after the reform. So the two treatment groups we are gonna be using is what we call the 2010 wealthy. So those are personal income tax filers whose wealth in 2010 lies above 700,000 euros, which is the exemption threshold. And we are also going to rely on another treatment group in the robustness checks, which is what we call the 2007 filers. So those are going to be personal income tax filers whose wealth in 2007 lies above 700,000 euros. Why do we do that? The reason why we do that is we want to make sure that by using our extrapolated wealth in 2007, we are not incurring any biases that basically distort the effects that we are finding. And so if we actually find that with the 2007 definition, we still find similar results, we can sort of be at least more reassured that this treatment group is well constructed. In terms of comparison groups, we are going to rely on, that's our benchmark, the high dividend non-filers. So those are going to be personal income tax filers reporting positive dividends in at least 1 year over the pre-reform period, but who did not file wealth taxes. Okay, so they are sort of capital income rich, but they are not as rich as to being able or needing to file the wealth tax. And we are also going to focus on the 2007 non-filers. Those are personal income tax filers that were actually not wealth tax filers in 2007. We are also actually now working on a new control group where we basically are going to take people that are very close to the threshold, but just below, because these people are going to be even closer to this treatment group relative to the high dividend non-filers. So what we are going to do is an event study, a standard event study approach, where we are going to show the effect of Madrid's status as a tax haven, as a zero tax jurisdiction, by aggregating the total number of individuals and the total amount of wealth in each region year in the treatment comparison. Today, I'm going to be showing you only the effects on individuals, but the results on wealth are also quite similar. And what we're going to be doing is comparing Madrid to other regions relative to the differences in the stocks prior to the reform. We're going to use a balance sample of individuals over 2005 and 2015. Standards are going to be tested at the regional level. And we are also going to do some fancy stuff on the p-values because we have a very small number of clusters. As we in Spain, we only have 17 regions. We have 19, but 2 regions are out of the common fiscal region. Okay, so that's the specification where our outcome variable is going to be the number of wealthy individuals in region R in year T. N is going to be done equal to 1 for the region of Madrid, 0 for the rest of regions. And we are also going to have a vector of regional demographic amenity and economic controls. Importantly, we are going to control for labor income taxes that also vary across regions. And we also have region and year expense. And that's the first graph of results. So here, basically, what I'm showing you are the dynamic estimates of running this regression for the treatment group, the 2010 wealthy, and compare it to the same regression for the high dividend, the comparison. Okay. And so what you see on the graph is that Madrid's relative population of wealthy individuals increases by 9% after the reform. And we see that for the high dividend group, even though there's a small increase, it is not significant, by no means at the same level as the treatment group. So here, I think this comes back to your comments. Like these 2 years are actually not significant, okay? And that's exactly because there was a bit of uncertainty, or that's the way we rationalize it. There was a bit of uncertainty still about the basically the persistence of this zero wealth tax in Madrid. And it's only after 2013 that it starts going up. We actually have one more data point, and we see that the graph keeps going. So we have now 2016. I have not included it here, but
Just a clarification on what happened next. I mean, forever, this.
I'm going to talk about that at the very end. So if the wealth tax is still actually in place, and Madrid has still a zero tax.
And nothing compensates like land taxes.
No.
Do you also count the differences in inheritance taxes? Madrid is also an outlier.
Yeah, we have some discussion about that in the paper. So inheritance taxes are also varying across regions, but there are also regions with zero taxes on top of Madrid. So the nice thing is that at least this variation in inheritance taxes didn't happen exactly or after 2011, so exactly in 2011. And also like the inheritance tax residence, fiscal residence, is the residence in which basically the deceased person lived for the last 5 years. So basically the margin of adjustment is different to the wealth tax. Yeah.
Why is it that Madrid is the only region that had this idea of being tax haven? On the international evidence, it's the dots that tax haven. Madrid is the dot.
No, it's an excellent question. We have done our best to understand this because we are still puzzled by that. So we basically correlate top marginal tax rates with different characteristics in the paper. Because you can maybe think that more indebted regions may like or may have more preferences for higher tax rates. Left-wing governments may have more preferences for wealth tax rates, and so on. And we don't find any basically significant correlation across these characteristics. So the only thing that we came up with a potential story is that Madrid is also, together with Barcelona and maybe Bilbao, an economic center. And basically, from the revenue point of view, they can still compensate with other revenue sources, and the other regions might not be able to compensate as much. But we don't have a way to prove that because we would need to do basically a revenue analysis taking into account all the other taxes on top of the personal income and the wealth. So that's the only potential explanation that could explain that. At least we didn't find any other margin or characteristic driving this.
And real estate prices went up.
House prices? We actually checked for that because we were after real effects. We don't have them in the paper, but we didn't find any significant differences. And that can be partly due to the fact that these people already may have a house in Madrid. We cannot directly observe that, but what we can tell you is that 86% of the sample has a secondary residence somewhere in Spain. Okay, so let me move a bit faster because otherwise I'm not going to be able to show you the revenues. So we are also interested actually in estimating the mobility elasticity to be able to compare it to other elasticities in the literature. So what we are going to do basically is, again, use as an outcome the log number of individuals, of wealthy individuals. But now what we are going to do is basically use as explanatory variable the interaction of the log of the net of tax rate in that region for group F in period T, where basically WF is going to be a dummy equal to 1 for the treatment and 0 for the comparison. So importantly, we're going to have different specifications. So for regressions, including Madrid, basically what we're going to be estimating is the elasticity of the log difference between all the other regions and Madrid. And so to estimate the own region elasticity, we need to exclude Madrid, and that's going to be our preferred specification, okay, because we are interested in the own region elasticity. And because, of course, the taxes can be endogenous, we are going to instrument for the contemporaneous net of tax rate using the mechanical net of average tax rate, holding wealth constant as it is 2007, and as it is very common in the literature. And also, we are going to use an alternative instrument, which is a binary Madrid times So these are the results. I'm only going to focus on our preferred specification. Basically, we have two panels, one where we use the wealth weighted average tax rate, and another one where we use the mean average tax rate. The elasticity in the context of the wealth weighted average is lower because the total average tax rate is larger, as we know that the wealth tax scale is progressive, and it's 2.2. And basically, we take the mean average tax rate, which is our preferred specification, we get an elasticity of 5.1 after instrumenting for the net of tax. So basically, how to interpret this elasticity, an approximately 1 percentage point increase, or sorry, decline in the average tax rate increases the number of filers in that region by 5.1% relative to the group of non-filers. So I want to show you very quickly that if we basically, we actually translated our wealth tax mobility elasticity into a capital income elasticity to be able to compare it with the income mobility elasticities in the literature. And what you see is that our elasticity using the mean average tax rate is approximately 0.24, which is within the range of mobility elasticities in the literature. And that's why we argue, because this literature has already said that the elasticities are not very large, that our wealth tax elasticity in Spain doesn't seem to also be very large, even in a context with very weak enforcement and subnational variation in wealth taxation, where you could think that the mobility costs are maybe lower than at the international level. Okay, good. Okay, so in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to discuss a bit the revenue analysis. So what we're going to do is that now that we have our mobility estimates, we're going to use the wealth tax simulator to carry 4 revenue experiments. We're going to run one experiment where basically we're going to have the same level of wealth tax decentralization that we have right now, but there is going to be perfect enforcement. Okay, basically people cannot move because the tax administration is really good at finding them and they actually decide not to move. There's going to be another experiment where we're going to have wealth tax decentralization, but a minimum tax rate, meaning that Madrid can no longer be a zero tax jurisdiction. We're also going to have a harmonized wealth tax schedule with the default schedule. And we are also going to have a harmonized wealth tax schedule with a coordinated Pareto including schedule, meaning that all regions relative to the status quo actually have or basically gain revenues relative to the baseline. And for that, we are going to rely on the annual coefficients from the aggregate analysis. And let me say that that's going to be, of course, a partial equilibrium analysis. We're going to abstract from basically other spillovers, any real effects that you can think about. But because we argue that our actually results are mainly driven or suggestively might be driven by avoidance and evasion responses, we are not so worried about the generic effects as if it would be a real response. And very quickly, because some people ask me about audit rates. So that's to show you the audit rates in the pre-reform and post-reform period. There is no state that has an audit rate on the wealth tax that is above 2%. Okay, and it's true that after the post-reform period they increase, which is already suggesting the idea that now tax authorities start to wonder, okay, I think these people are basically leaving, so let's try to increase it, but even then they are very, very low. Well, that's a good point. The reason why they are doing that is because I didn't say all the specificities of the institutional setting, but if you live in Madrid and have a taxable wealth above 2 million, you still need to file even though you don't have to pay. And then they do some wealth tax audits whenever they basically want to cross-check something with the personal income tax.
Should be even in Catalonia is a tax rate too. It's very, very, very low.
But the tax rate is very high.
Barcelona is a tax rate.
But the tax rate is very high. So I would consider more a tax haven when the tax rate is very low. Okay, so let me show you the results from the first revenue experiment where there is perfect enforcement and full wealth tax decentralization as in the baseline. So what you see in this graph, if you look at the blue solid line, is that Spain forgoes on average, Spain forgoes 5% of total wealth tax revenue due to mobility in 2015, okay? The wealth tax losses are actually increasing because the stock of movers basically to Madrid grows. And if you actually compare it to personal income tax revenues, you see that the loss relative to the baseline is lower, but that's also because basically wealth tax people, or wealthy movers actually have lower income because they are in general rentiers that have very little capital income, but many assets. And the important thing is to look at how Madrid benefits from that. So basically Madrid, because of getting all these wealthy people, actually obtains an increase in the personal income tax revenue, which is approximately 4%, okay, in 2015. So basically Madrid loses wealth tax revenue, but it gets compensated by having larger personal income taxes. So if we actually look at the other type of federal interventions, which are, for instance, the introduction of minimum tax rates or harmonization, this is what we find. So here, I want you to first look at the blue bars. So that's basically the blue bars basically represent the percentage change in revenues, wealth and income tax revenues relative to the baseline in a world in which there would be decentralized wealth taxation, but Madrid would have a minimum tax rate. So what you see is that with minimum tax rate, every other region would actually benefit, right? Because they are all having taxes above. However, if you look at basically the harmonized setting with a default schedule, because some regions are actually setting tax rates above the default, some of them actually lose basically. And that's why it's actually very hard from the political point of view to actually come up with a harmonized tax schedule at the national level. And the last thing that we do is basically also study what could happen or what would be the tax schedule that we would need to have basically a harmonization in which all regions would actually benefit in terms of revenues relative to the baseline. What you see is that the revenues are very high for many regions. Why is this the case? The reason why this is the case is that in order to basically have a Pareto improving harmonized schedule, you need to set up, which is the green line, you need to set up a schedule that is very, very close to the schedule of the region with the highest marginal tax rates. Okay, and so basically this is already showing, I think it's like an empirical way to document how difficult it is to find basically political coordination and consensus whenever you want harmonized tax rates, because different regions have different preferences. Okay, so let me conclude. So what we find in this paper is that local wealth taxation seems to be feasible at raising revenue, at least in the short run, for the 4 to 5 years for which we have data. Although the effect of Madrid's tax base is very large, the effect on the rest of regions doesn't appear to be very large in terms of revenue losses. And having said that, it's important to mention that these revenue losses become more and more important the more we consider the cross-based fiscal externalities, in particular, if we consider taxes that actually collect very large revenues, like for instance, personal income taxes. So in our policy experiments, what we show is that federal interventions can actually mitigate these problems, but that tax harmonization can be politically very difficult, and that minimum tax rates are likely to be politically more feasible. And so basically the overall conclusion is that the efforts to tax wealth must come in tandem with political coordination. And you asked me about what is happening now, so let me just say something to conclude. Very recently, in December 2022, actually, the paper got a lot of attraction in the Spanish media, and it also reached the ministry. And actually, the Spanish government decided to introduce from 2023 onwards, actually a centralized wealth tax on top of this regional wealth tax to be able to actually minimize basically the mobility responses and the revenue losses that are coming out from this decentralization after 2000. So let's see what happens with the new government if it comes, but that's at least what has happened until now and the current institutional setting. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for lunch. Tell us whether we're in this floor. Come in.
Yeah, I think these guys are here.
And we start at this.
Yeah.
There's no. I could see.
Agents. I see that service.
But it's the pleasure power that you have. So that would be another short day.
Careful, man, I'm so- every time like a big reason. Yeah, but we have to be careful, because this is the income benefit. The rebel the tax calculation, the track that place, which is so. When you look at the income, it's the investment. I really want to think about this for our polls. So we kind of have to go back to the big commission.
Even though.
That's why we focus on the top now. But here's what I want to discuss here. And what I get talk about is once I can get the income substitution like unexpensive holidays. Why is it like so much changes? Yeah. Then you want to think about like the assets.
So this is the related.
Yeah.
That's what you.
So that's the really. Don't give me the really.
Guys, yes, we've never done it. Once you-
Seven plus two.
Yeah, that's right. Always avoid the mystery. I'm trying to stay airport and you can stay this driver last. Next one, but that's very tempting. So that's kind of good. Like, once you have the uncompensated results separated out in the two, that you can also see.
I'm trying to lie with the vote. All the revenues. All the systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it goes down. Vitamin, and I think, like, yeah, correcting the right, it's nice, but it's about valuing the.
Yeah, I think.
Protein.
I think it's a very good. I think it's like.
But I think people reject the idea. So.
I think I would be like. I also know it's like we identified which one. We know I think this is you have a matrix. Give them balance. But you cannot just set the issue. It's when there's some steps. I think like I will look further about this. Trust
What is the difference between that? It's not any trend. I trust it's well. Firmness.
You got access to it. Once you see those there, it's all stating. Yeah. Like, you know, savings for government life saving. Right. The organized.
I don't
I want to see the it's not saving for us. Stop being I'm saying that going, I see we like to pay for it, like. But. So but I'm going with that.
Like, the oldest person I want about I'm trying to match the retirement settings.
So that's the thing, like doing it on my once you start stuff. Like income, that's like you need to replicate it. It's like, yeah.
But I always, I want to.
Yes.
That's right, that's.
If you say, I don't. No, but you cannot push it down, you can share it with them. No, you can hear it. It's small.
Churches with local social insurance, people are very trying to save. Just without the same. Maybe something. Like, if you want to think about like the targets, there's no rush. I can take the reference from Andy. I'm going to straight there. But they must come in. Mix it. The mix of normal. You reject agent. I can take a mix of normal. Mix those. You can take. It's a lot of times. It's a lot of like normal focus like I'm not prior to copying. I really have like some people are like there, Russian.
Choice, what I need is like. People have to be like this. Yeah. One of the references actually is. Sorry. Also fairness and the sun. This is one reference to. I think it's very yeah, we're doing that discussion. Tried it in 2 minutes yesterday. I just. I like it.
Wait a minute. Anyway, it was feeling.
Yeah.
Did you go to France for the day or? The kids from school.
Yeah, Miss Mommy, I have
Happy to see you. Someday I come back to.
Yeah.
Yeah, use. What's the comment? Yeah. That's the way I go. People in the field. They figure it out. How do I do it? Questions how? You're teaching. But certainly different. Kids, yeah. Scholarship. Sure, that. That is the. What do you do in London? What do you think?
Well, also, so I think joint but I want to get out of the yeah, and I wrote something once to as a gift to my especially foreign they're especially interested in actually.
That's funny, I have one in my office. Very student. Well, are there apps that you take?
It's really that yeah, and I wrote this small explanation.
Very good. Have that, we also have the same. Artists.
But
What's on your list? Two top places. Not running with how much it costs. I think oh,
I mean, so and you can't imagine how operating is from. They just can't get the slot.
you can't even get it, but
So they kind of release it randomly because of the popularity. And so you can't predict what time, what day. No, you are slow.
how about this? So, you go back, look down. So, down. Here's the T-bill, here's the vote. Realize they needed some. Well, they on fire. You know about this place we go to?
So I for the first time.
I think it's called A on fire. Some squatches wire.
It's debate.
So I'm gonna press We'll be down to the books. Here's the. Well, that's. It's not economics. As you can guess.
What are you finding? Conference? Yes.
It's on my list. That's in there. Taxation.
Saying that
No, the.
It's kind of a bit.
That's okay. For your- Let's give you some money to ask. I don't know what.
Thanks, Pete.
So that's great.
This
Salary.
Where's the money?
That's not.
That's what the student, like, is.
maybe. Yes.
Put the finance back in. There's been a lot of- I think we'll say something. Order right here.
Right.
But I
Capital gains taxes 20%.
Yeah.
But the problem is. It's actually.
So ärgerlich, wenn wir gehen jetzt auf die 16:9 Format.
Ja.
So ein blöden Beamer, der nicht noch raus ist.
Und dann reinkommt hier, aber ohne da die ganze Zeit
mache ich ja. Aber du kannst ja nicht vorher sagen, was das für ein Beamer ist. Was ganz wichtig zu neuen Website online ist, was nicht hier wird es genau. Ich jetzt so ein Breakdown of Norms. Das eigentlich jeder zweite Sitz haben. Würde es wahrscheinlich
Ich weiß nicht, wie viel Zeit ich damit vergeude, einmal zu gucken, dass es nur eine Zeile ist und nicht irgendwie 2 Worte noch in der nächsten
Ja,
Zeile.
eben, das macht man ja.
Making a text contingent and so it's just also that you put income tax there is an incentive one less or less. You said you cannot change the rules. Basically, escalation, all of this, the efficiency. No, capability is not.
Which,
Why? This session is following on.
I was at the beginning. Got to race. See the connection video.
See, potentially make tax efficient tax things that people can change.
Yes. I said black race. Black race.
Yeah.
You can flip to that. It's called repetition. Yeah, that's it.
That's okay. Michigan actually. Quite a shock. Michigan was a segregated. Yeah. This was segregated.
Question now.
National.
To the University of Utah. Right. Thank you very much.
96 now.
All right. Jesus, medical thing. This because and emails to you response. Some of the most important things. We maybe you just. We will try. That's. You'll be at the Oxford.
First person to do that.
It's no distortion. Correlated. Okay. Means. Right, have a paper. Have a paper. Then, well, yeah, I can. Subsidies. Discovered.
That's like.
Sounds good, you gotta read my book. Look at that. Okay, so what I'm saying is, the country should have a bad tax system, they will think about it. Are you going to?
Wow, great.
Kind of funny. I think that actually.
Yeah, what we did. Yeah, we would say, not such flexibility.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
Yes.
I'm, I think I'm gonna try to finish it early, but it's depends on how active it is. So everybody is asleep.
We are very happy to reach the last session of the day. So we're very happy to have Ludwig to tell us about optimal long-run fiscal policy.
Great. Well, thanks very much for inviting me to participate in this workshop. There's probably no worse time to talk about dynamic Ramsey taxation than right after lunch in a room full of people who want to see data. So I'm going to have to disappoint you. There's no data in this talk. It's all going to be theory, but I'm going to try to at least explain intuition as best as I can. So this is a very, very recent project. In fact, there's no paper at all. And this is, I think, only the second time we're even giving this project. So any feedback you have, any references that we're missing, just, send them over and they'll be greatly acknowledged. This is joint work with two of my CEPR co-authors, Adrian and Matt, as well as Matt's grad student, Michael at Northwestern. So as the title suggests, what we're trying to do in this project is to analyze the optimal long-run level of fiscal policy, specifically of public debt. And we're going to do that in sort of a workhorse Dewey Hagari model using the tool of Ramsey taxation. And sort of the key trade-off that I want you to have in mind here that the planner faces is between raising debt to increase outside liquidity that agents have available to themselves for self-insurance purposes, and the increase in distortionary taxation that is necessary for the government to pay for that increased level of debt. So that's sort of the key trade-off. Now, how are we going to think about the long-run optimal level? There's essentially two notions of long-run optimality that people are using in this literature. The one that I think is the correct one is that of a Ramsey steady state, which is the limiting steady state of a dynamic full commitment Ramsey plan. Now, that Ramsey steady state takes transitional dynamics into account. And in fact, it discounts the short run versus the long run exactly at the agent's actual discount factor. The problem with this approach is that, as I'm going to show you, this is very hard to implement and characterize in practice. So very few people actually do this in practice. And they characterize the optimal steady state. And in fact, lots of people in the room, I'm sure, have done that as well at some point, where basically you just pick the welfare maximizing steady state among the set of all steady states. Okay, that clearly ignores transitions. It is, in some sense, if you think about it,
like the Ramsey steady state of a Ramsey planner that is infinitely patient and really only cares about what steady state you're ending up in. So there's no short run that enters into the calculation of what the optimal steady state is. This is very easy to implement, right? All you need is a steady state routine, which you anyway have if you want to do positive tax analysis. You wrap around the global optimizer and you solve for the optimal tax. Okay. So as I said, the common object in this literature is the optimal steady state. There's classic work by Iagari and McGrattan that has used the standard Iagari heterogeneous agent economy to figure out what the optimal debt level is, to find around 70%. Okay. The Ramsey steady state is very rarely computed. In fact, there's only one unpublished paper as of now that I think properly computes the Ramsey steady state, and that's this paper by Achigos and co-authors. And they find in the current version an optimal debt of around 100%. But I've seen previous versions of this paper, and that as the calibration has changed, it went down from around 550. Okay, so it seems somewhat, subtle how you calibrate these models. And there's a few sort of more. Exactly. Maybe it's going to trend up post-COVID as that trends up. Yeah, so other papers have tried to get at the Ramsey steady state, but only in incomplete ways. Let me just name one of these papers, the famous paper by Iagari himself, actually. Doesn't really characterize the Ramsey steady state. It assumes that it exists and derives the result that the capital tax in that steady state is positive, but nothing else. Okay, so we're going to try to go beyond these papers. We're going to try to propose new methods that come from our previous work on sort of sequence-based macroeconomics to characterize the Ramsey steady state. And we're going to basically be able to derive pretty clean FOCs, first order conditions, by the standards of this literature, just to add to that, for the Ramsey steady state. And those first order conditions are going to be derived from infinitely anticipated perturbations to the policy. So we're going to go far out, 1,000 years, going to do a small policy change, and we're going to see how agents respond. And if welfare does not increase and not decrease, then we're at a point where the first order condition holds. Okay. We're going to use this approach to compute Ramsey steady states in various models, specifically today an Iagari model. And it turns out it is almost as easy as computing the optimal steady state. So there's almost no reason not to compute the Ramsey steady state with these methods. Okay, so here's the result. When we plug in the Iagari economy with standard separable preferences, we actually find that the Ramsey steady state basically never exists. What I mean by basically, I'll tell you, but you cannot make up a calibration where it exists, at least as it is normally stated, okay? Instead, we find that our results suggest immiseration. I don't have the full transition path for you, but I'm going to try to convince you that, in fact, this is a very, very good educated guess that this is actually what will happen in the dynamic economy. And by immiseration, I mean that the planner actually impoverishes the household in the long run, sending the labor tax to 100%, sending private consumption to 0, and sending private wealth and thus also government debt to 0 as well. Now, how can this be optimal? Doesn't that mean, marginal utilities go to infinity? Yes, but if that's sufficiently slow, that happens far out into the future and is discounted, and in fact can be optimal for the plan. Now, there's some consumption with yes, for every single person in the economy, consumption is 0. Yes.
So is it given discounting? I mean, now, obviously, if you're infinite, that's a long way away. It's kind of meaningless. It's valueless.
So that's the debate I think we're starting to have given this result. Is this something we should take seriously? Or is there something wrong with how we set up the model? Is there something wrong more generally with dynamic Ramsey taxation? Let's have that discussion. I have a slide on that. Let's have that discussion towards the end. But that's, I think, the key question that we're encountering here.
Ludwig, my question: if you take beta to 1, we know that there is some steady state.
Wait, if you take beta of the planner to 1, so you have to separate the beta from the planner if you want to solve the problem. You're exactly right. If you took the Ramsey planner and you set a different discount factor for the planner, a discount factor in fact of 1, then you're exactly at the optimal steady state. Then that steady state will exist. And that's something that I'll show you as well. But if you, restrict yourself to have that the planner shares the same preferences with the household, which I think is the standard case, then you get this result.
You see it overlapping generation. What environment?
So I'll tell you exactly the environment. It's basically IAGARs. It's not OLG right now. I have a guess that depending on how you set up the OLG, maybe you can get around it if you make it like 2 period or 3 period. But for Blackshire-Yari type models, I think you're going to get this. Now there's a slight wrinkle to this. If you give me GHH preferences, so not exactly separable preferences, and that is in fact the utility specification in the paper that I mentioned, this Achigos paper, then you can actually get the Ramsey steady state to exist, but it's going to be very fragile and very dependent on exactly which calibration of that model you use. Okay, and that I think kind of explains the large distance between the different debt levels they have in their working papers. So why is this? Let me attempt to breathe some intuition into what comes out of a complicated system of equations. The planner here likes issuing more debt in the short run to insure agents. But if you want to issue more debt in the short run, then you need to pay for it later on with higher taxes. And the planner finds it profitable pretty much no matter how high taxes already are to keep doing more of that, issue more debt in the short run and then tax it back later on. That's basically because the agent is relatively impatient. This short-term benefit is ignored when computing the OSS, which is why this process does not work in the OSS, so you don't blow up labor taxes towards 100%. And it also turns out, and I'm going to show this to you, it also turns out to heavily rely on agents having perfect foresight about future tax plans. And in fact, we have a slight extension of our setup where we give them a little bit below perfect foresight. For example, you can do this by restricting the planning horizon of agents. There are several papers by Woodford that do this, or there's a paper by my colleague Xavier Gabex that has like cognitive discounting, which basically are all kind of one and the same thing, that you make sure that agents' behavioral responses to far out policy changes are dampened. If you do this, you can also get a Ramsey steady state back. Okay, but really, I think of this as sort of an open question. What to do in this situation with dynamic Ramsey taxation right now.
Can I ask one broad question? So if you had something like unemployment insurance or other way of providing insurance to agents, would that change things or not really?
So it wouldn't change the non-existence result. You would still have that even if you make risk smaller, unless you don't collapse it. If you collapse it, right, then our IGAR economy becomes a standard neoclassical growth model. And then the non-existence result in those models start coming in that I work on with Iman Learning, right? Okay, so we're going to start by just setting up the standard heterogeneous age model that we'll use. And I'm going to warm you up by talking about the optimal steady state. Then when we're all warm and ready to go, we're going to talk about the sequence-based approach to the Ramsey steady state. And then I'll apply that quantitatively to the IGAR economy. I'm going to try to convince you that there's in fact no inferior Ramsey steady state in that model. Okay, this is a pretty standard household side. We have a sequence of interest rates and a sequence of after-tax wages that these households take as given. There's a continuum of household. They all maximize the expected discount in utility over consumption and disutility from labor supply. This is a standard budget constraint, consumption saving, return from past saving, and labor income. Or labor income is just the after-tax wage times your idiosyncratic productivity. The EIT is basically coming from a Markov chain of idiosyncratic productivities, and N is hours for labor supply by this agent. There's also a budget constraint. Okay. Basically, the way I want you to think about this household side is that it takes these paths of interest rates and after-tax wages as given. Everybody optimizes. They all figure out their own policy rules. There's a distribution of wealth that might change over time. At the end of the day, that will imply consumption paths of aggregate consumption paths, aggregate labor supply paths, and aggregate utility. Okay. Now, in a steady state, this is very, very simple, right? Because the interest rate is constant, the after-tax wage is constant, and so by just allowing everybody to optimize, I can figure out what aggregate consumption is entirely as a function of the real wage and the real interest rate and the after-tax wage. Same thing for labor supply, it's just a function in the steady state of the constant level of interest rates and after tax wages. Same thing for utilitarian welfare U, and same thing for aggregate saving of these households. Okay. Perfect. Great. What's the rest of the economy? I'm going to keep things simple for now. I'm going to have a representative firm that essentially turns each unit of effective labor supply into one unit of the good. And that will mean that the pre-tax wage here is always equal to 1. Later on, when I'll extend it to have this economy to have capital, the real wage will be somewhat different, but that's literally the only thing that will change. And in fact, all the results that I'll explain here will also go through in the economy with capital. The government will spend a fixed amount of capital G. It will control the level of debt and the path of labor taxes. And the way I think about these two controls are essentially being able to manipulate, the path of real interest rates, basically by moving around debt, and the path of after-tax wages by moving around the labor tax. In fact, this is very delicate, right? Because the pre-tax wages just one. So then the optimal steady state problem essentially looks like a dual problem, just with more complicated functions that maybe you're used to, right? We maximize the steady state utility as a function of the interest rate and the wage, subject to the resource constraint of the economy when I substitute in the behavior of the agent taking the interest rate and the wages given. Okay, that's really it, right? I don't need any other constraints because, for example, things like the government budget constraint pop out of this one because we know from the household's budget constraint that this consumption choice, this labor choice, have to satisfy the household budget constraint, and then there's the usual sort of Walras law arguments that have to imply the third, which is the government budget constraint. Okay, so that's really the problem. And that's a simple problem, right? We just have, two unknowns that we want to solve for. We have one constraint, figure out first order conditions. I'm not going to go through all the steps here. I'm just going to give you the intuition of that first order condition, just so that you see what's kind of going on in the planner's mind here. So basically, on the left-hand side of this first order condition, I have the utility benefit from raising the steady state interest rate. That's obviously positive because agents love to save more at a higher interest rate. On the right-hand side, this is basically the cost from increasing labor taxes, right? Reducing the after-tax wage in order to pay for the higher interest. Okay. This equation, together with our goods market clearing condition, is kind of a system of two equations and two unknowns, interest rates and after-tax wages. And we can solve that to figure out what the optimal steady state is in this economy. Once I have it figured out, I can, for example, characterize what debt to GDP is, if that's what I'm interested in, just by computing household saving. It has to be government bonds. There's no other asset in this economy to save in, divided by GDP, which is just labor supply, and then that would be debt to GDP. Okay, let me show you what this first order condition looks like as I vary up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to vary candidate interest rates. For every interest rate, I'm going to solve out this goods market clearing condition for the wage, plug that into my first order condition, and just compute what the net benefit is of increasing interest rates at that candidate interest rate. Okay, this gives you a very simple plot like this. So this is the net benefit of further increasing interest rates at any given level of the interest rate. So for example, here this suggests that this net benefit, say at 2% annual interest rate, is positive, which means the planner would not find this to be optimal. It would want to go further to the right, increase interest rates further, up until exactly my net benefit, the left-hand side of my first order condition minus the right-hand side is exactly 0. Okay, so this would be the point at which we find the optimal steady state in this economy, around whatever 5% interest rate, and you have a debt level associated with that around 50–60%. Okay, these numbers are from a calibration that I'll talk about in a few slides, but that's just to fix ideas.
Just talk a bit more about the underlying economics. So I guess
government policy choices that.
Yeah.
And the benefit of doing that is to provide a vehicle also is to save an asset, to save it and to insure it.
Yes, exactly.
And then the cost of issuing a lot of debt is that
so no, the interest rate people like to be high, but the problem with the high interest rate is that the government needs to finance it, right? Exactly. So basically the trade-off is that with a higher interest rate, the labor tax will have to be higher. Because A, the interest rate is higher, and B, the debt will be higher in order to achieve that higher interest rate. And that will drive up the labor tax and down the real wage.
We always talk about it as the government picking the interest rate.
I'm thinking of it as the government picking interest rate because I think of the debt choice as being able to influence the interest rate in the economy. Does that make sense? Feel free to stop me. I understand that this is not what you do on a daily basis, or at least some of you. Okay, so that's the key trade-off. If you push up interest rates by way of issuing more debt, you have to finance that debt with higher labor taxes, and higher labor taxes mean less after-tax wage for the household, which is a utility loss for them. So that's the trade-off.
So what's trying to,
Yeah.
What's the role of heterogeneity here? Like, what if you have more heterogeneity, less heterogeneity? Why the specific dimension of heterogeneity, no other dimension?
Great. This specific, just because of the workhorse model, but it is a great question. If you have more heterogeneity or more uninsurable income risk, right? The force for self-insurance, the demand for self-insurance is higher. So that would call for a higher optimal interest rate, right? Just because agents will appreciate even more to have more saving, available, making more easier for them to self-insure. Okay, that's why optimal debt would be higher and the optimal interest rate would be higher in that.
So, and the heterogeneity and risk is the same thing here, like whatever.
It's not, so it's not entirely the same thing, because obviously if there's permanent heterogeneity, then there's no need to insure against that, right? So if I just make people permanently different, like some people permanently have higher income than others, that's not something, unless I impose a social welfare function, that's not something that that agents need self-insurance against. It's really only the uninsurable income risk, the EIT process, basically.
So here in this current economy, government debt is the only asset that also.
Correct.
So if the
Correct.
government is debt, then also it's cannot self-insure.
Yes. Yes.
But you're later going to have an extension of capital.
I'm going to have a very short extension with capital. I won't go into details, but I'm happy to tell you later. But yes.
Then capital.
Exactly. But it's actually not going to change very much the conceptual results. But yes, in that case, capital would also be available. Good question.
So how close to the household discount factor you get for this calibration?
How close to the?
How close to the discount rate? So say the government like achieving almost full insurance?
No. I mean, almost full insurance would require debt to be extremely high. So that we're nowhere near that. It's that I think so this would be the interest. I think the discount rate of households would be maybe, I don't know, 7 to 8, somewhere in that range. But this is just an illustrative calibration. Okay, great.
Yeah. Capital, would that change your result that from steady state?
No.
Then what's the-
I'll show you. The argument is very quick and simple. Okay. Perfect. So now we're going to take the same economy, the same idea, right? We want to control interest rates and after-tax wages. Now, only that we're interested in the Ramsey steady state, not in just the simple optimal steady state. Okay. Let's look at the household side again, right? Remember that basically all that agents need, other than their primitives like risk aversion, time preferences, etc., in order to solve their problem is the path of interest rates and the path of after-tax wages. Once you have that, they can all optimize, they can make their choices, and you can compute what the path of aggregate consumption, aggregate labor supply, welfare, etc. is. So I'm going to now denote these curlies for every single time period as functions that map these sequences of interest rates and after-tax wages into sequences of, say, consumption. Likewise, for labor supply, it's going to be a function that maps these sequences that households take as given into sequences of aggregate labor supply, and same thing for utility. Okay. This makes it look very complicated, but what's nice about it is the dynamic Ramsey problem using this notation looks very much like the optimal steady state problem, right? It's just that now the planner can choose the entire time paths of interest rates and after-tax wages it discounts now utilities rather than just taking utility at the steady state. But the constraint is exactly the same. Constraint is the resource constraint. Again, plugged in now in every single period, the behavior of the agent, both for aggregate consumption and aggregate.
And it just follow G is always, it's.
G is always
It's exogenous given. And
Exactly.
Not optimizing G,
I don't optimize in G. I could do that, but that's simpler for now to,
Yeah.
exactly. Totally, yeah. So what do we do with this? Well, I mean, one thing we can do is we can just naively take derivatives like we theorists like to do, write down the first order condition and see if we learn something from that, okay? If you do that, you don't learn terribly much because it's still a complicated system, depends on all sorts of things, right? All of these functions depend on the entire time path of interest rates and wages, very complicated. Let me simplify it further, because after all, I'm interested in the Ramsey steady state, okay? Let's assume the economy is such that lambda, the discount at the Lagrange multiplier on the resource constraint converges to some positive number. Let's further assume that my interest rate and after-tax wage also converge to a positive number to look for an interior well-defined Ramsey steady state. If you do that, I have to take limits everywhere, and this looks even worse than the one before, but there's one thing that will come to my rescue, which is now there's all these cross-time derivatives of things like, for example, welfare in period S plus H to say an interest rate in period S. And it's the same pattern everywhere. It's all of these cross-time derivatives. Here, for example, this is the cross-time derivative of how much aggregate consumption changes H periods after an interest rate change at some very large date S. And it turns out that these cross-time derivatives are extremely well behaved. Okay, let me show you what they look like for some examples. And then you're going to see that there's a lot of intuition there that will help us characterize and massively simplify this system of equations. Okay. And by the way, this system is even easier than that of any other paper that tries to do optimal policy in this space. So even that is already some progress. Sorry, Luigi.
So the sequences of RNS,
Yeah.
so RNS and WS,
Yeah.
really independent, like over time.
Yes, they can be independent, subject to, of course, they need to satisfy the resource constraint. But yeah.
And there are no like symmetry restrictions on these cross derivatives.
So that's exactly where we're going to go. There are symmetry restrictions in the following sense. What we're going to see is that this derivative, for example, how much aggregate consumption responds each period after you, say, raise interest rates? In principle, that can depend on at what point you're increasing interest rates, right? Whether you're increasing them today or in 1,000 years. It turns out for these models, like heterogeneous agent models that have some stationarity of the wealth distribution baked in, those converge very nicely as you take S to be a very large data. Okay. Great. Let's talk about that. In general, these objects is something that we've spent a lot of time thinking about. There's whole matrices that you can, compute here and think about, and it's useful for simulating the kind of models more generally. I want to focus on exactly these cross-time derivatives. Specifically, I'm going to show you an example of the consumption response to interest rate changes. And in fact, if you take the time period at which you increase interest rates towards infinity, you're going to get patterns like this one. Okay, let me just show you tell you what this does. Basically, at some large time that's normalized with regard to that time here. So 0 is that time at infinity essentially, where I increase interest rates. And this blue line is how the average household adjusts their consumption in response to that interest rate increase. Right? It's kind of intuitive that because of a substitution effect, we have that here, we cut down consumption, then we increase it after the interest rate increase. Okay. Perfect. Now, one thing that is interesting and took us sort of some thinking and wrapping our head around to figure this out. If you add up all these points along this schedule, that is exactly the derivative of steady state consumption to a permanent steady state interest rate increase. Okay, why is this? Imagine we're in this world where a one-time change gives you this pattern. And imagine I now keep doing that change. I make it permanent. I make it this period, this period, this period, this period, and so on. It's a little like overlaying lots of these zigzag patterns, right? One next to the other. And if you're thinking for any given period, which numbers you're adding up to get to the steady state response with regard to that permanent change, it is literally exactly all these points that you're adding up. And that was a very fundamental insight for us because this object is what's really crucial in the Ramsey steady state first order condition. And in fact, it shows up with a discount factor. In fact, in the Ramsey first order conditions, we're gonna discount this pattern. We're gonna add a beta to this because the planner is gonna take a lot, it's gonna care a lot more about the behavior of the agent on the left side of this picture than on the right side because of time discounting. The optimal steady state calculation with sort of a social discount factor of 1 equally weights all of those and only cares about the steady state consumption response to a steady state, permanent interest rate shift. Okay, yeah.
Go back one slide.
Yeah.
So there's something basic I don't understand. So usually, like the steady state around which you're.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
But now don't know. And this
Perfect.
Steady state like the R and the W. In fact, I thought you were going to tell us that it doesn't even exist. In lots of cases. So how does that work?
Perfect. We're gonna try to do this like with the optimal steady state. We're gonna do this for general R and W, and then we're just gonna numerically for now, and then I'll show you a theory result too. We're gonna vary R and W and see, can we find a solution to these first order conditions and the goods market clearing condition? Okay, and then
the statement about this pattern, that's true.
Yeah, that's true for any R and W, exactly. So here's the object that we need. Instead of summing up this pattern, right, which we did basically when we think about steady state derivatives, we're gonna sum up a discounted version of those, okay? Where, as I said, we're gonna put higher weight when this H is negative to the left side of this picture. We're gonna call this, we didn't have a better name for it. If you have a better name, let us know. We're gonna call this S derivative because there's a sum there. That's why we're gonna call this S derivative, okay? Agree.
Yeah.
I know. I hope it sounds worse than it is, but anyway, this object is a scalar, right? This is just we take the schedule, we discount it, we sum it up, right? It's a well-defined object. It basically, this beta in general, that would be the social discount factor. With this, we can simplify our first order conditions to look almost exactly like the ones from the OSS. It's really almost exactly the same, except that now we have S derivatives rather than these steady state derivatives. Or to put it differently, we have a beta in that formula that's exactly 1, right? Because that turns the S derivative into the steady state. Okay. So again, the intuition is the same. We have a discounted utility benefit from higher interest rates that is equated to the discounted cost from having to increase labor taxes in the future. Okay, you're already kind of seeing, okay, maybe that discounted cost, because it's a little further in the future, maybe that's kind of discount now, and it's kind of less looming large than in the optimal steady state on that.
So about something, but
yeah, please
change R, that's not the price.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's the planner is
not many surprises in that.
The planner is able to choose its path of bonds in order to implement whatever interest rate it wants.
Only the preference.
Exactly. We don't change preference. Exactly.
But still you can have a higher R.
Exactly. Just blow up the bond, use more debt. Until they.
This is like normal interest rate?
No, this is real. Everything is real. This is like a Ramsey problem. Everything is real.
You can change the price for the preference.
Yes, exactly. But there's policies, right? The planner has 2 policies, labor tax and government debt. And through those it can affect the path of interest rates and appetite.
It's not like market clearing.
There is market clearing, yeah.
The interest rate depends on discount rates and the rules.
No, it will depend on discount rate because household saving will depend on discount rate. Does that make sense?
I guess I don't get.
All right.
You're changing the price. The planning introduced the price.
So we're not changing arbitrarily, we're not making up a price and then messing up market clearing, if that makes sense, right? In some sense, the way to think about it is the government controls the supply of liquidity, the supply of bonds, and by including market clearing, that will shift the price. Because of market clearing, that will shift the price. Okay, let me keep going, but I'm very happy to.
No, it's not about the question. I just think.
No.
Phase or like supply capital is the amount of capital. The government gets
the government basically the way. Let me try it.
But we can always reverse it. There are one supply that implements that.
Exactly.
We can go back.
Exactly. All right, I'll keep going, just because I want to make sure you all get the main result of this, so that you didn't suffer through this for nothing. but then I'm very happy to chat more later. Perfect. So one thing we can do now again is we can, just like Ben said, right? This all depends on the steady state R and W. And so now to see if there is such a steady state R and W, again, we can vary those two. And specifically, the way we're going to do it is we're going to again vary R, just like we did before. We're going to back out the W from the goods market clearing condition, and then compute left-hand side minus right-hand side, the net, now discounted benefit from increasing interest rate. We're going to see, does that intersect zero again? Do we have a point at which the first order condition is satisfied with equality? Okay. Forget the calibration here, it's not that important. What I want you to focus on is, for now, my baseline results will be for this utility specification. This is nice because it's balanced growth and separable at the same time, but we played around with this. I'm going to show you some plots. No matter how you rig this, unless you go to GHH, you're still going to have very similar. Okay, this is it. So this is the net now discounted benefit from higher interest rates in now this Ramsey steady state formulation. And instead of this net benefit going towards zero, in fact, the opposite happens. It goes up, meaning that there's no point here where the planner is happy to stay at, right? In some sense, to me, to suggest that at every given interest rate that you can conjecture to be a Ramsey steady state, the planner yet wants to issue more debt, increasing interest rates more, and increasing labor taxes in the future to pay for that increased debt more. Okay? And so that suggests to us that maybe what's going on in this model is that we not just not have an interior Ramsey steady state. In fact, we have something like immiseration going on, where labor taxes keep increasing and increasing towards 100%. Consumption starts falling towards zero, and household wealth also falls towards zero eventually.
Let me ask again Florian's question.
Yeah.
What's the discount factor? When you say earlier that the discount factor is 1, then you get exactly the same formulas.
Perfect. So there's two discount factors. We need to be very, very clear, right? So there's the one of the household, and there's the one of the planner. When I talk about Ramsey steady state, I mean that they're the same, that the planner has exactly the same preferences as the household, same discount factor. You're exactly right, and Florian was also exactly right about that, that when I change the discount factor of the planner to be equal to 1, then I get the OSS solution, okay? Which kind of suggests already that increasing the social discount factor does get around this non-existence result. But for that, you'll have to basically hardwire the planner to have different preferences than the households.
What about if both the planner and the households have a discount factor?
Well, then, as you know, so the problem, so notice that the problem is in these models that the discount rate of the household always has to be greater than the interest rate that you calibrate the model to, right? If you had a discount rate that was less than the interest rate, households would basically amass infinite wealth, right? And that would require infinite bonds and infinite taxes, and that doesn't work, right? So you have to have that constraint. So you can go closer to that, and however close you go, you're still going to have that feature. That makes sense.
Well, that's why I don't know how OG models work, but you think the planner cares about future generations more than the current. That would be the way.
Yes, yes, exactly. That would be a way of thinking about giving the planner a higher discount factor. Yeah. Exactly right. I agree. That's something that we'll look at. Okay, just to show you, if you put in different preferences, this is positive, this is positive. In fact, the only way to get it to go down that we found in this formulation is GHH. But it kind of really depends on how you calibrate the model. You get all sorts of different results, and in fact, in many cases, even there, we don't
You
find
have to tell us what GHH, right?
Oh.
Demand for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, this is let me put off my macro hat. GHH are basically preferences where I shove in the disutility from labor supply inside the utility of consumption. Okay. No income effect on the labor supply. Okay.
Oh,
Great. This is different language that we're using.
But everyone in public finance.
Exactly.
That's a cheap trick.
There we go. Exactly. Well, it's not quasi-linear in that we have a utility wrapped around C minus the event. Sorry, I should have written that down. Yeah, exactly. Okay, great.
Most public finance.
Okay, let me skip that. So is this always the case? So these have been calibrations. You might rightfully wonder, well, can I not cook up a model to get around that? And we've started to go into that direction and try to actually have a theoretical result that tells us, no, this cannot happen. You never have an interior Ramsey steady state. So far, we've been partially successful. If you give me this log utility function with separable this utility, then we found a condition under which there in fact is no Ramsey steady state. What is that condition? I'm not going to go through the math in words. Basically, all it says is that rich people in the economy are more able to substitute consumption across periods than poor people. And that is something that is well satisfied in any of these IAGARI models. Why? Because being poor means being closer to the constraint, being less able to substitute consumption across periods. Being rich means being further away, being more able to do that substitution. Okay, and that's something we can check that holds numerically, and we think we have a way to even get rid of that condition too and show that that is satisfied in standard IAGARI models with standard Markov processes for reducing credit risk. Great. One slide on capital. Let me just, for the experts in the room, tell you the way this works. Basically, all you need to do is you need to endow the planner with an additional tool, namely capital taxes, and you need to add capital into your research constraint. Everything else is the same. And if you now write down the first order condition just for capital, you're going to get, if there exists an interior steady state, you're going to get the modified golden rule, just like in IAGARI's paper. And with that modified golden rule, you know what the capital labor ratio is because of constant returns to scale production. You get the pre-tax wage. And with that pre-tax wage, our first order condition for everything else is almost exactly the same, right? You just basically multiply one term by that pre-tax wage, but that's like an exogenous number for that equation, and you get the same result, okay? Again, this suggests that there's immiseration, and actually we found that even the modified golden rule is out the window if there is indeed immiseration in the law. Okay, so let me conclude basically with my last two slides here. So the question that we ask ourselves is there something wrong with dynamic Ramsey taxation? Wherever we look these days, we find issues, right? I have this previous paper with Yvonne where we thought about optimal taxation in the new classical growth model. Think of Chamley-Judd, and we found those results to be flawed in important ways. We also found immiseration results in some examples in that space. We find them here for these kinds of models. Those two are very standard workers macro models. Somehow we should be able to do better in terms of characterizing, long run fiscal, optimal fiscal policy. And so I don't know what the answer is. We've played around with trying to make agents deviate from perfect foresight, and you can, if you do those deviations, you can change things, but that's kind of natural that you can. But I don't know if that's the right way forward. But that's sort of an open question that we need to answer. Okay, so what have we done? We have developed new tools to obtain Ramsey steady states, almost as easily as optimal steady states. I think each and one of you that next time computes an optimal steady state, think about whether there's a way to actually compute the Ramsey steady state using some of these tricks. The Ramsey steady state we found not to exist for standard preferences in IAGARI models. And that raises sort of a broader question of how much we should trust dynamics around it.
Because they exist, in fact, you're wants to compute the OSS, right? It's the only thing you can do that is reasonable and has a meaning that you can understand.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
You prove that we should rely on the good old,
so that's one take.
rule,
I think that's one valid takeaway. That would not be my takeaway because there's flaws for the OSS, right? Like if you take a frictionless neoclassical growth model and you just say, planner, give me the optimal capital tax, it kind of should be zero. It's frictionless. It's the first best. But the planner would say, hold on, let me just subsidize capital and take you from the actually optimal modified golden rule to the old school golden rule, right? It just doesn't seem right, right? So maybe in some cases, the optimal state is the right answer. And for some economies, it certainly is. But in general, it just doesn't feel, to me at least, doesn't feel satisfactory. Okay.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
I'm happy to have one.
Now we have Florian to conclude the day.
All right, thank you everyone for holding out for the very last talk after 3 days of tax talks here. So this is joint work with Ben, who's here, and Mark Aguiar from Princeton, who I think might be on YouTube or on Zoom. Thanks also for Joel for creating all this suspense yesterday. So let's hope we can resolve what's actually behind this title. So the starting point of this project is the question how to tax wealth gains from rising asset prices. And this is a graph actually from one of Ben's papers. So you should ask him if you have actually more detailed questions about this. But my reading of this is that, yes, we've seen asset prices, values of firms to actually increase over the last couple of decades. And if you think about the value of the firm is being driven sort of in a baseline asset pricing model by two things. One is the future profits that this firms generate, and then the interest rate, which you use to discount these profits. The second line here, the light blue line, suggests that it hasn't been profits, right? Because profits haven't actually increased as much as the valuation. So it seems to be price increases that have largely driven these value increases. Now, there's a large literature that has emerged over the last couple of years that has shed some light on the link between rising asset prices and wealth inequality. It has shown that asset prices are actually a main driver of wealth inequality dynamics. Ben has written important papers recently on this. Clara actually has a very nice paper that has documented this with house prices especially. So we take that as a starting point and ask the normative question, what should that then mean for how to tax wealth or capital gains? Now, the status quo in most countries is, Joel discussed this yesterday too, is that we have capital gains taxes that are based on realizations. So you only have to sell, to pay taxes when you sell these assets and realize some gains. But there has been a lot of discussion recently whether that should be changed, whether we should have wealth taxes or accrual-based capital gains taxes. Joel gave us the perfect introduction here and talked about the Hague-Simons income concept, the comprehensive income tax, which would include accrued capital gains in the base of the income tax. And there's been famous proposals like going back to Piketty and the Sayers, Yeager, and Zuckman proposal, for instance, that was in favor of this accrual-based capital gains tax. The problem is we don't have any guidance from theories of optimal capital taxation, what to do in terms of these instruments, because our theories and models of capital taxation don't have asset prices in them. So we can't really think about this formally without putting the finance into the public finance. That's what explains the title. So we need asset pricing components in our models of capital taxation to really inform us about what the correct instruments should be. And that's exactly what we want to do here. We think it's an important gap in that literature and we want to fill that. These take some first steps. So this is what we're doing. We want to think about redistributive taxation in an environment with changing asset prices. So concretely, we want to ask the question, how should the tax schedule adjust or the optimal tax system in general when asset prices go up? We take this link here as given, and what we find is that for these normative questions, it matters where these asset price changes come from. This is actually not a sufficient statistic for thinking about the optimal tax response to these changes. And this is really the asset pricing component of it. You know, I already said, you know, these asset prices would in general be driven partly by the future dividends that we expect. You know, think of a house that delivers future housing benefits. It would be partly driven by the discount rate that we use to compute the present value. And there's, of course, an important element of risk in these asset prices. Now, here's what we find, and most of what I'm going to show you today is going to be some first best tax benchmarks. Often in public finance, we don't spend a lot of time on first best because it's trivial. In this case, actually, what we found is that even looking at the first best is already very instructive because it tells us something about the right instruments to look at. It's not informative about the right tax rate that we should put on these capital gains because it's always going to be extreme, you know, 100% taxes. But it's very informative about what the base should be. So I'm going to spend a lot of time on first best today. And what these first best taxes should look like also depends on the sources of these capital gains. So what we find as a quick preview is that if asset prices are largely driven by dividend changes, we just think that, you know, firms have become more valuable because they will make higher profits in the future. Then the tax change in response to an asset price increase should be, you know, the wealth of that person times the change in the asset price. So that's just the revaluation of the wealth of that person. How much the wealth actually went up, precisely because the valuation of that wealth through the asset price went up. This is the Hague-Simons income tax concept, where we would tax accrued capital gains. It's not dependent on realizations, does not depend on whether you sold your wealth or whether you bought additional assets. It's just purely accrual-based concept. However, if these asset prices are driven by discount rate changes, it's very different. Then the change in the tax burden that a person should experience in response to the asset price increase should be proportional to the sales of the asset that this person is optimally choosing, which could be negative. You know, sales could be negative if you're buying some asset. In fact, this would be a negative tax change. You should actually get some subsidy. I'm going to show you most of this in a simple model that is actually deterministic, and then if I have time at the end, show you that most of these results also go through with risk with some small modification. Yes, Eric?
So your motivating graphs suggested that discount rate trends over time are driving the asset price. That's where you're going.
Yeah.
Actually, the realization is kind of right.
So we exactly. So we have some finance professors in the room who know this better than me. I just look at this as a consumer. But from the asset pricing literature, you know, sort of the common wisdom is that most asset price fluctuations are actually driven by discount rate fluctuations, just because dividends don't move around enough to explain asset price variation. So this would be the relevant case. So in that case, exactly, it suggests that the realization-based tax system, which is based on the actual trades, or as the finance people call it, the durations of these assets, whether you want to sell or buy, is actually the right tax case.
Changes in discount rates end up in price changes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're using. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You know, you can't just look at the price change as a sufficient statistic. You have to look at the source of the price change.
But can you explain the difference between sales? I missed the point there. What sales instead of?
You could have a lot of wealth. You're not selling anything. That's the classic example. You know, Jeff Bezos has a lot of Amazon stock. It has become worth more and more. So this would be a huge increase in the valuation of Amazon. But if he's not selling anything, under this concept here, he would pay actually taxes. This would be the accrual-based system. Under this realization-based system, as we currently have it, it's not paying any tax.
Then the difference is the prices of price change are observed on the market or not observed, observed only on the occasion of transaction, right?
That's one benefit of a realization-based system, that you don't have to get into this valuation business of assets that you don't have transactions for yet.
Or in what about return? Not causing appreciation of the asset. Not think about that.
Included dividends.
Well, I mean, you get into sort of issues of double counting in that sense, right? Because for the investor, actually, what matters is the ultimate payout out of the company, which would be the dividends, not the earnings. I guess you're getting sort of to share buybacks, things like that, which would be another way of getting money out of the company into the investors, and that you should treat them like dividends.
Right, that's why I was thinking for dividends. Like if you own 100% of Amazon, you can save inside Amazon, that should be treated the same.
Yeah.
Cash flows versus debt.
Exactly.
All right, this is for the first best, so it gives us some clean benchmarks, and I'm gonna go in more detail about how exactly that works. We're also gonna do some second best implementations where you don't. First best here means you have person-specific lump sum taxes to do the redistribution, so you can completely undo these welfare changes from these asset price changes. You might think about more realistic tax instruments like having, for instance, a wealth tax, or realization-based capital gains tax where you just tax these sales. Then, of course, you're going to have some distortions there. If you impose these taxes, you will distort the savings behavior of these investors, you know, the Euler equation, the intertemporal allocation of consumption and so forth. So you're going to just balance your redistributive motives that come out most cleanly in the first best against these distortions. So you're not going to go to 100% taxes, which these formulas here suggest. You know, there's no marginal tax rate in front of this. You just completely tax away the realized capital gains here in the first best. So you would not do these 100% taxes, but lower. So I'm not going to get into sort of what the optimal tax rates should be. Here, we're not going to have a quantitative model that is going to inform these tax rates. Really, I'm just going to focus on the right tax. What are the right tax bases here for the purpose of this talk? And then one thing that we're showing just quickly is that if you have the second best, these second best instruments, but you take, for instance, the intertemporal elasticity of substitution to zero, so people don't respond that much to these distortions from these taxes, you converge back to this first best. So there's some continuity around. Yeah,
just thinking. So this is no transitional. This is a kind of steady state optimal tax idea here. I'm just thinking about how we think of it relative to consumption tax. Sorts of these things we think are equivalent. So if you don't want to worry about progressivity or
in the steady state. Yeah, I think in the second best, there's a lot of different instruments we can talk about this that will be in fact equivalent. So it could be the consumption tax. I think in our framework would look very similar.
But it's the consumption tax, they're not really distinctions. Yeah, I have to come back. So I always think it's an equivalent one, but now we've got two possibilities.
Yeah, exactly.
How are they?
Yeah, you don't want to replicate the wealth tax versus. Yeah.
So just to see whether I get the benchmark right, in the first best benchmark, we wouldn't have wealth differences to begin with.
Exactly. So, well, under the optimal tax system, it depends on your Pareto weights. You know how much redistribution you want to do.
Okay, so all of this is redistributed.
But one special case would be, you know, complete redistribution. If you have equal Pareto weights and everything. But there's even a first best Pareto frontier where you might want to redistribute, you know, between different types, depending on your redistributive preferences. So all I'm going to say here about first best is it's independent of the social welfare function that we use. For arbitrary Pareto weights, these formulas will be true. Yeah, Eric?
This seems like you're not emphasizing the risk piece at all, but like there could be interesting different results there just as margin utilities moving around with risk and like a way that would with tax smoothing kind of results also affect the optimal.
I'm going to talk about the extent of that risk, but because most of what I'm going to tell you about again is going to be first best, you're going to ensure these idiosyncratic aspects away anyway. So the only thing that then remains would be aggregate risk, and we want to share that perfectly. I'm going to show you some formula of what that means.
All right, I'm going to start with a very, very simple model. It's a two-period model. It's going to be first without risk. It's going to be partial accrual. We're going to relax these two things later on if I have time. That's just because this is the last talk today. We would have worked out the full life cycle model if we had put on the program yesterday, but we decided to keep things simple after everybody's energy has been drained. So I'm going to start with this baby model. Most of the economics can be shown in this very simple model already. We're going to talk about the first best, as I said, then a little bit about the second best, which is MERLIs. You know, you have some nonlinear wealth taxes or capital sales taxes, for instance. Then introduce risk and borrowing. Actually, the borrowing aspect is important to consider because, you know, there's been a lot of talk recently about, you know, people like entrepreneurs like Elon Musk actually borrowing against their unrealized capital gains, avoiding taxes that way. So we'll have to say something about that. And then if I have time to talk about GE, where these asset prices are not given and we just shock them, but are determined at equilibrium, but basically nothing changes if they're endogenous. So the environment is, we have a continuum of these investors that are indexed by data. There's some distribution, and they differ in three things. It's a two-period model. They have some initial wealth in which they differ. All the blue things are the things that they are heterogeneous in. They differ, and they differ in their income in these two periods. So you can think of that as capturing something like age, where, you know, young people have not so much income right now, but a lot of income in the future. Old people have the opposite. They might have more income now and then less income in the future. There's an asset price here. So this is a standard budget constraint where you say, okay, I consume in the first period out of my income and basically how many of these assets that I have initially I'm selling. So this is like my borrowing. And then in the next period, I have another income. And of course, I get the dividends on the assets that I've purchased. You can think about arbitrary combinations of heterogeneity here. All we want basically is a natural trading motive here. We want to have sellers and buyers of these assets. And one way to generate that is exactly as I already alluded to, that there are, you can think of high data people here, for instance, just an example, as being the ones that have a lot of future income, but not so much current income. That would be like the young people. And here, for instance, this would be a combination where, you know, the initial assets could also differ with data, but this is not essential. All we want is just some trading. And this would generate this kind of trading because it would say that the people that have a lot of future income, not so much current income, they will sell assets, you know, to finance their period zero consumption, and vice versa for the people who have a lot of income right now, but not so much income in the future, they will buy assets. That's like saving and selling assets, basically like borrowing. Okay, yeah, Joel.
Yesterday we heard about a model that future was very different. That not here.
Well, we were sort of want to focus on the intertemporal margin here. And therefore, we're taking these incomes here to be exogenous. People just differ in their income. We could have another block in this model where, in fact, there's some endogenous labor supply. People differ in their productivity or their skills, and then they choose their labor supply optimally. And then this would lead to these differences in incomes. And you could then have some labor income taxes on that. But here, for simplicity, we want to shut that down, just have some fixed heterogeneities in these labor incomes and just focus on the savings or asset purchase and sales decisions.
But I just trying to understand, so Jeff Bezos is richer than I am, not because of difference in discount, something else. Is that here?
Yeah, this could be here. You could have more income, you could have more initial assets, so you could have a lot of heterogeneity.
I think what Joel may be asking about is heterogeneity. That would, right, so we could have a D function data, which right now we don't have. Would have that.
Yeah. All right, and then this is what we're going to shock, right? As I said, we want to now look at changes in asset prices. So it's partial equilibrium here. This is the asset price. And then we will do different variations of the asset price. One variation of the asset price is holding dividends fixed. So holding D fixed. This would then come from a change in the discount rate. We could also change the asset price holding the discount rate fixed. D over P here is the discount rate. This would then come from dividends changing, for instance. You can do all these exercises. It's useful to write things in terms of these asset sales, which we call X, which is K0 minus K1, how much you actually sell in the first period. And there's an existing result, which goes back to Ben's work, which says that the welfare effects of asset price changes, holding dividends fixed, actually depend on the X, on how many assets you actually want to sell. This relies on the envelope theorem. And it's saying that the welfare effect of the asset price change is proportional to your marginal utility period 0 times the sales times the change in the asset price. So this already says that if you're selling an asset and the asset price goes up, then you actually benefit from this. You have positive welfare gain. If you're buying the asset, so X is negative, then you lose. You want to buy an asset that became more expensive. You're a loser from this. And if you don't want to trade the asset, so your X is 0, you have a house, but you don't want to sell it and you don't want to buy another one, then it actually doesn't matter to you what the asset price is. There's no welfare effect here if X is 0.
So what changes discount rates? Like, where does it come from?
Here for now it's partial equilibrium, so we're just shocking it. Later on in GE, I'm going to endogenize these asset prices. It would then come from preference changes, for instance, or in aggregate endowment change. So it's easy to engineer, even in GE, asset price changes that come from discount rate changes.
And expectations, they play a role, or?
Here it's deterministic. Then with risk, we can talk about when we have the model with it. So just to complete the environment, this is the resource constraint. It's again very simple. These agents can transfer resources across the two periods at this aggregate discount rate here, P over D. So this is the present value of consumption has to be less than the present value of total resources here, which is income in period 0, added up across all agents, plus income in period 1, discounted, plus of course the initial endowment. All right, so let's look at the first best, what the policy is. And here is the Pareto problem. The instruments here are individual specific lump sum taxes, so we can directly target these taxes at the types data. We just put some arbitrary Pareto weights on these types. We maximize some weighted sum of the utilities of all of them, subject to the resource constraint. We have general results, but for today, I'm just showing you the cleanest results that we have, which are for these functional form assumptions that turn out to be quite useful, where the intertemporal preferences here are given by the CES aggregator with some intertemporal elasticity of substitution sigma, which is constant. And then around that, we put some potentially some curved social welfare function here, or some curved outer utility function. You could think of that with some of the CRA form. We're putting this outer utility function here because for some of the exercises I'm going to show you, we're going to take the IES, the intertemporal elasticity of substitution, to 0. If you do that, you converge to this Leontief utility function where you don't want to substitute intertemporally your consumption, so your savings margin would not be affected by taxes. But then we still want this concavity outside to get some well-defined redistributive motives. Otherwise, you would converge to something linear here, which would lead to extreme results in terms of the redistribution you would do. So let me start to set the stage with the case where the asset price changes are exclusively driven by dividend changes. Okay. So the assumption is, suppose the asset price changes by delta P, and the discount rate D over P stays constant. So it's all driven by dividend thing. How should we adjust the optimal tax system? Well, this gives you a simple formula for how the taxes on each of these data types should change. And in fact, it says that the taxes should change by the revaluation through the asset price change of the wealth that of the initial wealth that these individuals have. So it's 100% tax on the wealth increase that you have when the asset price goes up. And then there's some additional term here, which is basically, here in partial equilibrium, when the asset price goes up, the total resources available in the economy also increase. And we redistribute that optimally here according to our Pareto weight. So this omega term here is a positive function of the Pareto weight that you put on type theta with this curvature parameter here. This is just the aggregate initial wealth, and this is the total aggregate wealth increase from the asset price.
That's right. Is this the case where sigma is 0?
No, this is for arbitrary sigma.
There's no saving response there that.
It's first best, so we're doing it through these lump sum taxes. So there's no response here. Yeah. Antoine?
Explain a little bit why prices changing the current constraint. It all comes to dividend. Prices are prices. It shouldn't change the real resources available in type 0.
It does because you can discount it back. So the present value of resources increases from future dividends.
You're right, post economy.
Yeah. Or we're going to get to the GE case where sort of there's a fixed, for instance, fixed supply of capital. Then this would not be the case. But here, in partial equilibrium, there is a total expense. So this is saying we should put 100% tax on the wealth increase, which is exactly the Hague-Simons accrual-based income tax system, where you say, okay, this is independent of realizations. The value of this wealth went up, we should tax it away. This is just to set the stage, because as I said at the beginning, this is not the case that we think is the most relevant one, because we think, just looking at this aggregate numbers, but also at the asset pricing literature, a lot of these asset price variations are actually driven by discount rate changes. And that's the next extreme case I'm looking at here. Suppose that the asset price increases while dividends stay constant. So it's all driven by discount rate increases. Then the change in the optimal tax on any individual theta here should be X times delta P. So how much you sell times the price change, that's exactly your realized capital gains. Minus, again, the optimal redistribution according to the Pareto weights of the aggregate asset sales here. So this X would be the aggregate asset sales times the delta P. This would be the aggregate capital gains. Again, this would be 0 in a closed economy because there wouldn't be any aggregate asset sales. But here in partial equilibrium, this intercept term here shows up. So it's 100% tax on the realized capital gains, not on the accrued capital. And here is a special case where even here in this partial equilibrium setting, when everything is stationary, so beta times the interest rate is 1, and the endowment is such that everything is stationary, then in fact, even here in partial equilibrium, the aggregate X is 0, so you can think of this as not being there, and it's just 100% tax on the realized capital gains without any intercept. Now, let me point out a bunch of subtleties with this formula because it looks very simple, looks very clean, but there's actually a bunch of things we can learn from here. The first is, this might be surprising, is this holds even for arbitrarily large changes in the asset prices. It has the same sign as the welfare effects formula that I showed you that relied on the envelope theorem. This one does not rely on the envelope theorem. It's a global result, not a local result. So, for any discrete change in asset prices, this will also hold exactly. The second subtlety that is worth pointing out here is that, now you have to ask, on the previous slide, you had the original initial wealth, which didn't depend on asset prices. So this is clear how to evaluate that. Now, you could have asked here, which X should I look at? The sales under the new prices or the sales under the old prices? It turns out that the correct sales here that you have to use are the sales under the new prices, which is exactly what you observed. So you don't need counterfactual sales that would have happened if asset prices hadn't changed, but you can really literally use the actual realized capital gains that occurred under the new prices from the people who sold. So that's very useful for implementation, yeah.
We're using envelope conditions, so it's only for small changes.
We're not, that's why I put this example, what I just said, this does not rely on the envelope theorem. It holds for big asset price changes, arbitrarily big.
The fact that you don't care about behavior responses relies on the envelope.
No.
It's the discount rate. But
This is the case where the asset prices are only driven by discount rate.
yeah, so it's like.
You're right that in the first place there won't be behavioral responses, so I don't have to worry about that. So that's why this is actually a global result.
Right, excuse me, and I need some intuition here. Why in this case, what the dividends not change, okay? Why in this case, it's actually a realized transaction, whereas in the other case, I missed the point.
But because the welfare gains from an asset price change that come from a discount rate change depend on whether you want to sell or buy. That's exactly the intuition of the house. If you have a house, you don't want to sell it, you don't want to buy another house, the value of the house only changes because you discount the future benefits from this housing with a different interest rate. It's a complete paper game. It's not a welfare relevant game. If you want to sell, it's a welfare relevant game. If you want to buy, it's a welfare relevant loss. But it entirely depends on the duration of your portfolio, whether you want to buy or sell. That's exactly what comes out. The second subtlety that I should point out here is that, this looks a bit like what we currently have. It's a tax on realized capital gains, exactly lending support to the current system, but the current tax system is on gross gains, right? If you sell a house and you have some gains on that, but then you buy another house of the same size, this would say it should be on the net transaction. You shouldn't pay any taxes. But in practice, you would still pay taxes because it's on the gross transaction. The optimal response here should be on the net transaction. And then, yeah.
Isn't that also because it's a 2-period model? So if you have more periods, shouldn't be like the expected sales over the rest of your life.
Yeah, so I'm not going to get into the lives.
But it is like
it's too late. This is the last. And then the final. The final subtlety that I should point out that is sort of right now we get it half right because we tax the gains when you sell the asset and you have gains, you have to pay a realization-based capital gains tax. But what this formula says, it should be completely symmetric when somebody wants to buy, for instance, where you have negative X here, and the asset price goes up. So you want to buy a house, but now house prices went up. You're actually a loser from this asset price increase, and you should receive a subsidy for that. And there are policies that go in this direction a little bit. There's housing subsidies, for instance, in some countries to help people actually afford house prices when they have gone up. But this is not embedded in the standard realization-based capital gains. Yeah, it's okay. I'll let you go. All right. So that's why we say what it depends on really is what we call the trading gains and losses. You could have capital gains from sales, but you could have also have, for instance, capital gains or losses from purchases, where when the asset price goes down and you want to buy something, you have a gain from that. You should be taxed on that too. When the asset price goes up and you want to purchase, you lose from that. You should get a subsidy. So it's really these trading gains. Now, I showed you these two extreme cases. Either asset prices are entirely driven by dividend changes, holding the discount rates fixed, or asset prices are only driven by discount rate changes, holding dividends fixed. You might ask, what happens in between? Asset prices might be driven by both. The dividends change, discount rate change. How should the tax system in general respond to these asset price changes? And this is the result. In the first case, when both dividends change and asset prices change, you should have basically two components. You should have the realization-based capital gains tax component that we saw on the previous slide. And then on top of that, because now dividends also change, you should tax the change in the dividend income that these people have. This is exactly the discounted change in the dividend income that people have. So this is the second tool that you need now, where you have a dividend tax or like a capital income tax that would tax away these changes. And then you have these aggregate changes potentially, if there's aggregate sales, and there's aggregate additional dividend income, you should again redistribute that optimally in the first place according to these greater weights. So in general, you need these two instruments, and that allows me to link back to the very first case where these asset prices were only driven by dividend changes, because it pops out as a special case of this formula here. When dividends change and asset prices change, but in a proportional way, such that the discount rate stays the same, then we're back in the original case where we held the discount rate fixed. And if you go through the algebra here and compute that, you will collapse back to this first case that I showed you, where you should do the Hague-Simons accrual-based capital income. But that's really our conclusion from this, is that in that sense, the Hague-Simons income concept is very fragile. It's a complete knife-edge case that literally only holds when asset price changes are exclusively driven by dividend changes and no discount rate changes. Then you can do this away from that special case. You always have to condition on the realizations anyways. You need these two tax instruments. You should tax the dividends and you should tax the realized capital gains. So this is the much more robust instrument in a world with changing asset prices, that in general, there's no way for you to get around the conditioning taxes on actual realizations. All right, how much time do I have left?
5 minutes.
Well, so very quickly about the second best. We look at two implementations here in this case with one-dimensional heterogeneity. Actually, you can implement the second best with different tax instruments. We're looking at two of them. We could look at more. One is the capital sales tax. One is a wealth tax here, on the value of the wealth you have in the second period. If you have such a tax schedule, obviously you will distort people's savings decision. You tax their sales, so they will try to sell less capital. That will mean they will save less. If you have a wealth tax, it will have the same effect. They will try to reduce their wealth. So you will have these distortions there. You could look at other instruments here, like a dividend income tax. In fact, in this model would work exactly the same way. And you can, I'm not talking about any of the technical details, how to solve that. Basically, it's a Merle's problem. You look for the optimal shape of the tax function. It can be nonlinear. According to your Pareto weights, you optimize that. There's some optimal solution to that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm taking that for granted that you find some optimal. I'm just looking at how that should that then change when I change the asset price. Okay, so there's some optimal progressive tax here. For instance, wealth tax, depending on your redistributive motives, can be very progressive. We can accommodate that. Joel yesterday said, I want higher tax burden on the rich. So we can have that, in this optimal. I'm just showing you here for the sales tax, for instance, how that should then change when asset prices go up, holding dividends fixed. This is again the case where the asset price is driven by discount rate. And it's exactly the same pattern as in the first best here. We should increase the tax burden on those who sell. On the horizontal axis, I have the realized capital gains here, X times delta P. And we should subsidize the people who actually want to buy with negative X here. We don't do it with the slope of 100% anymore now, right? Because the second best, we balance against the distortion. But as we take the intertemporal elasticity of substitution to 0, in fact, you see that it converges back to the first best. So this is like for different sigmas here, 0.5 going all the way to 0.01, very close to 0. This converges to a change in the tax burden that has a slope of 1, which is exactly the result that we found in the first best. And in fact, we have a theoretical result about that under some technical conditions, the solution to the Merle problem here converted to the first best that I showed you these clean formulas for as we make the IES small. So it's not a knife-edge characterization. You can also implement the optimal with the wealth tax in this case, but the way the wealth tax should then respond to changes in the asset price is very counterintuitive. Because here in this configuration that we've chosen here, that's just one example, it's such that the rich people here are the ones who bought a lot of assets. It's the buyers. And the poor people are the ones who sold most of their assets. It's the ones who have sort of high future income, and that's why they sold this income, their assets. And so, again, consistent with this logic that you should subsidize the buyers and you should increase the tax burden on the sellers, the way you should adjust the wealth tax here is that you raise it for the not so rich people and you lower it for the rich people. That's just because the wealth tax doesn't condition directly on the duration, which it should, right? And so it's not going in a direction that the wealth tax advocates would actually like here when the asset prices increase and make the wealth tax less progressive. Risk and borrowing, I have like 1 minute,
1 minute.
to tell you the gist of it. Basically, what we're doing is we're allowing for some risk in these dividends here, and we're allowing for some borrowing here. So there's now two assets. You can save in capital as before, these assets that are risky with these risky dividends, and you can save in the risk-free bond. And there's now two asset prices. The price of capital, which basically we're assuming again partial equilibrium, there's some exogenous error de Breu prices here. So the price of the capital good is the error de Breu expectation here of these dividends. And because the bond pays out in each state of the world, it's risk-free, it's just the expectation of these error de Breu prices. And then we can again engineer changes in these asset prices. This is now the Pareto problem. We use Epstein-Zinn preferences just as it's a natural extension of what we did so far, where now we can have some risk aversion parameter here that is independent of the intertemporal elasticity of substitution. And we can look at changes in the error de Breu prices such that now these asset prices change by delta P delta Q. That's like the interest rate change on the bond now. And we need now taxes in the second period to achieve the efficient risk sharing, but we want to hold them fixed, the value of these tax payments fixed. And then under that condition, the change in the lump sum tax in period 0 now has the same structure as before in the deterministic model. You should have a realization-based capital gains tax on the capital good. But now in addition, there's this classic additional term, which just captures the fact that, you know, the people who borrow, when the interest rate goes up, they lose from that, and if the interest rate goes down, they gain from that, and vice versa for the savers in this bond. So you should tax that away too at 100%. So this is like the classic sort of redistribution from changing interest rates that shows up there as well. And if there's aggregate bond holdings, then of course, again, we would redistribute them. This is without a borrowing constraint. So one thing that is maybe a bit surprising here is that, for instance, if Elon Musk is borrowing a lot against its unrealized capital gains, it's still saying that we should not change the tax burden when the value of Tesla stock goes up, unless we sell some of that, right? So the equity positive, and unless the interest rate changes. So, but if the interest rate is not changing and he's not selling, then this is saying his tax burden should also not change, even though he's getting consumption out of these unrealized capital gains by borrowing against them. And the reason, I guess, is that, well, in terms of the welfare effects, he has to repay that in this two-period model. So the additional consumption does not translate into a direct welfare. If you have borrowing constraint against which people are borrowing, and that gets relaxed, and the asset price, because you know the asset price goes up, so you can now borrow more. That would change, but we can't really think about that here because with these first best tax instruments, we could undo the borrowing constraint anyway. So we have to look at some second best or third best case. GE, just very quickly, yeah, to conclude, it's very easy to endogenize these asset prices here. You know, if you have fixed capital, you have a simple formula in this model. In fact, the distribution doesn't matter. And you see, as I said, you can easily generate changes in asset price based on the discount rate and get exactly the same result, except that you don't get the aggregate sales here. So to conclude, you know, based on this, we say when asset valuations change, the optimal taxes should change by some marginal tax rate. In the second best, it wouldn't be 100% times the sales times the asset price change. That's the robust conclusion. In general, you need a combination of realization-based taxes and dividend taxes that always work. The wealth tax or the Hague-Simons income tax is knife edge because it only works when the asset prices are only driven by dividend changes. And even then, they often redistribute in the wrong direction, so you'd have to sort of adjust tax schedules in a very counterintuitive. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you all for a good and stimulating conference. I think like everyone is looking at me like usually the more senior.
Thank you to the organizer.
Okay, like that. Very retained, very nature love, very simple. So I have a very. Some people are now selling, some people are buyers. Just according to pricing, right? But that could be any good. I view that as more so. Limited time, right? Takes it from a national perspective and sort of national it kind of is more like taxation. But it is like, okay, when the manual did everything correctly and you get like every done, right? I mean, they would correctly capture. Yeah. And then I actually think you're talking about buying. That's a why we don't make actions. Sure.
Qualitative. One of the things I think it will get precisely for the reason that. Weird. I think that's. So you're 100% right. Maybe all wants to have. Like, nice. Yeah, yeah, but all we're saying is. Yeah, I want really to some extent. Like, because I need to give up the logic. Do that. I really think say every time you can do it. Early on, go. So saving. That's but I thought you had to say I mean, I do agree that. But during the life. And if we just look at the wrong direction, there's people. Maybe you're going to see their but they're actually either not there again, so from here. Appreciate it.